Audiobook title, A Benevolent Evil Dragon, 1-30, by Nolifeneeded. Chapter 1. A strangely slow death. The sun is bright, painfully so. The sky is clear, just a slight gradient of blue surrounding the shiny marble that is currently burning my eyes. It really is such a sickeningly beautiful day for this. My eyes look down at my severed lower body, and yeah, I wish it was a rainy day or something. The concrete wouldn't hurt so much if it was. Though I guess most of my pain comes from having my guts and assorted organs spread out on the road. Meh, what can you do? My eyes trail to the side, and I see the drunk bastard that hit me. At most a concussion. Damn that drunk toughness. So this is it. Gone through so much, kept myself alive against my wishes for this long. And all the results of that work will be wasted, passed on to some ungrateful assholes I happen to share blood with. I wish I could believe there's something more, that it won't be just darkness. But nah, this world's too uncaring for anything so kind. Why am I going on a detached monologue when I am quite literally dying? That's a great question, little voice that I am pretending is not my own. Well, I am now doped up on all the adrenaline my body has, and time is moving so painfully slow. I have to do something, and crawling away won't really do much for me. Honestly, I am happy I am not leaving anybody behind. I am the last to go from those that matter. Ain't nobody gonna shed a tear, and that's for the better, my fake friend. Fuck, that hurt. Wait, is it going away already? Is it time for the pain to truly hit me? It's hot, and it's dark. Wait, no, it's the tunnel people talk about. The edges of my vision are darkening. Wasted processing power, need it for something better, for a fix. My body tries, I'll give it that. It tries oh so hard that it makes me blind. But only for a moment. It's pretty cliché, but here I am, remembering everything. My memory, one of my greatest faults and points of frustration. Here it is proving it could have always been so much better, and it just didn't want to fucking bother. Arg, I am actually getting annoyed while dying. Ain't that funny? Back to memories. Well, this is early, way too early. How do I have baby memories? How is this useful? Full vision, full audio, all the touches and the weights and the feeling of my own organs moving and being alive, and none of the pain. This is way more than I thought a brain could memorize. I feel the pain worsening, not by a bit. I scream in my own mind, and maybe outside too. I have no idea. I scream for I feel like I am being carved alive with a sharp, glowing hot spoon. No, not a knife, a spoon, because it is slow. My memories continue. I am living my life again, but this time only as an observer. I keep being chiseled like a monument. I hate it. Why can't it be any faster? No, it is faster. I perceive the life I lived, but it is all happening in the minutes I have before I bleed out and my brain starves. I remember wonder. I remember smile and joy, and I notice things I didn't before. When I was too young to know what a failing marriage looks like. When I was too young to understand those whispers and those laughs, and that being beat as a toddler is not normal. I noticed the glaring signs of the things I should have been diagnosed with so much earlier, but ignorance made everyone think I was just being difficult for no reason. But I also see that despite it all, and in its own way, it was a good childhood. Then I can see when my wonder started fading, when I started thinking just a bit too much, learning too much, going through my own existential terrors way too early in life. I see myself realizing just how twisted the world is, changing my beliefs over and over as I learn more and more. I feel my entire existence being eroded and carved, and it's driving me ever so slightly mad. But I have to keep going. Then came a cold realization that I had willfully ignored thus far. I am actually remembering everything. It passed fast, but if I focus, I can see literally every moment I have lived. Every little thing I saw or heard of experienced. Here I sit looking at an equation I haven't seen in 17 years, written by people that are already dead, and it just keeps going. I experience high school, I experience college, and I remember everything. I experience all of it. The good, the bad, the fun, the awkward, the things that I will throw in a dark corner, never to be seen again, and most importantly, all that I learned and thought I failed to memorize despite burning nights trying over and over and over, and it's all here. All it took was me dying. That's all it took for me to finally be able and remember stuff for more than a week. This is such an annoying world. I stay silent as all of the knowledge and experience I gathered in my short life passes by me. It goes in a blur, forcing time to speed up, or at least forcing my perception of it to go back to normal. Don't worry, dear silent fake voice. I just skipped the worst of the trauma. Like I did until now. This isn't a therapy session after all. Just the musings of a dead man. Regardless, I am back. No first responders yet. They'll be here in 20 minutes, I guess. Yes, sounds about right. There's very few people that dare look at me, and they don't even do that when I look back. This is it. I am weak. I am in pain worse than I've been in my entire life. It is a fact. I just checked. And despite somehow remembering everything, there's nothing there to tell my body how to survive this. So I die. All in all, my life was not horrible, just between neutral and bad with happy moments sprinkled few and far between. I didn't suffer the most, but I never did stop doing it once I started. Whatever, I am dead. It doesn't matter anymore. I said, whatever, I am dead. The hell? Why are you still here? Why am I? I can quite literally not feel my body anymore, so why am I still thinking? At least the pain is gone. But again, I cannot feel anything. Did my brain turn off everything else and just retreat into itself? No. No, stop that. I experienced my entire life in a few minutes. I don't want to know what happens if my brain uses absolutely everything to keep me functioning longer. I could experience centuries as a brain in a metaphorical jar. I hate this already. Well, I somehow have all my memories still, even if they're so all over the place. I guess I can listen to music. Or, well, remember any of the many times I listened to music. Ooh, I love this clip. I am bored. I went through all of it again, just for the hell of it. Somehow I was still surprised about a few things that I cannot exactly remember. The human brain is a mess. I have all of my memories right here, yet I cannot just remember something? Weird. Wait, I'm in my brain. So can I act like in a lucid dream? How about one of those fancy college libraries movies are full of? Welcome back, dear voice in my head. I need you because I am bored, so you can sit right here and watch as I struggle to invent something from pieces of my memories. So about 3 years of memories is how much it took. I am a slow bastard, but hey, it is detailed and beautiful, and it's a mess of memories. I am not usually an order kind of guy, but I quite literally am bored of remembering my life, and I will be here for a while, probably, so might as well try and make things neat. Did I live another lifetime? Or maybe 2. It feels like I did, and it also feels like it's only been a couple seconds. I don't remember what I did. I see. I can't make new memories anymore. At least I think I can't. Well, whatever. Somehow I organized everything I've ever lived through in this massive fake library in my mind. Funnily enough, it makes remembering any one thing based on a loose subject so much easier considering just how many copies of memories I have. Fun fact, little voice. Remembering a memory makes a new memory of you remembering it. So yeah, I got a lot of everything. Well, of everything important. Still bored. Guess I'll be here for a W. The world shook. This false world I made up shook, and not because of me. At least I don't think I did it. Well, either way, at least nothing moved since gravity and causality are a suggestion in dreams, ergo, in my library. Still, that shaking cannot be good. Wait. I feel movement. Speed. Did the ambulance finally arrive? Wait. Don't tell me I will end up surviving this. I feel like my entire library would turn to dust if I did. Wait. No, I still feel very dead. By that I mean that aside from this movement, I don't feel anything. Strange. And then there was a hand on my entire being. I felt the grasp. I felt the fingers. I felt warmth and cold and heard a faint laughter. Let's hope I am just being delirious finally. Let me correct an earlier mistake. I am not, in fact, unable to make new memories, but my new memories are very flimsy and incomplete. So I decide to do a dumb and materialized an empty book. My memories were all now books, so maybe I could make a book with what I am experiencing right now. I can. And it hurts. I feel the carving again. Each stroke of my stylus causes my entire being to burn. It's much better than what I went through remembering my life the first time. But it's still bad. Yet I push through. Really, the constant pain is just making me feel alive again. The laughter continues. Mumblings, sounds, and feeling not my own. Or maybe they my own. Who knows? Voice. I am starting to feel like I am going crazy. Alright, that's enough. I inhale all the air in my imaginary world and then scream, loudly, to the nothingness that holds me so tightly still. Shut the fuck up. I feel fire and electricity course through me. I hear a faint yelp, and now I am falling. Weird. I just said gravity isn't a thing here. Wait, no. I am still standing in my library, but the library itself is falling. Guess I'm dying again. Or maybe this is my true death. Oh well, it took it long enough. And then the falling stopped. And then I opened my eyes. I have eyes. And they open. And they close. And they open again. I have a mouth. And it opens. And it closes. I feel everything, like in my first memory. I can feel my organs existing. I feel every inch of my very body, and I feel my body pressing against something on all sides. So I stretch and struggle and open my mouth to bite against the damn thing standing between me and freedom, and it cracks. And now, my dear voice, I have to sit here and wonder, am I hallucinating or am I seeing light? Am I having a final willful fantasy, or am I actually alive again? One way to find out. Chapter 2. New hardware. My body is weird. I know what I would be doing right now, starting at the crack in the wall, yet I feel myself doing something more stupid, and not exactly consciously. It's like when you see something falling and your hand shoots out to try and catch it. It happens even if it might actually end up hurting you, and even if just letting the thing fall would have no negative impact. Well, at least I think that's what's happening, because for some reason I am pushing my face into that crack. The annoying part is that I can't even complain, because it works. With a few more cracking sounds, I feel my entire body shooting out of whatever was keeping me contained so tightly, and I come to a stop as light forces my eyes to close. Alright, let's take this slow because that hurt a bit. Now, with my eyes closed, I start noticing a lot of things being wrong with me, with my body. All at once red flags are raised, both tiny and enormous. My body is different. Very different. It's not behaving like it did. Like it should. Deep breath. Wait, no, I can't even breathe right. And now it's manual, and I don't know how to do it, and I am choking. In a panic, I turn my brain off. Because apparently I can do that? Or at least I think I did that. I still feel loosely alive, but like I am vegetating, or maybe sleeping. I am back in my library. I can see it all again just like before, so I still have that going for me. I think some time passed. Maybe a minute? Maybe a second. Well, for whatever reason the void doesn't want me, so let's take stock of my body and see if I somehow survived being ripped in two. Spoiler alert, I didn't. I am not in any amount of pain, but I am not numbed either. I open my eyes for a second, get blinded by the light again, close them, but at least I manage to catch a faint, blurry glimpse of my surroundings, and it doesn't look like any of the hospitals I've been to. Too much space, too much bright yellow and earthly brown, and I am not standing on a bed on my back or on my side. I am laying on my belly on extremely soft materials, which kind of remind me of that goat rug my grandma had. I will leave the where for later. Now time to see why I feel so strange. Starting small, I am not in pain. No joint pain, no pressure on my spine. My heart is loud but doesn't feel like I am one bad day away from a heart attack, and despite laying on my chest I do not feel pain in my ribcage and sternum. Really, I feel brand new, which doesn't bode well in its own way. The next issue? I can feel and hear my body. Ah, that's normal. You say, in your adorable innocence? Well, not in this case, because this isn't me being able to feel that I have an arm, or hearing the air passing in and out of my nostrils, because that is normal, but rather it is the fact that my brain is picking up and translating literally every stimuli without having any tampering in place. I can hear and feel each beat of my heart, and not because it is going way above baseline, which it kind of probably is since I am panicking a bit, but because it doesn't yet have a baseline. That's going to take 2 days if my memories are accurate. Oh, would you look at that? I can remember things pretty fast now. Again, it only took me more than likely dying to get a usable memory. Leaving my very justified anger aside, there's more. My body has been still, aside from the automatic breathing moving my ribcage, which is stranger than you'd think. No finger twitching, no needing to shake myself a bit or else feel my joints locking. No background tremors or anxiety-induced shaking. I am completely still, like a rock. I also have the urge to just keep doing this. I mean, I am laying on something soft and warm, and I still can't really open my eyes without burning spots into them, so I could just continue doing this a while longer. Right, I should probably start focusing on that now, my senses. Firstly, my eyelids are weirdly thick, I think. I say that because despite being in a decently bright room and having looked at something that resembled a standing lamp, I am not seeing that red glow passing through. Even the spots from before are gone, and now I am seeing darkness and nothing else. My nose is also strange. Well, firstly, I am actually breathing rather fast. Not hyperventilating kind of fast, but about twice as fast as I usually do when I am just laying down. And focusing on the actual smells, I am getting very weird vibes. I think I am having a hard time translating this because my brain is trying to give me very complex feelings from scents that are pretty damn new. I feel crisp yet stagnant air with a tinge of vegetation. I feel the smell of dry dirt and dust and of old tasty things. My brain says that it smells like home. I say that it smells like a weird cave with above average ventilation and maybe some kind of mushrooms. Another moment, I just need another second to just exist so I can try and dampen all this assault of information, so that I can at least try and understand a bit more of what is even happening. I continue breathing, thankfully not falling into manual control, despite thinking so much of it. Finally, after a few minutes of calming down, I manage to filter out most of the overwhelming feelings I'm getting, or at least I manage to ignore them so I can focus on my final one. Well, not exactly the final since I have yet to check out taste, but I am not about to start licking whatever's nearby, so instead I'll check what I can touch. The answer is, frankly, not much. I am just a fleshy slug right now, covering as little surface as I can, and my consciousness still needs to adapt to what's my leg and what's my spine. I guess it's time to try and move, at least a bit, so I can figure out my body plan. I try to get this over with and I stretch, trying to use as many muscles as possible to feel them. Problem 1. My muscles are weak and moving a little bit, coupled with being awake for who knows how long. Just trying to withstand my own senses has started making me feel tired and tingly. Problem 2. I feel too much and too little of my body at the same time. My hands, and what I can only assume are my legs, seem to be placed under me, and now they stretch just a bit away. They are tiny and weak. Baby limbs. Baby goddamn limbs. Well, fine. Brand new body. Baby limbs. Fine. I could live with that. But what is up with the rest? Because I think I have a second pair of arms jutting out of my back, and an absurdly long fifth arm. This one a bit more mobile and with 2 fingers that I can kind of press against each other. But I'm not getting back useful feedback. So, not human baby. Well, this plus the very obvious non-hospital kind of points to me, seemingly, being a baby. An alien baby. Well, alien by Earth standards since I am very clearly not human, or even an animal. The fact that I have a total of 7 limbs, while being probably a vertebrate, points to that at least. This should be mildly distressing, but I am calm. More weirdness to unpack. So what now? It takes a few seconds to figure out the controls, so to speak, but I am able to place all my limbs under me again, and I try, still blindly, to get myself off the ground at least. I might as well test the limits of my new flesh. I strain and push, my whole body trembling from this effort, yet I am only rewarded by pain and exhaustion. My muscles are too new to function, and it seems that whatever I am isn't made to start behaving normally straight out of the egg. And I can only assume that I come from an egg because there is nobody else around even moving or prodding or existing, just me. That and also the whole breaking out sequence. Come to think of it, it's pretty weird that I basically exploded out of a hearty egg, but am now unable to even crawl a bit away. Maybe I just used up all my energy on that stunt, and now my muscles are demanding a break? Guess I'll find out at some point. For now I need to figure out a few things. Firstly, do I have a parent? Parenting does increase the chance of a viable baby, but some animals can get by with just making a bunch of children and then leaving them to survive. I am not hungry or thirsty, probably won't be for a day or so since I absorbed all the egg yolk, something obvious by the lack of wet, sticky sensation on my body. But is that enough time for my body to become hunt-worthy, or am I going to be protected and fed by an adult after that? Hard to tell. I'm bored. Good to know ADHD transcends lifetimes. I have so much to unpack, but all I want is to do something. Anything. But instead I am trapped in a flesh prison. Actually, there is something I can do while trapped. Exactly what I did in my last life when stuck in place against my will. Music. Just some good old calming music while I think about my shitty body. Well, maybe it's a better one compared to my last body. What with me being at least a quadruped and all that. My spine at least won't give me as much of a problem, hopefully. But will I have the dexterity to use tools? That might be a problem, because while a dog is arguably better built than a human, it's still lower on the food chain because of tool use. If I reincarnated and remember the past, does that mean that there's more people from back home out here? Maybe this is why I wanted to do something, or think of something weird and tangential. The millisecond I am left with my thoughts, it all turns back to bad things, and now my heart hurts and I hate that I still feel that in this new life. Note to self, Second body has embodied emotion too. Annoying. I yawn, and I am actually glad for that. Babies tend to sleep a lot more than adults. This is just a general way of how growing works. My body is currently growing, probably at a rate that would be slightly visible if you only saw me every week or so. This burns through most of my energy reserve and complex thought coupled with physical exercise, if you can even call trying to get up an exercise, resulted in me being spent. Good. Might as well nap through my adaptation. The air rushes past me, feeling like the wind before a particularly nasty storm. Seeing as 1.5 of my senses tell me I am inside an artificially illuminated cave, that is a very strange feeling. Stranger yet I hear and feel a thud, like something enormous fell. It sounds a bit farther away, clearly not inside the chamber I was in, but close enough to affect it and make 1,000 sounds of clinking metal from the earth, just shaking. There goes my nap. I wait, quietly, still as a rock. Or at least, I try, but it seems that while my little limbs can't hold up my weight, the arm that's almost as long as the rest of my body is muscular enough to be able and move, and from the nervousness I am feeling, I have apparently swayed it enough to hit something hard pretty strongly, which hurt a bit and made sound that traveled easily through the enclosed space. In response, I hear weaker thuds, not like a whole building falling, like before, but more like a car dropping to the ground, over and over. It's getting louder, closer. I am actually starting to be afraid. I am still very much tired and my body is urging me to just nap, but that same body has understood my feelings of fear and decided that adrenaline was the best option for me. New to the world as I may be, the muscles I have should still allow me to drag myself away if my life depended on it. Adrenaline is a hell of a drug after all, and even if I don't have the strength of my adult human body this time around, I should still be able to give a mean hit with this giant fifth arm of mine. I wait in darkness until I hear the thuds coming from within the room. Whatever it is, it's enormous. Like Jurassic Park type of enormous. I stay still, waiting, hoping for it to mistake me for a rock or something. I would try to see it, if not for knowing that my eyes are somehow worse than my grandma's for how blurry and sensitive they are. So, instead I try to hear it. And here I do, because not only do I know it's in the room by its heavy steps, but it seems to vocalize. It's not a bark or a hiss. Not that I was expecting a massive cat, mind you. Hell, it's not really any sound that I heard an animal make. It sounds like rocks being crushed together, like electricity zapping the air, like somebody trying to scream while whispering and speaking in slow motion. What's worse, being taken by surprise by that sound made me pause just long enough for the being to somehow appear in front of me. I can feel its massive presence. I can feel a hot breath wash over me as it sniffs me then exhales enough air to lift up a weather balloon. Now I am actually hyperventilating, my body tensing as I try to make it move, but it refuses. I am terrified and petrified, and I am actually going to die minutes after defying all logic and reincarnating. Man, do I suck at living. The moment passes. I am not dead. I am, however, very wet right now. I think I got my answer to the parent question. I have a parent, and they're enormous. Well, really I should have thought that a possibility. I mean, human babies are born 1/4 the size of an adult human, and that's only in height. Other species have even bigger differences, like puppies being able to fit in your palm while the adult being bigger than a person. Kangaroos and pandas literally make tiny jelly beans that somehow turn into massive beasts. Of course my parent, be it mother or father, is big enough to make me feel like the earth is shaking. Or at least I hope that I was just being overly sensitive and that my parent isn't actually the size of a building. The only reference of their size I have currently is the tongue being able to easily wrap around me, which is normal, I think, at least in animals. I've seen enough cat and dog videos to know that. It makes those sounds again, different ones, actually, language, hopefully. I am sapient, but I don't know if that is a property of me or of my species. For all I know, my parent could be trying to make me used to their calls so I know to approach when they make it. My musings are cut short, however, as I realize the downside with my body being put into fight or flight right before I wanted to nap. I am exhausted. I don't even get to yawn again, I just fall, and I find myself back in my library. I can still feel the outside, but barely. Like trying to hear the toaster going off in the kitchen while you're listening to music on headphones in your room kind of faint. Well, that was certainly a first day of being alive again. I am not a human. My mom is kind of big and I live in a cave that now that I think about it, I am not sure if it is artificially lit up or if it just has some kind of glow in the dark function, like a special moss or something. I hope it's artificial, as freeing as it would be to live as a beast. I know I wouldn't be able to just enjoy that for too long, especially with me having knowledge of science and technology just swimming through here. Honestly, even with it being a bit under 30 years of life, I still know more than most people just by virtue of remembering every little fun fact and rabbit hole that I followed every single time I hyperfixated on something. I remember every single class of biology, of chemistry, of physics that I have ever been to, even those I did not even pay attention to because I still heard the teacher talk or glanced over at drawings. I know history, geography, economy, politics, science, literature, and most importantly, I know how to survive and build primitive tools and shelter based on the mini guides I watched. I have a lot of junk too, but with all this, I could live a pretty damn good life, no matter the situation. Of course, most of it will be useless if I am part of just a mundane beastly species and have my one giant arm as the only one with opposable thumbs, and even that only has 2 of them in the first place. Let's just hope tomorrow brings more good news than bad. Chapter 3, Baby Brain. So, something to note about my current condition. I can't dream. It's not about my species, or at least I don't think it is since I know animals like cats and such can dream just fine, but rather about my little library. I spent the entire night inside of it, going through all the animal species I knew, trying to find something that was similar to me. Sadly, all the species that were somewhat similar were also equally dissimilar. I have functioning limbs of some kind on my back, while already having 4 legs and what I now realize is more than likely a strangely prehensile tail, and having a similar musculature system to my last one, meaning that I am some kind of 6-limbed vertebrate, something Earth simply did not have, or at least they didn't survive long enough for us to know they existed. The only animals that could fit were all fictive, like a griffin with a particularly long tail or a dragon, or maybe even a manticore. Actually, that would be pretty damn cool, being in a fantasy world as a monster of some kind. I could continue going down this river of thought, but something drew my attention. As I woke up, I found myself feeling the weight of something pressing down on me. Another thing to note is that my background bodily motions and sounds were muffled enough to not be noticeable. Faster adaptation than a human. That's nice. I open my eyes tentatively and see a lot more than I expected, but not as well as I had hoped. There is something blocking the light coming from the front, something bluish-gray. It's pretty close to my face and my eyes are refusing to focus enough for me to get details. Let's see, can I move? I struggle for a bit, trying to wiggle like a worm, but nothing happens, so that's a negative. I try to look around, only to focus back on what's in front of me. Why? Because it's breathing. It looks like a breathing rock, but it can't be, so I try and get a feel for it. I manage to stretch my neck a bit, so the tip of my nose, snout, can brush up against it, and the sensations I'm getting are strange. After a bit of trying to decipher them, I realize that I am feeling hardish skin brushing up against hardish skin. It's scales. It literally feels like the smooth, but hard scales of a lizard, but I have them too. Also, it's warm, and breathing pretty fast, just like I am. Not only that, but once I crane my head, which is a bit more flexible than I expected, I see that there's more like it. There's the one right in front of me, another to my right, and the one laying on top of us all. So, I guess there's at least 4 of us. After inspecting all of them, I come to an exciting realization. I am in a dragon baby cuddle pile. An adorable dragon baby cuddle pile. They all look somewhere between a crocodile and a Komodo dragon, with tiny, horn-like nubs coming out of their heads, and most adorably of all, they are all round. Absurdly round at that, and with all of them sleeping so soundly I can't help but squeal, which comes out like a very weird sound, something like a croak and a sci-fi plasma rifle at the same time. Yeep, definitively got some crocodile ancestors or something. So, taking a step back from the urge to pet the baby dragons, I need to wrap my head around this. I am an adorable baby dragon, currently cuddling what could only be my clutch mates, laying on a sort of nest made out of furs and hay. I can still see a few eggshells around. This explains yesterday's encounter at least. The reason my supposed parent sounded like a moving house is probably because that's what she is. If we are actually dragons, then it's likely that she is enormous and didn't just teleport from the entrance of the room to me, but rather leaned her head and reached me. Still, I am a dragon. Not on Earth, that's for sure, but I am a European dragon. This is basically a dream come true. I mean, who hasn't dreamt of being a huge, powerful hermit that has as much gold as a small country, just used as decoration? Some mighty beast of magic and flames that, much like a bumblebee, seemingly defies all logic and reason and can just fly through the skies. Yes, I know bumblebees don't defy the laws of physics, just use very advanced one. But still they look like they shouldn't be able to fly, as do dragons. Or at least I hope I am the ancient sapient wizard kind of dragon and not the mindless beast that eats livestock and steals shiny things. Or maybe I am fully wrong and I am not even a dragon, just some reptilian with vestigial wings. Or maybe it's a mutation and my kin is slowly moving to turn airborne. Who knows? Who, indeed, knows? I am getting bored already, just being stuck here. So I think back through my years of listening to music and put on some classic sneaky music, since I am trying to crawl away without startling the others. I wouldn't want to have croaking babies draw the attention of our mother. Really, it is strange. I can think faster than in life. I mean, I am currently remembering a whole song perfectly, running it without accidentally repeating a section, all while also contemplating my seemingly draconic heritage. I really need to figure out what happened to me and why I am like this. I shake my body and despite failing to crawl my way away, I managed to do something better. I rolled away. Well, not exactly away, just turned a bit and the dragon on top of me fell face first into the fur, continuing to sleep peacefully, which pushed me out of the pile and to the edge of the nest. Well, at least I now have a better view of them all. So, my three siblings seem to be very different yet also very similar. All of them have those faint blues and greens coupled with gray for coloring, something that cannot be that useful as a camouflage, so I guess it might just be baby scales that are still not fully pigmented. Now let's talk differences. Two of them have red scales. One only has a faint splatters on its front legs and on its side, while the other has the entire tail as a rusty red. I cannot see their full bodies, but safe to say the red is not the expected color for them, as it manifests in certain areas instead of all over the body. Maybe one of our parent had more red scales while the other had more blues and greens? Could be that we only inherited one of theirs as our main pigment and the other will just be tonalities and natural imperfections, kind of like how diverse calicos are. Aside from color, there are other things that differ. The head shapes and horn-like protrusions are completely different in all three. Red tail has a longer and sharper face and only two wide horn beginnings coming from the side of its head. Red hand has a rounder and shorter head and 6 tinier nubs in total, 3 vertical dots on the left and 3 on the right, and the final one, the one without any red, seems to have a taller head and flat snout, with way more even smaller beginnings all around it. It seems like 10? 12? Well, regardless, that's a lot of horns. I wonder how many I got. Either way, looking even closer, it seems that there's even a difference in how big the individual scales are for each of them. I try to focus a bit and get rewarded with the entire room darkening for it. I raise my head, surprised, and it goes back to normal. Damn it, new muscle to keep track of. Seems my eyes, while worse than my last ones at close range, have a way better light filtering system, with an entire conscious muscle for that express purpose. Alright, there's already dissonance. That's not good for me, not at all. I have a brand new body that already seems to bring more promise than my old one ever did. But by that very fact I am now feeling a bit disconnected from everything. It's becoming a problem. Time to think about something else before existential dread and depression sink their grabby little claws in me. Let's see. I inspected my clutch mates, but I can't exactly inspect myself much. Well, I guess I can at least look over at my... What the hell? Great. I am born a freak, it seems. Why am I reacting like this, you ask? Oh, voice that I have been neglecting so far. It seems that while I realized my last limb is a special tail, it did not come to mind that none of my siblings have 2 fingers at the end of theirs. But I do. Or rather, my tail splits in 2 close to the tip. Not only that, but it seems that my tail is split in coloring roughly down the middle, with my right side being painted rusty red, while my left side has washed out blues and greens, the split being where each tip gets separated into its own color. Am I a genetic chimera then? Born from an egg with 2 yolks, both fertile, both starting to make little dragon babies, but I ended up devouring the other one because of limited resources? That's sad. Is it at least fully functional? Well, I can move both tail tips at once and can also seem to move them separately pretty well. After all, I did mistake it for a huge arm at first, so I guess this is fine. Just fine. Now let's hope the fact that I am a mutant will not make my mother think I am not worth raising. Who knows what makes a runt when it comes to dragons? More problems to navigate. More things out of my control. I really hate this feeling, but there really is nothing I can do to get rid of it, so I just ignore it and try to look around the room, while I still have the energy to do so. A quick glance is really all I need to realize that I am getting closer and closer to confirming that I am, in fact, a fantasy European dragon. After all, from here on the edge of the nest, I realize that we are raised off the ground by being on top of a pile of valuables. It's hard to get detail of each individual thing, but I am pretty sure we are on a small fortune of gold, silver, and gems. There's also stranger stuff, like an actual giant sword sticking out the side of the pile, that looks way too much like a claymore. It even has the ornate angled crossguard. It does not look like steel, though, or if it is steel then somebody painted over it, because it looks perfectly white, maybe changed in tone just a bit by dust, and it has strange patterns painted golden along the blade and on the guard. It even has what I can only assume is a regalia, some kind of flower impaled by a spear. So, an ornate sword. Interesting. It's not even the only thing that looks straight from medieval times, seeing as there's even pieces of a suit of humanoid armor scattered about, together with a few other weapons, but none are as ornate as the sword. Now, the thing that really drew my attention the most, the lamp. Well, it's not a lamp, really. It does remind me of those salt lamps, being an uncut crystal that exudes white light. However, this one doesn't have wires. It's transparent like glass instead of a shade of orange and is just placed on a rough pedestal made of stone, which I think might just be a big rock in the end. It's not even just one of them. There's at least 5 spread around the room, probably meant to keep it lit up since I do not see a direct exit with natural light anywhere around. So, to recap, I am one of 4 baby dragons, sitting on a hoard of valuables in a cavern lit up by weird crystals. This is a fantasy world, straight up a sword and magic kind of fantasy world. Sure, this is just my first overview from details spread only around a single room inside a cave, but still, it all points towards me being reincarnated somehow into a fantasy world, as a literal dragon at that. Once again, dream come true, at least if I ignore the metaphorical writing on the wall. The problem, then, is what can I do now that I have observed all that I can? I still can't walk around. I know, I tried. Either my muscles are still too weak, or I am still too fat. I mean, the others look like overweight munchkin kittens, so it's no wonder I can't exactly walk well like this. The others are just sleeping, breathing peacefully. I hum, a strange sound coming out instead, and decide that I can't just go back to sleep by virtue of simply not being tired. So I try to focus on my body. My breathing is still strange and fast, but it feels so effortless that I can barely even notice it, despite the fact that I actually strained my body by moving around. Let's see. What else? I can see my snout. Somewhat. It's bluish, just as pale as the others, and that's about it. I am bored. Very, very bored. So, while listening to some rock to keep my brain active, I try my luck at using my tail as a hand. I throw it over the side of the nest, then spend close to 5 minutes just trying and failing to grasp a coin. Scales, to be fair, aren't known for how they stick to stuff, so it makes sense it takes me a while to figure out how exactly to wrap something to make it stay. Still, I get a coin and I get to analyzing it. Honestly, it kind of draws my attention more than I expect. It does look very realistic and has a beautiful design, showing that it might be actually minted currency and not just a decorative piece. It's shaped more like a polygon than a circle, probably beaten into shape rather than poured into a mold. Or maybe it's just from the wear and tear. It also has a particular smell, not just of metal, but of life and growth and power and more. And that intrusive thought makes me stop and think a bit deeper. Why does it feel like that? Why does Sync give me these abstract ideas and thoughts? Alright, dragon instinct I guess. That's bad. Or is it? We, humans, like to think we beat our instincts and that's why we are above the rest of nature, but we haven't. The acceptance of others is part of our social nature, an instinct to be accepted into the whole so we may survive easier. The fear of the dark and the unknown are instincts. Really, if you break down everything that a person does, there's a good chance you can trail it down to some survival mechanism, an instinct passed down through genes for generations. Sapience simply grants the ability to analyze and override a few of these instincts with enough effort. So now I have a bit of a bird brain situation, being excited about shiny stuff, but I can make do if I just work towards keeping that in check. Still, I do have to try. Is this really gold? How can I try though? Well, one thing that I know about gold is that it is fragile. Sure, it doesn't react with much of anything, and it's basically impossible to truly destroy, but it does scratch and bend easily, so I guess I can try that. Do I even have teeth? A quick check with my tongue gives a resounding yes. Not only do I already have grown teeth, but they seem pretty damn sharp. All of my front ones seem to be either canines, sharp and thin, or wider but equally sharp ones that kind of remind me of shark teeth. But I do also have a few flat ones in the back. That is strange since I expected dragons to be obligate carnivores, but I guess being an omnivore helps with the ludicrous caloric consumption a giant flyer would have. Regardless, I focus back in the moment at the coin in front of me and try to test it. While my tail can pick it up, it does not have the force or joints required to squeeze it, so I use my mouth. It's actually easier than I expected to just grab it. It's tiny, to be fair, and having an elongated mouth makes biting stuff easier. Now that I have it between my front teeth, I angle my head to the side and lead it with my tongue to my molars, biting down on it, lightly at first, then slowly using more and more force. I feel just a bit of strain, but not more than I felt in my past life biting through wood or metal sheet. That is interesting to note. What is even more interesting, though, is what happened to the coin. I spit it out and the thing is, plainly put, punctured straight through. There is a bit of flat sheet left behind, but I managed to put a hole through a gold coin. Not an impressive feat if this is pure gold, but still it is something to note. Wait, did I seriously I just picked something up off the floor and put it in my mouth then bit it. I literally use logic to talk myself into acting like a baby. What even is life? Chapter 4. Scented Rocks. Somehow I fell asleep. One moment I was awake, dreading the fact that my mind might start reverting to a baby's thought process, which would really mess me up. Then the next my body just slumped. I hope I didn't roll off the side. What was surprising to me, however, was how quickly I was awake again. I have a theory that I will need to test, namely, that the time in my library is completely arbitrary and based more on how much active thought I use than how many hours pass. After all, I spent the previous night trying to see if there's anything I can extrapolate from a few random feelings. While this night, I just spent being confused for 5 seconds about just collapsing following by light hitting my eyes. It wasn't like only a bit of time passed, because, at a minimum, one of my parents came by and moved me back in the center of the nest. I do not think it was instinct or moving in my sleep because I find the little bitten coin next to my head, meaning my parents saw me sleeping after finding my way to the side of the nest, saw me next to a coin with baby teeth marks on it, then tucked me right back to safety and gave me the dented coin like it was a teddy bear. This may point to my parent being sapient, which would be nice. More things point towards me being an ideal kind of dragon and I am all for it. Now, speaking of other dragons, there's my siblings. And they're sleeping. Why though? Sure, I understood them just napping yesterday. I am 90% sure I was born first and that they only got out of their eggs while I was sleeping, which may mean that we got our activity clocks inverted, but I figured at least one would be awake at the same time as me. Strange. Well, maybe they don't yet have the neural activity needed to do anything other than sleep. It's been 2 days and I do not remember eating. We are a bit less round than yesterday, but still plenty plump, so I figure we'll only get hungry tomorrow. Maybe that's when we're supposed to actually start being dragons and walk around. Maybe have our first meal? I don't know about where we'd fit on the evolutionary tree, but I really don't think dragons are mammals, so I doubt Mother will bring us milk. Maybe it's like birds and she'll bring, what? A dead snake or mouse to feed us. That's not exactly appetizing. Actually, no, that's gross and the image is playing in my head, and I should feel my stomach turning, but it isn't. All right, my mind is repulsed. My body is nonplussed. Something to unpack later. For now, I just attempt to get up, and for the 3rd time in a row I fail. Well, not completely, at least. I failed to raise myself off the ground, but I managed to push myself forward instead, headbutting one of my sleeping siblings. Somehow, still doesn't wake it up. Damn weird. Well, with my newfound mobility I managed to make record time reaching the edge of the nest. Wait, I have no idea how to guesstimate length, so I don't know how big this place is. My perception is skewed since I am so tiny and close to the ground. Damn, that's something I'll need to solve. The definition of a meter is not exactly something a baby fat lizard can just follow, because how the hell am I supposed to mark down how far light travels in a vacuum during 30.663318988 periods of the radiation, corresponding to the transition between the 2 hyperfine levels of the ground state of the cesium-133 atom? I pause for a second, well, metaphorical second. Yeep, so much physics knowledge in this odd brain of mine that it still genuinely surprises me. I mean, I failed physics twice, but now I just have the answer to most problems right here. My biggest problem was always that I couldn't remember more than 3 equations at once, and sadly that doesn't cut it at college level. What was I doing? Right? I wanted to look around some more now that I could crawl. Hopefully my belly scales could handle being dragged around a bit. It takes some effort getting down, mainly because I didn't feel like turning into a ball rolling down the hill, but I managed to get down with only a bit of sliding at the end, as coins got loose. Note to self, my body is tough. Probably not incredibly so, but I am not feeling pain despite dragging myself over these coins and putting quite a bit of weight on my feet when I move. Well, that's great, especially if I will live in this cave for a while. I did look around previously, but it really is different when you're up close and personal. The mountain of riches is absurd. Like I could unironically swim in all this stuff like I was in a cartoon. From down here, I can also see more stuff around here. Like the fact that there's a sort of ring of silver around the pile of gold where the nest is. I thought all this stuff was just spread around here randomly, like a dump of riches, but the ring of silver seems intentional. I sniff at it, being hit with the scent of clean air and sterile bandages, then scratch at one with my claws, and the result is not what I expected. I originally thought it was fake when I saw just how shiny and clean it looks, but below the shiny coins, there's more, less shiny ones. Actually, looking close, the symbols differ between the ones that started tarnishing and the ones that didn't, meaning it's less about purity and more about age. These are new. Another thing to note, from the existence of these coins that I did not really think about yesterday, or rather didn't get time to think. There's people. At least there's roughly human-sized people with roughly human-like tendencies, since I doubt a dragon made these tiny coins. After all, these are small for me. A baby. I doubt a real dragon can even hold a single coin at its claws. So fantasy world with fantasy people with a fantasy society. Probably. I will need to think about what relations there might be between whomever made this money and my parents. Dragons could be anywhere between noble, respected members of society and public enemy number one. The cave makes me think that reality is closer to a pessimistic answer. Coins aside, there is one thing I was wondering about, namely the gems and if they are actual gems. Honestly, I can't accurately test it, but I can at least give a good guess on if it is glass, plastic, or something different. I doubt it's plastic, but hey, you never know what a whole different world has in store. So I go for the closest gem to me, a dark blue one. I focus my eyes on it, seeing the intricate pattern within the crystal. I see waves. I see the slow movement of the ocean in its endless expanse of nothingness. I can smell the water, a faint trace of salt. I can hear the waves hitting each other and splashing. I am there. I am in the ocean, and there's no sky above or land below. It is just water encompassing my entire being, and I run. Well, I am being generous. I am not running. I am just clawing my way away from the pile of valuables and hide next to a jagged rock, breathing much faster than I should. Somehow my mind is both panicking and calm at the same time. It takes a minute for my terrified half to focus enough so I can understand what the hell happened. Short answer, dragon instincts. Long answer? I don't know. I genuinely have no idea what happened. I can guess that something about me being a dragon gave me hallucinations, but beyond that I don't know. This kept happening though. It was to a lesser extent, but I also focused less the last couple times. The gold and silver coins. I had sniffed them and got hit with the scent of power and growth, then with cleanliness respectively. The sapphire-looking gems smelled like the ocean and like water, but I not only smelled it, I saw it. It might be a combination at work. The gem was big. Actually, I'd say it was a bit wider than the coin at its widest, but it was sculpted in the form of a teardrop, so it was comparable to an apricot. That was a lot more crystal than the metals. And with the gold and silver, I looked a bit closer, but I didn't focus my eyes as much as I could like this time. I have to keep in mind, it seems, that focusing any senses too much on something that might be precious will give me hallucinations. Is this drugs? Are valuable metals and gems just dragon drugs? Then Mother must be extremely irresponsible. Coping comedy aside, this does intrigue me, so time for a control test. I take a silver coin, a golden coin, and the teardrop. With them like this, I do notice that the gold coin is a bit bigger than the silver, noticeable but no more than that. Regardless, back to my test. What happens if I sniff each of these, with my eyes closed? Not too deep a breath, just normal breathing, but still close to the precious material. First, the one I somewhat tested before successfully. It is still power and growth, but I sense something else too. At least part of the more, from before, seemed to be energy. It feels revitalizing just breathing in the air close to the coin. That's interesting. Also, I am not lost in it. Maybe because I didn't take a deep breath. Might as well see what happens then. And so I take my first deep breath of this life. Honestly, I am surprised how much air I can take in. I feel like I became twice as wide by the time no more air can push its way in. Of course, this deep breath seems to have done more than expand my ribcage. I do not smell just growth and power. There's more. I realized then that in my rashness, I forgot to think about the fact that I am sitting next to a small hill of mixed riches. It smells like I fell face first into the spice rack, broke everything, and then took a deep breath. I cough and squeak, then shake my head, but I feel my body heat up. Of course, from all the coughing. I emptied out my lungs and went back to breathing normally while trying to calm myself up, but my body feels better than before, paradoxically. I follow the feeling of warmth, and it literally just feels like I drank a whole bowl of soup. I can feel it spread, radiate, from my chest to the rest of my torso, to my limbs and head. I am pleasantly surprised then when I try again to lift myself up on my feet and actually manage to get off the ground. It only lasts a few seconds before my body collapses and I start breathing a bit harder, but that doesn't matter. I was stronger. For a moment my body was stronger. The warmth is replaced by normalcy. No, by actual cold, and I can't help but breathe a bit deeper than before. Not a lungful, just a bit more. There was something happening and I needed to understand it, since it seemed my current body worked entirely differently from my previous one. A deep breath was enough to make me feel every smell I can think of, to the point where I had no hallucinations since they were all overlapping chaotically, but either one of the scents or the act of just breathing was enough to make me temporarily stronger. Hypothesis 1. Oxygen. I use a lot of it. There is the possibility that my muscles just consume so much energy to move my body that what I get normally isn't enough. That is a dumb idea, however, since if I was to get less than I should, my body would just naturally breathe harder. I've been high up in the mountains in my past life, where the air was thin, and my body was naturally breathing faster to compensate. Hypothesis 2. Smelling salts. Just like there's those salts that smell so bad they can wake somebody up from a concussion, maybe one of these smells gave my body a kick that forced it to use 100% of power, but the effect faded quickly and that coolness was a sort of backlash to the body, or a regulatory effect. Hypothesis 3. Magic. Dragon. Fantasy world. Magic. Holy Trinity and all that. Dragons are supposed to be magical in a way or another. So say there's mana floating about, in the air, and I just got a lungful of mana and used that to empower my body? Hypothesis 4. It was literally just adrenaline from my body thinking I was attacked after smelling a lot of everything all at once, and I am overthinking it. Got no clue, but it's fun to put feelings into thoughts. And now that I managed to calm myself down, it is time to, it happened again. I am back in the library, completely randomly and unprompted. One moment I am contemplating rocks and metals, the other I am out like a burnt matchstick. My siblings were still sleeping. I did not hear any sounds to imply otherwise. Maybe I am being dumb by being active and I should be resting like them. Maybe I am running through energy I don't have and that's why I don't even get a slight warning. Well, whatever might be the reason, I decide that I am not going to get anything out of my own mind to explain dragon biology. So instead I focus on passing the time faster, which actually works, somehow, as I open my eyes. Once again I am in the nest, and once again I am in a cuddle pile. I just shake my body and try to drag myself away, when I hear stomping. I freeze and look towards what I recognize as the entrance of the room. The sole entrance now that I think about it. I look at it and get a feeling of anticipation as something massive approaches. I realize then that I am feeling something other than anticipation. Hunger. And probably feeling the same thing. My siblings all stir awake, raising their heads and starting to make sounds? Yeah, they sound somewhat similar to my squeak from before, but I can't exactly focus on that. My focus is entirely spent on the entrance, massive as it is. I see the shadow way before I see a body. The earth is now actually quaking, a few pockets of dust from the ceiling coming loose and falling down slowly. There she is. Yes, she. There is Mother, before me. That's a lot of eyes. Chapter 5. Big Scary Mama. That is a lot of eyes. An absurd amount of them if I can say so myself. That is also an absurd size for any creature to have, even a goddamn dragon. If I was a clownfish, she is a whole blue whale. Seriously, she could eat the entire nest as well as all the gemstones and coins, and I doubt it'd even fill her mouth. I take a deep breath, but I am not assaulted by spices. Instead, there's something completely different. I realize then that this must be her scent. Yes, her. My mother. She is a lake with reeds and lilies and willows and algae. She is a slow river filled with life that decided to get up and walk off. She is beauty and peace, a quiet that makes you just want to sit down and exist. I cannot be afraid of her, for she is nothing but the kindness that nature gives to those that take the time to appreciate it. She is a life giver. She made me and my siblings after all, so why would I be afraid of her? Maybe it's the 6 front-facing eyes that are absolutely focused on me. That might be it. Now that I am no longer assaulted by hallucinations, I can see her, and maybe as an after effect of whatever that was, I am not terrified anymore. Rather, I think she is an absolute beauty, even if she looks more like an eldritch creature than a dragon. Don't get me wrong, the basics are there. She has scales, a long neck, wings, tail. But no, she is much more than a big lizard with wings slapped on her back. Let's start with the head. 10 eyes. Why so many? I don't know, but she has 10 whole eyes, of which 6 are front-facing and the other 4 are spread between her sides. The front ones are arranged in a sort of sideways hourglass shape, with the inner 2 being much larger than the other ones, turquoise and having round pupils, while the other 4 are either deep blue or verdant green, with the upper 2 having plus-shaped pupils while the lower 2 having them in an X shape. Her 4 lateral eyes are similarly split between green and blue, with the pupil being similar to a goat's. Just a big rectangle. They are also arranged strangely, with 2 slapped just on the side, while the other pair is actually much lower and seems to be actively angled towards the ground. She also has horns, at least 20 of them, all reaching upwards and seeming to make a sort of crown. They're not big, comparatively, but they look carved, complex patterns and ridges being visible around. They're also a pure white, cleaner than any ivory I've ever seen. She has 4 wings, all of them folded neatly and pressed against her body, and her legs are just something else, since she has 6 of them. They're thick, with only the 2 up front seeming to be a bit slimmer and actually having long fingers, the back 4 looking a lot like elephant legs. Now that by itself shouldn't make me think she is more horror than dragon, even if the eyes are weird, but her neck and tail, are making it pretty hard not to think of her as such. I am a bit confused on the tail situation because it looks like she has a lot of them. Maybe it's just a weird big one. Whatever the case, it looks like someone took a lizard and made it cosplay as a peacock. Not only does she have the same green and blues of a peacock, but also has a lot of small feathers with the same pattern of multiple, hypnotic eyes. As she steps towards us, I see her tails move, now confirming that they are in fact just many of them wrapped to look like one. They are extremely dexterous, have a sort of spike coming out the end, and there's even a thin membrane seemingly linking all of them to one another, though that might also be part of the illusion her feathers make. Then there's the part that solidifies her eldritch aspect. Her neck has tendrils, not just 1 or 2, mind you, but I swear it looks like she is a willow with how many she has and how they sway as she moves her head. They do not look like decorations or plants. They literally look like scaly tendrils with small spikes at the end of them. The fact that she carries what looks like half a deer certainly points to them being used as limbs. Scratch that. What really earns her the title of Eldritch Horror is her mouth. Why does she have 5 rows of teeth? Who, in the history of everything, has ever needed that many? And don't think that this is a shark situation with the rows being in the back of her head, waiting to replace the forward ones as she loses them. She literally has 5 rows of huge sharp teeth, all of them placed at the front, with barely any space between. Some are serrated, some look just sharp, some look like oversized canines, and all of them are ready to work as she bites. She makes sounds. They don't seem threatening, but they are sounds I cannot comprehend, and that would probably paralyze someone with fear. Her eyes then shift from me over to my other siblings. They all are awake and squeaking fearlessly, their eyes more focused on the carcass than on the huge dragon thing that apparently made us. She does not seem too surprised by that and places the body on the floor, right next to the pile of riches we sleep on. After that, she makes a short sound that seems soothing compared to her other vocalizations, but it doesn't seem to calm my siblings at all as they quite literally slide like penguins down the almost 2-meter tall hill of valuables before starting to rip at the body, clearly enjoying the fresh meat. I don't know what to do. My instincts seem to want me to just focus on the meat as it smells really good and my eyes keep going down to it, but then I remember about the huge mutant dragon and I look back up at her. She tilts her head and I do the same. She tilts it the other way and I follow. She laughs. She actually just laughs. It is a melodious yet powerful sound, and the coins below me rattle as they are hit by the low vibrations. After seemingly having her fun, she looks kindly at me and lowers her head, wrapping a few tendrils around my body. At first I panic, thinking that I may have done something wrong by hesitating, but instead it seems like this was a hug, as her tentacles retreat after giving me a bit of a squeeze. She makes a few more sounds. No, scratch that. She speaks a few words. There's a clear pattern to the sounds, but I do not yet get it, and learning it will take a lot of time since it sounds completely different from anything I heard back on Earth. Still, that should solidify it. She thinks she can be amused. She can embrace her confused child. She has emotions and a mind and is a fully sapient being. Also, that's a pretty positive first interaction. Her scent is intoxicating, but she does have a calming presence, and I actually feel comfortable just looking away from her, now that I know she is not just an animal running on instinct that might turn around and crush me by mistake. So I climb down, a bit more gracefully than the others, and I try to get in on the fun, but it seems that I won't have the chance to be picky. Less than a minute, and they ate most of the body. There's still some meat and bones, as well as intestines that I can only imagine why they are untouched. Problem. I have to eat raw meat. It looks disgusting. I sniff it and it smells good, even if less than before, but it still looks like a corpse torn apart by wolves, and I don't know how to feel about it. The others seem full as they just curl up close to the body, Mother reaching down to pick them up and place them back up on the nest. At least I now know how she kept placing me back with the others. Alright, here goes nothing. I chomp down on the meat, using my left front foot to keep the bone down, and after a bit of quick chewing I am certain that his is the best meal I've ever had. It is also my first meal in this life, to be fair, but really it tastes way too good for raw, unwashed flesh from a wild deer-like animal. Still I continue eating, and I actually continue enjoying it. It's different from eating back as a human. This time I feel it all. I think my digestion is a bit different because not even a minute after eating I feel my body warm up and energy flood me. It makes me want to eat more, so I do just that. I quite literally devour all that is left, and this is how I find out that my tongue is cat-like, at least in the sense that it has papillae which really help with stripping the bones clean. Even after that I still felt a bit hungry, so I started nibbling the bones, and they crumpled under my teeth, showing their juicy insides. 10 out of 10 meal. Would certainly eat half deer raw meat again. Damn, do I feel full now? I think I went back to ball shape. Looking down at my victim, I only see bone splinters, intestines, and a bit of fur and hooves left behind, and realize I literally ate the entire creature. No wonder I feel full. My eyes move up just fast enough to see the tendrils reaching down for me, and I close my eyes, collapsing into sleep. Things are different this time. The next time I wake up, I do so for only a moment. I am on my back, a sibling's head resting on my expanded stomach, and after that moment of observation I am right back in my library. This happens again. I just wake for a moment, have time to notice that I am in a different position, and then I collapse again. I doubt it's been a day each time I fall asleep, but at the same time I have no point of reference for time, especially with the fact that I am underground, permanently illuminated by those crystals. What happened? Why am I no longer able to stay awake? Well, my siblings did presumably sleep since they were born, only waking up enough to crawl around a bit. I guess this is how I was supposed to act. That's going to be a pretty boring life. It takes me waking up about 5 times before I am able to wake up properly and I see change. Looking around I realize that I grew at an alarming rate, as did all my siblings. Secondly, the only one still with me is the one with a crown forming. The 2 with red scales are actually down below, squealing and play fighting. The one next to me was curled up and sleeping, at least until I raised my head. It seemed to instantly wake up from that and turn to look at me, letting out an adorable squeak as it stared at me with bright blue eyes similar to a cat's. I instinctively sniff her, and that's how somehow realize it's a her. I am taken aback by that somehow working, but then remember that scents are a big part of how animals recognize each other. So maybe humans are just weird for relying solely on appearance. Well, her horn crown has already started to sprout, and I now realize that it will probably look like Mother's. Her colors are also more defined. Really, she is looking to become the spitting image of our mother at some point, and it would probably fit her well. Right, Mother, who somehow has a lot more limbs than either me or my siblings have. I look down at the other 2 as my sister nuzzles my side, and I see Redtail spreading his tiny wings as he does a dive attack into spots. They're both males, I realize, as I focus on their scent. The wings don't seem to carry him at all, but it probably trains his muscle memory for when he does get to fly. Well, seeing as I finally get some time to be awake, I decide to use it and get up. It's easy. My whole body feels lighter, Or maybe my legs are just stronger after growing a bit. Regardless, I take a step forward, shift my weight forward, then move the leg furthest back to follow, and I am walking. I am a tiny predator, so I just have to act like a cat, and I should probably make do. For now, I actually want to try and see myself somehow. Sure, I can analyze my front limbs and tail, both seeming to just be longer and thicker than before, but nothing else being changed, so I instead focus on finding something shiny. There's a lot of metal down here, so there should be yes. My instincts scream, and I instinctively twist my whole body, swinging my tail with all of my weight behind it. I swat Red Tail from the sky, knocking him down on the rocky floor. I feel my body remaining focused, almost in a combat mode for a second, before getting back to reality and rushing over to him. I hope I didn't seriously injure my brother during our first ever interaction. That would suck for years to come. As I reach him, I notice that he is already up, squeaking and taking nips at the air. He's playful. That didn't hurt him. Damn. Okay. Dragon infants are tough. Wait. No. Babies are tough in general. At least that's what I heard about human babies back when I was alive. They're indestructible so long as you don't let them realize they're hurt. Might be what happened now. However, rushing to my brother wasn't useless. Just a bit to the side of him, I see something I didn't notice before, probably because of the limited awake time. It is a sort of ornate shield, but it's not the shield part that's important, but rather the mirror. Because somebody had the bright idea of making a tower shield and slapping a whole mirror on top of it. Well, regardless of bad design choices, it does help that I can see myself in it. I am weird. Lots of horns with little patterns starting to grow. Bright red eyes like a tree frog's when all the others seem to have blues or greens, and my scales are mostly sky blue, with a light gray belly. I am also pretty damn cute. You know what? I can work with this. Chapter 6. Illegal Activities. It takes a while for me to finish observing my body, which lets me notice that I have spikes growing down my spine. That might be useful at some point, or just another redundant defense system. Actually, that was one thing that always confused me about dragons. They're predators, at the apex of the food chain, yet have sharp defenses all over. Herbivores should have spikes and horns. Even in dinosaurs this was mostly true. And seeing Mother's horn crown, I cannot imagine it being very useful on defense, unless she does a giraffe attack with all her horns hitting an enemy's body. Wait, does that mean there's other creatures of dragon size around? Maybe. Regardless, those are big musings, and I am very, very tiny. Speaking of tiny, Red Tail, yeah, I'll just call him that, I suck at names, is looking mighty adorable right now as he wags his tiny claw in my direction, trying to get a swipe in. Our legs are still kind of tiny, once again making us look like a slightly wider Komodo dragon. So he is failing to actually hit me with them. I laugh a bit, then decide to act like a cat and rub my head into him. That seems to calm him down, and he returns the gesture. Once again, cat behavior is the language of tiny predators. Man, do I miss that little fur ball. At least she won't have to wonder why I am so late to bring her food and scratch her belly. I crumple and throw that thought in the dark corner with all the books I would rather have burned, and go back to thinking about my new world. Firstly, Mother looks different from us, but also similar enough. If not for her coloring and her overall shape, I would have thought that she stole us. But no, it seems that despite having twice our wings, an extra pair of legs, tentacles, 8 extra eyes, and God knows how many tails, she is our progenitor. So the question then is, how? Amphibians are a weird kind of creature. They lay eggs inside the water. They do not protect the eggs like reptiles or birds with a shell, but rather keep the fish method. When the egg forms into a baby, if you look at the infant and the mother, they would be absolutely nothing alike. Like in frogs, one looks like a tiny fish, the other is a whole land animal. For extra limbs, no tail, primitive lungs, massive eyes and mouth, a different stance. Are dragons amphibians? No, that's stupid and I know it, especially since I am nowhere near water, and I have yet to drink anything even though I have lived for at least 5 or 6 days by now. Maybe over a week actually. So, dragons are reptilian in appearance, but my blood is clearly warm. So leaning towards mammal? No, Mother has no mammary glands, and clearly no fur, and even furless mammals have some hairs. What am I then? I'm a goddamned bird. Really, the fact that Mother has feathers should have clued me in earlier. But hey, well, actually she only really has tail feathers. Her wings seem the same leathery type we got. So maybe leaning more dinosaur. Heavily modified dinosaur. It could be that we will slowly start growing other parts, but that will be very strange. After all, designing completely new structures, Especially complex ones like eyes is pretty much impossible. Well, there's axolotls, but we don't talk about those adorable abominations. Well, let's keep this in mind for later. I am not exactly looking forward to observing the world in 360 vision, with upwards of 10 different viewpoints. It will probably be pretty disorienting. And I can't even stand here and imagine that, because I feel someone nibbling my tail. Right, they are just dinosaur cats. Of course they're going after the tail. It's Spots again. I suck at names, doing it too, since Red Tail's still rubbing his face into my neck. I did not have siblings in my past life, but this is about what I expect it will be like until we grow up. Let's see. Communication. I nip at the air, and it seems to scare him away from me for a second. Then he tries going right back to it, but is rewarded with a light tap on the snout, to which he answers by falling on his side and clawing at the air with his front legs. He's so precious. Really, it is strange how easy it is to control my tail. It literally feels like a mix between a tongue and an arm, but farther away than either. My wings also feel sort of like long, flat hands as I open them up, like I would spread my fingers, noticing the pitiful wingspan, then fold them right back. I think my mind is translating dragon signals into human ones. Let's hope that doesn't become a problem in the future. Where was I? I swear I wanted to check something out. The rocks and metals. I kind of collapsed last time I tried. So time to try again to figure out if the weird hallucinations are normal. I pull away from my brothers, letting them go back to playing with each other, and turn to find a bit of close to everything. It takes maybe 10 minutes to make sure I got a sample of every different material, and I have to say there's a lot. I am not a jeweler, so I have no idea if the deep blue is sapphire, tanzanite, alexandrite, or some other exotic stone. But I can see that it is a finely made crystal, and all the other ones are similarly beautiful gems. There's a whole rainbow of crystals out here, even ones whose color does not fit on the rainbow, like transparent, white, black, even a brown one. Even the coins aren't all just silver and gold. There's coppers and even something silvery, a bit bigger than the gold, and with very few other similar coins in this pile, which leads me to believe it might be platinum. It's really the only valuable metal I can imagine being used as a higher, rarer currency than the gold. Regardless, I take my small pile of valuables and brush them with my tail into a corner, a bit away from the others. Tails are better limbs than I expected. Really, lizards just don't really use them as well as they could. Arg, my brain's been so short on focus, and I swear I wasn't this bad before. Well, if you think about it, babies are supposed to have no attention span, going from one interesting thing to another in order to learn like the sponges they are. I guess that plus actual ADHD makes thinking kind of hard. One smack to the back of my head later, and I am right back to the experiment. Firstly, the gold, just to make sure again that it does smell like it should. Yep, still power and growth. Then comes the silver, and I smell the cleanliness and freshness as well as power, but much less than the gold. Really, it gives me the feeling of a hammer being compared to a rapier. Both can kill, sure, but one will crush things into paste while the other is precise and clean. I think the smell of purified air has a correlation to the fact that silver can purify water and the like. Maybe I just detect that happening with my new nose. I move on, and the next thing to check is copper. It's copper, mostly. It smells like copper and a little bit of something more, but mostly just metal. A bit of a break is needed since apparently metal-smelling metallic gave me whiplash, but I am right back to checking the next fancy thing, the platinum. It smells like so much more. It's pure in a way. It smells like the beginning of a journey, like a blank sheet of paper, like a freshly opened book, and knowledge and power so much more raw than whatever the gold had. If anyone else can smell this, it's no wonder they used it for the biggest coin. There sadly are no other coins for me to test and see if there is anything else different, but it doesn't matter as I have all the gems still. I check again the blue one, and it is still the ocean, still and powerful. I move on from it to the light blue one, and the air feels cold. No, my lungs feel cold. I exhale, and it feels like I just had a mint, and I can just imagine the freezing mountain peak. Alright, then this bright red one is like snorting cinnamon. I took too deep a breath, and it hurts. I cough and curl my head downwards, slapping it with my front legs as I struggle to get that heat out of my body. That was straight fire going into my lungs, and it did not feel good. Once I calm down and look around to notice Red Tail looking at me from a ways away, I go back to sniffing crystals. I swear there's a joke here. Anyway, from my sample of 3 crystals, I am starting to form an idea, and I am vibrating with excitement. Magic. It might just be that what I am smelling is magic. Red for fire, deep blue for water, bright blue for ice, which is strange as ice is mainly white or transparent, but whatever. It all makes some pretty good sense. I look over at the artificial light from before. A transparent crystal, continuously making light, no cables or anything. I stroll up to the stone it was placed on and try to climb my way up. I am not strong enough or light enough to just climb a sheer stone surface, but this is literally just a rock, not even cut in any fancy way, so I manage to make it after trying for a minute. Once up I see it's not just a transparent crystal, but there is something trapped inside. It looks like... No, I genuinely don't know what to say it looks like. It's a 3D geometrical shape and modern sculpture in one. Reminds me of those optic illusions, but this one is actively moving inside there, and it seems to be the actual glowing bit, not the gem. I sniff the crystal, and it is what I expect. It is the smell of sun-baked stone, the sensation of warmth as you lay down to bask in the sun. Honestly, since I pretty much look like a lizard, I am tempted to just hug the sun crystal and just exist for a bit, but I shake myself awake and step back from it. So, that is either a super high-tech light bulb or straight-up magic. You know, it's just magic. And not only was that crystal magical, it was enchanted to act like a permanent source of light. I can only guess that the transparent crystal actually has enough mana to keep it going for so long. That's a lot of energy if you think about it, but I do not know how much physics play a part in sorcery. So, there's magic, and crystals play a role in this. On one side, I am glad about the fact that I do, at least, know a lot of precious and semi-precious gems and rocks, but on the other I have limited knowledge of what each might be associated with. When I was collecting them, my mind was more about how cool they were, and not what ethereal energy they were supposed to give you. Who knows, maybe the ideas wouldn't have aligned anyways. I go right back to my pile of valuables, and now I cannot help but imagine how lucky I am to be a dragon in this world where precious stuff seems to be related to magic. I'm basically a trust fund kid. Did I stockpile my luck from my past life to this one? That would certainly be rewarding now that I think about it. It's also depressing now that I think about it. Back to magic. So then, what's the black one? I approach the dark crystal, and it takes only a single sniff for me to recoil and back away. It's death. It's corpses and decay. It is entropy and the end of all things, and it looks like a baby claw-sized black crystal. Alright, black magic, literally, left around your kids. Mother, I'm starting to think that I gave you too much credit. Or maybe I didn't give her enough. With magic just being inside precious things, the hoard of valuables with a child nest on top of it makes so much more sense. It might be why it takes us days to get hungry despite being warm-blooded. All the mana in these things is somehow sustaining us and maybe even helping us grow. So then, if all of these have a different type of mana clinging to them, doesn't that mean that spreading them all around in the pile would let us get as much mana as possible without poisoning us one way or another? It's why my nose didn't just burn or freeze last time I took a deep breath. It's a bit of everything, and as such it is nothing at all. Like air. It technically has a lot of poisonous things in it, but in trace amounts so it doesn't exactly affect us too badly. Even the main thing we use, the oxygen, is extremely poisonous in high concentration. So I guess death mana could help us grow in a roundabout way. Guess I better throw it back in the pile then, and better to stop sniffing random crystals before I end up regretting it. As I finish spreading the gems in the pile, I look over at my siblings, who seem to have tired themselves out after playing around too long. My sister, who I might just call Crown or Princess or something. No, scratch that. Princess is a shitty name. Even by my standards, let's stick to Crown. Seems to be the only one awake, as she is looking down at the others, bumping her head into them and even nibbling on Redtail's tail. I look at her and still see nothing that indicates she might be female, but once again my nose tells me that she categorically is. You do you. Nose. You do you. I don't actually know how tired I am. I might have more energy than before, but I don't want to keep collapsing randomly, and I swear my body isn't giving me any signals by itself, so I try and look inwards to check if there's any hidden warning bells. Answer: there's none. At least nothing I could detect by focusing on any part of my body. I can very clearly still feel the world, so why can I not feel tired? Is it just a dragon thing? Am I supposed to just nap most of the time? In stories they are often just lazing around on a pile of gold, so maybe. On the other hand, I do not feel even remotely tired, so I will just do something different, something maybe stupid. I know where the door is and I am about to crawl away from my crib. I am really getting into the baby mindset here. Of course, turning around to jump back down from the nest makes my sister squeak, drawing my attention back. She squeaks again as I pause, and she gets up, coming closer, then boops my nose and goes to curl up next to the others. That was fucking adorable. One melted heart later, however, I am back on my mischief. Why am I escaping the relatively safe nest? Mother seems to not really want to spend much time with us, so I am curious what exactly she is doing, and also, what the rest of our home is like. I'm dying to see what a massive dragon even thinks is good decor. There's also the fact that Mother may have an even bigger gold pile that she's lounging on. So here I am, walking slowly through the oversized tunnel, which has light crystals embedded into the wall and spread around just enough to not let dark spaces to form. It is strangely smooth and oval, with only the floor being filled with deep cuts, likely from Mother's claws. Strange thing is that there's plants spread about. Below every single light crystal there's vegetation growing, clinging to the walls. It doesn't seem to grow too far from it, probably because of the lack of light. But there are plants here. They're really just green vines with leaves and nothing else, not even flowers. They do work as decoration for an otherwise barren tunnel. It takes me exactly 43 minutes and 28 seconds of walking to leave the tunnel leading to our nest. How did I figure out a way of keeping time? Once again, songs. I just played music continuously and added up the length of each song up to where I stopped. Improvised stopwatch, obtained. Now, as for what I find at the end of the tunnel, more tunnel, way more tunnel. But at least this one's a fancy tunnel. And maybe a bit of a proof that Mother's a narcissist if the giant portrait on the ceiling is any sign. Chapter 7. Fun. Dinner. Bedtime. Repeat. I walk into the somehow larger hallway and find myself in awe. This entire place is just gorgeous. A different kind of light crystal must be used here compared to our cave, because this light feels warm. Looking at the nearest magic lamp, I see that it is a compound work. There is the transparent crystal, but it is almost merged with a small red crystal, probably to give it the warmth, and a yellow crystal that I am not sure what it actually represents. My eyes, sadly, cannot see the magic formation that no doubt is directing the spell and shedding the light. Looking at the rest of the hallway, it is obvious why a different kind of light is needed, a more natural one. Plants are absolutely infesting the place. I can't actually tell if it is intentional or not, but it looks like the jungle claimed a building made thousands of years ago. It's mostly greens and crawling vines, but I also see some flowers clumped together on a few specialized vines. And where there's flowers, there's fruits, because I can already see some bright, yellow, roundish things up closer to the ceiling. I can't reach them, sadly, but it is nice to see that underground planting is just something easily achieved in this world. That must help a lot with places that aren't the best in terms of weather. I would also have been curious how all this life can stay alive down here, but it is quite obvious if you look on the floor, right next to the walls. While plants cover it almost completely, I can see and hear a very small trail of water. I go and use my claws and snout to push the plants away, and there it is. Clear water, flowing inside a clearly artificially made bank with small dots of space, made here and there so it flows into the ground. The plants take from the wet earth and straight from the source simultaneously. This does remind me of a natural spring I used to visit when I was young. Best water I've ever had. In this life, I have yet to drink even a drop of water, which may be concerning. But do I really want my first taste to be floor water? Yes I do. My first taste of food was a deer's ass and its bones. I am way past worrying about diseases and hygiene in general. I press my snout in, just enough so I don't start getting water in my nostrils, and then try to suck in water, and fail. Damn it, I hope this wasn't the case. But it seems that a tiny design flaw that many animals had back home appears here too. I don't have lips. Or rather, the lips I do have aren't able to seal properly, meaning I am sucking in mostly air, like a dumbass. So, can't drink water unless I have a bigger source, or if I use the painfully slow and inefficient method that those same animals used. My tongue. Meh, I just wanted a taste anyway. So I get to scooping up water in my mouth, which is hard since my tongue is mostly cylindrical and refuses to flatten. The result is both good and bad. Good because it feels like refreshing mineral water. Bad because there's dirt and sand and a lot of plant root taste in it. Meh, not everything can be as good as meat on an empty stomach. Regardless, I think it's time to address the elephant in the room, or rather, the painting of the elephant-sized dragon on the ceiling. It's Mother, obviously, but like, why? A closer look at the walls show bits and pieces of different artworks, none whole enough for me to understand what exactly was supposed to be shown in them, But Mother's portrait on the ceiling is perfectly safe from the growths. Really, it is actually accentuated by the circle of hanging vines that surround her image. And what an image that is, since the way it glints in the false sunlight makes me think that it is not only a painting, but it might even be a mural made with precious gems and metals for accents, which is exactly the kind of spending I expect from a dragon. Well, I mean, she already spent plenty just for the hallway itself, since not only is it painted, probably by hand, by somebody, but I noticed that it is filled with lines of gold plating. I think it is plating, at least, but that's genuinely gold. My dragon senses tell me it is. And aside from forming patterns on the walls, it seems to be stretched from one side of the hallway to the other. Pure opulence that would disgust me 9 times out of 10, but I can't see the beauty it brings in this case, as it contrasts the green vegetation and fits right in with the theme of nature taking backland from civilization. Well, at least I now know what an adult dragon thinks of as beautiful decor, and I am not against it. Now, if I was a giant, vain dragon, where would I be? I look to either side of the hallway, and there's really no telling. There's a bit of a curve, which means that after a point, it just seems like it ends in a wall. Well, it's not like I have nothing to use to guide myself. There's still the trickle of water. It has a direction, after all. So, up or down? Up. Might as well see where this water comes from, because it might either be the innermost spot, or the actual exit of this place. Time to walk some more. It takes me about 5 minutes to notice something strange. There's movement on one of the vines. It's noticeable because none of the others are even swaying currently, so I look at it, and after a bit I realize what is causing it. It's a bug. A big bug. It's a whole giant African snail-type creature. It's a beetle of some kind, with rough carapace that seems to grow out spikes. It is eating one of the fruits I noticed before, just chomping through without a care, and it does not seem to even notice me. One thing to note is that while I am very fascinated by insects, I do also have a massive phobia of them when they get too close. So I back my butt into a dense bit of foliage on the opposite wall and sit still like a rock, observing the creature. It doesn't seem to have any special defenses aside from those back spikes, and even those seem half-baked. It actually looks like it has a hard time with its right side, where its biggest spike juts out from. Is this a case like those crabs that have one claw so big that it is useless, but they keep growing those handicaps larger and larger because they are seen as attractive? Either that, or this guy's an unlucky mutant. There it is. It made a mistake. It tried to step a bit above, but instead put one leg on a fruit, and while raising another leg to move up, the fruit fell and so did the bug. I am surprised to see it fall harmlessly on the floor, since it did sound like a nasty hit, but it gets back up and doesn't seem to have even a small crack on its carapace. It doesn't even seem to mind the fall as it just starts munching on the fruit that fell with it. Unlike the bug, the fruit is just a pile of mush that smells appetizing. Now, back to the beetle. I see now that it did have a kind of defense aside from its lopsided carapace, namely, leg spikes. Might give a nasty wound since it is as big as my head. I should fear it, but instead I sit here savoring its insides. It's filled to the brim with half-digested fruit juice, making it very gooey, with only a few more meaty and crunchy parts, and unlike those larger animals, it doesn't seem to have much space to hold and waste. So I get to eat almost its entire body. Why does this taste so good? Why can't I stop? Not only do I feel this ravenous hunger, but I also feel a small wave of strength overcoming me, like my first deep breath. My body is weird. My mind is even more so. I am almost trying to force myself to be disgusted, but while I could feel physical pain because of my emotions, I cannot seem to retch despite my thoughts. I do not know how long I just sit here, in this large space, looking at this carapace, but I do. And suddenly I hear a heavy landing, followed by stomping steps. I tear my eyes from the dead bug and look up ahead. It seems I was right and the water is coming from the entrance. My ears are not as advanced as my sense of smell, but I figure I needed to walk another 10 minutes and I would be there. Something tells me Mother won't take me outside though. A few seconds of wait time later and I see her, moving absurdly fast down the hall. I think for a moment that her legs help, but then remember that 6 legs aren't much better at speed than 4, just at holding more weight. So in fact it is just that a step for her is about a minute walk for me. I squeak and thrill at her, hoping one of those sounds makes sense to her. They literally do not mean anything to me, and see her expression shifting as she watches me from pretty far away. Once she is close enough to notice the tiny shell next to me, she seems to laugh, speak 2 or 3 words in her strange tongue, then she reaches down for me. Once again, she has food, and once again I am picked up with little effort by about 2 tendrils. The walk back to the nest is absurdly fast, either because of just how swift Mother is, or because I am focused on the scent of meat. She brought another carcass, maybe more than last time actually, for us. On one hand, I am famished, despite the bug. On the other, this means another long nap for me. I did somewhat enjoy the sleep. It's just so relaxing and I can let myself catch up on my past life sleep debt, mentally if not physically, but that also means I get less time to adapt to being a dragon. My siblings had already figured out how to run and jump, while I have trouble walking a bit faster, so I need more time than them to adapt my human mind to this body. And so, by the time I finish my musings, I find myself placed on the floor, with my siblings piling together as Mother places down a small horror. It is a full carcass this time, with the only wound being the ripped neck. And I don't mean like something took a bite out of it. I mean something literally ripped the spine and the head is only hanging by some flesh. Now, what is this thing? A heavily mutated wolf is my best guess. It does look like one, somewhat, but it also looks like it took steroids from a guy who lives in the sewers. I dig in, together with my siblings, while trying to focus on its appearance. It has tough skin and very long and curly fur that gets stuck in my teeth and makes it extremely hard to even pierce it. It's almost like a puzzle in the way. I need to use my front claws to reveal an area, and then I have to scrape with my canines until I puncture the skin. I am faster than my siblings, so there's that. At least my problem-solving skills are better than weak old lizard babies. Now, the rest of the creature. It is one whole leg bigger than the others, with massive claws that look more like bone knives. Now that I look at it, that same paw actually has bone spikes jutting out. That cannot be healthy. On the other end of the creature is the tail, which is actually naked and thick, looking more like an oversized possum tail. Finally, we have the weirdest part. It has a single massive eye and a horrifying mouth. Its singular eye is about 5 times the size of what I would have expected for this animal's size, and its pupils seem to be like 2 circles connected by a thin corridor. The mouth was only horrifying because it had like 3 times the teeth count it should have, and they didn't seem to care that they were pushing others away when growing. I am starting to feel that Mother killing it was a mercy. I'll leave the head to one of the others, and just focus on its decently thick chest muscles. Despite my meal being clearly a canine, I still enjoy it. It's just tasty, which means it's good food for this body of mine. Or at least, most of it is good. I do come across a few weird parts as I dig through its torso. First, tumors. At least a couple. So yeah, cancer is a thing here, and this guy had it bad. There's a whole clump of clearly malformed flesh, bone, and even what looks like half a tooth, and it is pushing against its left lung. Must have caused quite a bit of pain. Second, a thing that at first I thought was also a tumor but instead realized is so much more. A sort of special kind of organ that it should not have. It grew next to the heart, apparently drowning itself in blood flow since I see a whole new aorta growing to connect only to it and back. At first I don't know what function it might have had, since it looked like a smooth sack of flesh, but after taking a bite out of it, it becomes clear. It's making gemstones. I spit out the tiny rocks and look at them a bit. They're very cloudy, rough, and tiny. Their main colors being dark red and an off-white. I sniff them and I am confused a bit at first, since it just smells like the body I've been eating, but then realize that that was intentional. It's blood, flesh, and bone, and a mutant wolf was creating them inside of itself. So I guess that explains how people might get material for their magic, if animals can just grow them casually. Sure, these are not even ring-worthy gems, but gather enough of them and you might be able to do some kind of enchantment or gather a decent amount of mana. At least this made it obvious for me that I would not survive out there as I am. I can barely even walk, yet there's mutants roaming the world. Dragon or not, I am just a baby and for now I am safe here. Even if I wish I could see more, I will just have to wait for when I am considered old enough. I am done, it seems. I ended up eating the organ despite the tiny rocks it had inside. It tasted the best out of any other part of the wolf, and seemed to be just what I needed to feel full. My siblings are still tearing at the carcass, but I let myself fall asleep, face buried into the corpse. Not my best sleeping spot, but it's sufficient. And so I am back, sitting in my library of memories. One book falls from the shelf it was placed on and I pick it up, and it takes me to a better time. I was alone, bored, so I went on a walk through the forest. It wasn't like the purposeful garden in the hallway, and it certainly was not that green, but it had its beauty, despite seeming like a bleak place to most. I remember following the dried-out river, out into a clearing and finding the top half of a cow's skull, perfectly cleaned, just sitting there. I remember curiously examining it, as the sun beamed down as it does in summer. Oh well, enough musings, time to go through my cycle of waking up for seconds at a time, and then sleeping again. I can't wait to start growing enough for Mother to start taking us out. It's been maybe weeks since I've last seen the sun, and I bet the nature outside is much more exciting than what I am used to. Chapter 8. Capro teaches babies about arson. I genuinely do not know how much time has passed. I kind of fell into a rhythm, and it's hard to fall out of it. After my last meal, my life has really just been made up of sleeping days in a row, waking up and getting tackled or cuddled by my clutch mates, listening to songs while stretching my body, and after being awake for less than an hour, Mother would come in with new food. It started normal with a bit more wolves, none as strange as the first, a few giant rabbits, and maybe another half a deer, but then things started getting weirder. The mutants became more frequent. First, another wolf that instead of having a large body and bones all over, had become even more slim, with very thin fur and an elongated body. Then came in a boar that looked like a battering ram, or some kind of living tank, because of the spiked bone armor growing on its face and its sheer size. The worst creature, though? A deer. It looked perfectly normal, until I got to its face. It had more teeth than me. It also had bloodshot eyes, and seemed to ooze the scent of blood despite not having any open wounds. Its core showed that, yeah, it was making a lot of blood mana gems, and its stomach, which was turned from the four-chambered one a grazing animal should have, to a single-chamber, massive thing, was filled with half-digested parts of so many creatures that it made me shiver. Still ate the nightmare fuel deer, but the point stands, thing was scary. Right, mana gems, I decided that, since I cannot properly identify each crystal, and the fact that, for example, two red crystals that look almost identically draw in completely different mana types, I decided to just call all of them mana gems and be done with it. We'll be more explicative like that anyways. Same thing with cores. Whatever that organ actually is, I do not know, but I know that it makes crystals inside living things, and that those crystals draw in and hold mana. All of the animals had them, actually, but the more mutated ones had way more and bigger crystals, and even the organ itself was bigger, irrelevant of the size of the specimen. And speaking of these things, I've been binge eating them recently. I may be a bit rude for doing it, but I made sure to dig into the chest of each animal Mother brought us and eat the core. Again, it tastes the best and gives me a surge of power, meaning that it likely helps me more than just the meat. I think it might even help grow my own core, since I am pretty sure there's one in my chest too. Where was I? I was awake, right? I have been pretty absent-minded even when awake, but today I feel like I actually opened my eyes for once. I also feel like the nap after this last meal was my longest yet. Looking down at my front legs, I see that they are much bigger than I remember. Absurdly big, actually. One look around and I am sure we hit a growth spurt. I mean, I am sitting in the nest together with Crown, who is still asleep, and we only barely fit. I look down and see that only Spots is awake, with Red Tail napping, on his back, at the base of the pile. He might have fallen there and never bothered getting back up. Well, time to see what changed aside from my size. I stretch, noticing that my legs are actually very flexible now. I am finally able to actually reach behind my head. I even do that and tap against my horns. Those grew fast. At this point they're still small, just like thicker spikes, but I've only been alive for a month or two, unless I lost track of time horribly, so I will soon need to be aware of them. Rather than continue this blind, I hop down, which is actually pretty easy now, and go over to the tower shield. I am a bit taken aback. I realized that I had changed fast, but this was a bit absurd. I mean, sure, more defined scales and bigger size, I understand that, but I am already starting to look different from my siblings. And while being a bit different makes sense, I literally am built different right now. My siblings' growth seems to be explained pretty easily. Bigger, shinier. They literally just became like twice as big as before, from all points of view, then got a bit of a paint job. Sure, like with RT, who got red scales all the way to his hind legs now, their coloration changed a bit more than just being more defined, but it's still all superficial. There's still Komodo crocs with undersized wings slapped on their back. As for me, my shape changed. My legs are much longer by comparison, and instead of being angled slightly sideways and being more round, they are positioned like more of a dog's or cat's and look slightly slimmer and certainly toned. I crouch down and jump in place. Seeing that I am still stronger than before, I don't think the trade-off was that big. if I even ended up trading anything for this agility. My face is one thing that didn't change too much. I mean, aside from all the new spines growing on top of my head, and the fact that my eyes look a lot more vibrant than before with oranges and yellows detailing my otherwise red irises, I do not see a big difference. It's just bigger and better, and sometimes that's enough. No, there it is. There is the thing that changed. I have lips. Why though? I mean, they're not exactly lips, if I'm honest. It's just that my upper side has a slightly longer muscle all around that can seal my mouth close, instead of keeping it basically open. That is a weird thing to just get for being a bit older. Other changes include my much more vibrant and bigger blue scales, my wings growing out a bit, and even starting to develop spikes on the bony parts. But my tail takes the cake. It's split at the midway point now, and while the base is like my siblings, the two ends are much slimmer. What my tail now has going for it, compared to my siblings, is dexterity. My two tail ends are just so mobile that they behave more like mom's tentacles, which makes me think that the balance purpose is just a nice secondary compared to having an extra arm. Just to test, I use my red tail to pick up a rock, and it's pretty effortless. The muscle groups that go into making this possible must be crazy. Now, time to think. While my siblings grew like normal, just getting bigger, I went from a crocodile to a galloping crocodile. No, it's not just that. I went up to Crown, sleeping cutie that she is, and checked her mouth. No lips, but I got them. The only reason for it that I can imagine is my experience of drinking water. It was hard because of my lack of lips and my strange tongue, so I adapted to that. I've used my tail to pick up and move things, so it's more of a hand than a tail for me now. Yeah, I think my thoughts and behaviors related to my body are what caused this. And while I had these complex thoughts, my siblings were probably thinking stuff like, "Bye-eek," while looking at mother, thus growing fast but keeping the same shape. It might also be because I've had a diet of course for a while now. Those things felt like half the meal despite being just a tiny bit of the carcass. Oh well, enough musing about appearance. Time to see what this thing can do. Since my body is more capable now, I mimic what I remember lots of predators doing. For example, I crouch low, stalking forward while keeping a steady body. This could make me pretty sneaky if I wasn't a shiny blue lizard in an open cave. But hey, might be useful if I ever reach the outside. I even test out my jumping, climbing, and running skills. RT, waking up and seeing me be so active, seemed to have decided to try and follow my lead. He, failed. Badly. He managed to run very well, using a sway of his torso to speed himself up, like a lizard would. But that simply wasn't enough to keep up with me. Fast little guy, but not fast enough. There's another great thing about my much stronger legs. They're not paws. Why is that so great? Because, in truth, I have functional fingers, including one that is opposed to the others. And since I am still a tiny juvenile compared to my species, and unlike my siblings I have much slimmer limbs, a fact that extends to my fingers, I am now able to pick stuff up. I got hands. Ain't that something? I reach down, pick up a coin, and then throw it forward. Yeah, I expected that being goddamned pathetic. I think I managed to throw it like 20 centimeters, if that. But I am a dragon, not a human. Throwing stuff probably isn't my way to success. Or, I pick up a coin with my tail again, and this time try using it to throw. I move my hip, my tail swings like a whip, and when I let go of the coin, it flies pretty fast, but 90 degrees into the heavens. Binocular vision is cool and all, but I don't have the rough throwing sense humans have, so it seems I'll need to really work for any accuracy. A bit of a bother, but hey, I basically have a primitive slingshot built in, so that's cool. And since I have two ends to my tail, I can bunch up a few stones, and with a twist of my hip, I get the rock-throwing equivalent of a shotgun. I turn my head, and of course, two adorable idiots are staring at me with sparkly eyes. Scratch that, make it 3. Crown woke up and was watching me throw stuff. Of course, immediately, Spots and RT try to do it too, but fail to even pick up a coin or rock. As I said, their tails are just tails so far, somewhat fat and stiff. I never expected them to be able and do anything like this in the first place. Still, it's cute to see them try. They're absolutely adorable, and I wish I could give them proper scratches. That attitude might be bad in the long run. I can't think of them as my siblings, not really, but thinking of them as pets is bad. They'll, at some point, become sapient critters that I can actually converse with, so I should not let myself think of them as cute animals, even if that's technically what they are. Oh well, I decide to play with them a bit, since it seemed Spots was starting to get annoyed at failing to pick up the coin. I instead teach them to sweep their tail to toss the coins and rocks around. It's fun, and since our bodies are much tougher than they have any right to be, we keep playing until we start getting sore. After taking a bit of a break, burying my face in some gold to recover, I hear something strange. It's hard to describe, but it sounds like it's coming from RT. Like he suddenly has a cold and an inflamed throat, and he's trying to sing opera. So I go over, as do Spots and Crown, and before we can approach, he exhales once more, but instead of a dying sound, he lets out smoke and sparks that jump on the stone floor before vanishing. It's beautiful, seeing that light show so suddenly. My other siblings agree since they yip and jump around happily. So, my sibling just learned fire breath. Well, spark breath, since he's a baby. Still, that's goddamn dangerous. Imagine if we were in a woo, never mind. That's why we're in a cave, and not out in the forest. It's probably why Mother didn't let the plants grow here, just to be sure that we don't start a fire. Redtail seems very proud of himself, puffing up his chest, but I am more focused on the thing he's almost sitting on. It's a red mana gem, probably a fire one. After Crown and Spots show no signs of calming down, RT cranes his head, takes in a deep breath from near the crystal, then opens his mouth and almost throws the sparks with his whole body. Back when I was sniffing crystals that didn't happen. Weird. I try to reach for the gem, and to my surprise, RT puffs up his chest, opens his wings and stretches them to be visible, then lets out an actual roar, even if a high-pitched one, which makes my body lock down. Mine, says no, imposes the infant dragon. He has made his claim. That one gem is now his hoard, and he will fight me if I try to take it. Whenever he tried to attack me from behind, or challenge me, or really any play fighting he tried to have us do, he always lost. Despite that, he is affirming that he will fight me if I try to take the thing. It's weird how effective that roar was. It made my whole body seize. My mind was split between roaring right back or turning tail and scampering away. My siblings seemed to have done the latter as they were peeking from behind a big rock. I, on the other hand, was still frozen. What do? I don't want to fight him, not for real, but it feels wrong to run from him. I feel my throat rumbling, my new lips raising to show fangs, but my heart's not in it. Then, a thought comes, no, a memory from my past life. A memory of me thinking that very few things are ever split into only two sides, only two options. And this certainly isn't it, despite how it feels. I don't need to run or fight him. My instincts be damned. I can just huff. So I do that. I puff out some air from my nostrils, then just sit, calmly. I keep looking at him until he cranes his head lower, at which point I walk away. I know that I can win, and I could maybe do that to make sure he understands it, but I don't need to. I can just let him enjoy his thing and understand that I never planned on stealing his little hoard. Hope he gets the right message, though. Still, since testing it with his crystals a bust, I search through the pile and find a few red crystals, making sure they're all fire, then get to work. So, my sibling just spewed sparks. How do I imitate that? I try to breathe in the fire mana, then exhale it out, and predictably nothing happened. If it did, just putting a few of these together would start a bonfire. So then RT did something else. What? Just for the hell of it, I imagine the sparks as I breathe out again and nothing happened. I breathe in the fire mana once more, but this time I keep it in and just sit on the feeling of warmth in my chest. I can feel the mana in my lungs, with a bit of it spreading through my body, radiating through my blood. I take another breath, following the feeling even closer. The warmth expanded from one side of my lungs to the other, and more of it spread to my blood, but none of it is drawn to a particular part of me. I go back to breathing normally and ponder some more. Alright, logic isn't helping. So then what could? I shove my face into the crystals and sit there, breathing in and out continuously, feeling the warmth spreading through me. Then I imagine fire. I've seen plenty of it in my life, and I've seen many iterations of a dragon's fire breath, or a flamethrower of some kind. I try to apply that to me, imagining myself breathing out fire without care. I am a dragon. It is what I should be able to do. It's in my blood. It's in my body. But that is not enough still. I try to think about fire, what it is, how it works, about what it could consume to burn. I think about myself, what I am, and what could turn the mere air that I breathe out into fearsome flames. Then, all of a sudden, it clicks. All that thinking, All that imagination and information made the feeling of warmth focus on the base of my throat, and something there is vibrating. I once again take a deep breath, the image of fire flowing forth almost printed into my mind. I feel my eyes closing without closing. I have a third eyelid I didn't know about, and it protects me as I spew out actual fire in front of me. It is not the stream that I wanted, it simply can't be, but it is a small wall of expanding flames, like somebody set off a small explosive, and I created that from basically nothing. I turn my head, and sure enough, Spots, Crown, and even RT, who was carrying his gem in his mouth, came by and looked at me as I spewed fire. Then I see RT do his thing again. But this time, instead of making sparks, he makes a small puff of fire. Then Spots comes forward, reaches for a gem, and when I just look at him, he takes it and starts breathing in the fire mana, before letting out another, smaller, fireball. Even Crown manages to do this, hers being the smallest yet, but still very much aflame. They're all so excited they start painting the brown floor black, and I can only feel fear. I think I just turned my siblings into arsonists. Chapter 9. Touching grass has never been so violent. So, turns out, I'm not locked into using flames. My siblings are, mostly because of their ignorant little brains, but I am not. It seems that I can technically breathe out just about any element if I saturate my lungs with the correct mana and I use the right combination of imagination and information. Which, I have to say, is a bit of a design flaw of our nest. I mean, my lungs are filled with a lot of mana, because of the pile, but if I try to make a jet of fire, I can barely manage the equivalent of spraying perfume into a candle. Cool, sure, but ultimately a party trick compared to what I can do with some specific mana saturation. Back in my first attempt, I was barely able to make a fireball that existed for half a second, but now, I have figured out how to do a constant stream, and it's not just more fire. I gathered more red gems for this, but also 2 different shades of green. The red makes fire mana, obviously. The deeper green makes nature or wood or forest mana. One of them I am not exactly sure, and the very light green bordering on turquoise seems to be air. If I use a majority of fire mana with a bit of air, I can focus on drawing in higher concentrations of hydrogen and oxygen, as well as focusing the flame to be more of a forward cone than a directionless ball. The air mana, coupled with a bit of imagination, also lets me continuously push the air that I am breathing in, which, funnily enough, I can do despite exhaling, into the cone of fire, thus fueling an organic flamethrower for longer. A bit complicated in theory when put together, but it really only took me 5 tries, after figuring out the whole thing, to engrave the process as muscle memory. Why do I also have nature mana in my pile despite only talking about fire and air? Because I figured out something pretty damn funny. Nature mana, when using the proper imagery, and when combined with fire, turns to fuel. I can set rocks on fire, or at least make it look like I do, by combining some nature mana to fuel the flames even after they set. I even managed to make fire just hang midair for 3 whole seconds before vanishing. Magic is weird but so fun. I should, however, probably note that I am being inefficient with it. Not that I know how to optimize magic at this stage, but still, it is important to be mindful of the fact that I need to rest for about half a minute between breaths, because of how mana-intensive a breath attack this complex is, and how slowly my reserves replenish. I hope Mother will teach us how to really use this power. I was talking about different elements before, right? Because yeah, I tried different gems and the results are mixed, as such only technically able to use anything, but not as bad as I expected. I tried almost every gem, because I am not dumb enough to try and fill my lungs with death or poison. I may have died once already, but it doesn't mean I'm rushing to my next trip into the void. And the less physical something was, the easier I could use it in a breath attack. For example, water sucked. I tried it, and the result was a fastball made of all the spit in my mouth. Ice, on the other hand, was much better, since rather than shooting out chunks of ice, I just breathed out very cold air. My working theory so far is that mana is aspect energy that reacts to a will, or maybe to an organ in me that I can control. Either works for my purposes, really. I use fire to push energy into particles, making them ignite, or ice to draw away energy from particles, making them cool down everything around. I also found and used lighting, and while I wasn't able to give it a direction, I was basically able to do an electric ray move and make electricity arc between my teeth. It felt tingly, and not particularly useful since my bite is strong, but I figure I'll be able to use my knowledge of electricity and electromagnetism to get some interesting results later on. Another kind of breath that worked well was air. which when used by itself either made me blow out gales of wind like the big bad wolf, or it made me shout really, really loudly. So, yes, more energy at work. Water, earth, metal, and nature, by themselves? Nothing. Or rather, the effect was that it got me tired. Water was using my spit, which I guess was close enough, but the others would just try to get something from me. Fail, then it would all make me exhausted since all my mana of that type was burned with nothing to show for it. My best result was actually spitting out a grain of sand. My worst was bone breath, which had a very annoying result of giving me a toothache for half an hour after rattling them. I did not try blood or meat because I was frankly terrified after this result. So yeah, sticking to the classic, energy-based elements for now. Speaking of elements, there is one thing that I found interesting about mana. It seems to not exactly affect the world until it interacts with me, or anything meaty or enchanted, I guess. Take ice and fire mana, for example, since both of them cause me to feel the temperature of my body change, and the result of breathing out the mana while focusing on making it a breath attack is air that is either so hot it ignites, or air so cold it instantly becomes a visible mist, but the gems and the air around them have completely normal temperatures. I'd like to say that mana is somewhat inert, and something about me, probably an organ like the core, refines it into something usable. After all, when I just breathe out air that I know is filled with mana, it doesn't have any particular effect. After noting down in my mind my progress, I turn to look towards the entrance of the cave. Mother is coming, which is pretty late since we've been awake for a lot of time now. At least half a day, really. I wonder if she's here with food again. I don't really want to go back to sleep now that I can do actual magic. And there we go. Mother is back. My siblings are even more hyperactive than before, jumping up and down, snapping at the air, and doing a wide range of calls towards her. They even show off their small puffs of flame, and Mother looks surprised, before squealing and going in to give them a big hug. She's surprisingly gentle and human-like when I see her like that. I tilt my head as she turns to look at me, saying something I cannot understand, then laughing. I think for a moment, after which I realize that she's probably urging me to try it too. Might as well. I curl up over my little pile of gems, take in a few breaths, feel my body drawing in the nature, the fire and the wind. Then I start breathing it all out in front of me, making a semicircular wall of flames. They burn a bit longer, then die out, and all that's left is scorch marks on the floor. Mother's eyes seem to sparkle and she reaches over, picking me up. I feel her swaying her head, though I have problems with seeing anything since I am in a mass of green tendrils. My siblings are at least making happy vocalizations, so I guess they're enjoying it. Thankfully, the swaying stops a minute later, and we are on the move. Didn't expect that. It seems she is taking us somewhere else. Maybe we're big enough to finally start learning from her? Once again, fast growth. It both worries and excites me that we can advance so fast. I listen to a few songs to pass the time, and suddenly we stop. Mother places us down and I am taken aback. It's beautiful. It feels amazing. The grass is so fresh and soft, and it's so tall I could probably hide in it. I feel the sun beam down on my scales, that natural heat feeling just so perfect. I look around, marveling at the diverse flowers and overgrown plants all around us, though I see a strangely normal forest just a bit further away. Really, on closer observation, it's only around the cave entrance, which is hidden somewhat by hanging vines, that nature seems so wild. Anywhere else it seems to be just like back home, if a bit more young and fresh. Interesting. Now the other thing that draws my attention is not on the ground, but up above. I wanted to look at the sun to see what time of day it is, and I find a very odd image. There's two. There's a slightly smaller yellow sun, and a bigger red one. Binary system. Huh. And looking just a bit to the side, I see a terrifyingly large moon. I say terrifying because it looks to be twice, or maybe even 3 times the size of the moon back home. Now whether it is just bigger, closer, or a combination of the two, I wouldn't be able to tell, but it's still concerning how big it is and just what effect it could have on the oceans. I feel a nip on my back right leg. I turn and see Crown nibbling it. Now that I see it, my siblings have been ignoring the beauty and are just playing. Or maybe they're enjoying the beauty in their own way. Regardless, it seems Mother sat down and is just watching us while smiling. Yeah, very human-like. Or maybe I am just humanizing her. Regardless, I guess stretching my legs on a bigger field wouldn't hurt. So I shake off my sister and start running. I wasn't exactly an athlete back home, but I always enjoyed a good walk or run on grass. It just feels nice, And with my new body, I can run even better than before, and without having to be careful about stones and broken glass. It feels so nice, I end up just sliding on the grass after a while, plopping down and stretching my body. My wings are splayed out and I catch as much sunlight as I can, enjoying the warmth greatly. Strangely enough, I can feel energy filling up my body. Maybe, here, even the sun is magical. Maybe it's not just the gemstones and precious metal that gather it, but rather anything can. Whatever might be the truth about magic, I enjoy the sun, just like Mother is. I think a few hours pass until my siblings are finally tired and Mother gets up to take all of us again. I expect her to put us back in the cave, but instead I feel my stomach dropping and I hear howling. We're flying. Mother grabbed us and took off. That was much more sudden than I expected. No running start needed. I try to shake my head free and look out of her mass of tendrils, but by the time I manage, I see we are descending towards a lake. I don't have time to even look around for our location as we splash down, with me and my siblings being placed down on the shore. The others seem to have gotten their sense of balance a bit confused, but I am fine, probably since I understand what happened. I look at our mother and she's just relaxing in the pond, only her head and wings being above the water. Even those are spread on the surface, getting soaked. I take in a deep breath and, just as I thought, feel an absurd mana concentration all around. More than our cave. I look down towards the bottom of the lake and I see it sparkling. The water is clear. It's more of an accumulation lake than anything. There's a river passing through, so it keeps moving away. It isn't allowed to properly stagnate and form algae. Still, looking at all the shinies below, I have to admit, Mother is absurdly rich. I was wondering why she leaves the cave so often, but it seems her hoard was actually here, and if there's anything else in that decorated tunnel, it's probably meant for winter. Wait, is winter even a thing here? I'll find out later. Interesting thing to note, Mother's hoard isn't random. Unlike ours, which is just valuables thrown in a pile, I managed to notice a pattern in hers. I shove my face into the water, pleasantly surprised that my third eyelid is able to protect me from it and that my nose can close so well, then observe the bottom of the lake. So, it is mostly gold. Even though it is pretty deep, I can see the gold clearly spread out to form a sort of disc. Then there's deep blue and green gems that are making their own shapes, which seem to intersect in multiple spots. Wherever they do happen to connect, there's a few very strange stones instead of either of the crystals. They look a lot like jagged amazonite, but a lot more vibrant and with a wavy pattern. I pull my head out to take a few breaths, then start drinking in some water, only to get hit by a wave of power. Right? The water is probably saturated with mana of Mother's liking because of the gems, which is to say, nature and water, as well as something else that I am having problems parsing, whatever the fancy rock's drawing in. Despite not understanding it completely, I feel for the mana, feel for the parts it's trying to fill. I try to gather it, now that I have so much more mana than before, and try out the water breath once more. Result is again just a ball of spit. Sure, more than usual, almost like it forced my salivary glands into overdrive, but not what I wanted. So why is that? Well, I thought it before already. Mana is energy. As such, me trying to just shoot out a beam of water is me telling mana to turn from energy into matter, then to move. I'm giving it 2 energy-intensive commands on the budget of baby lungs. No wonder it fails so spectacularly. What can I do instead? I can gather the water around me. I replenish myself with some more mana-infused water from the lake, then start imagining everything play out. I am lucky I've always been able to visualize things pretty clearly, like geometric shapes, an electric circuit, or a program's dependencies and relationships, so this step isn't that hard. I imagine air and water mana combing through the air, filtering water vapor and moving it closer, then ice mana cooling down the vapor just enough to make actual water. Any excess needed would come from a mix of my saliva that is already there, and the lake next to me. Finally, I need it to move, so that's just more water. I wish I had something like force or motion, but there's no gem with those aspects. At least there's not one that I have seen yet. Mother seems to have 2 eyes focused on me specifically as I open mine. Maybe it's bad to show such complexity, especially since I doubt I'll be able to stay above the curve forever, and I've already gone through the pains of being just a bit too smart to be average, but a bit too dumb to be special in my past life. But at least I now know how to deal with it. I shake my head. Too many intrusive thoughts, too little focus. Time for action. It starts with droplets, and it's slow. Drops of water push themselves up, towards me, and start gathering inside my mouth, as does water vapor which condenses back into actual water. I think it takes about a minute and my mouth is cramping and paradoxically dry, but I finally have enough water gathered. I will it forward in a tight jet, and I manage it. Downside: everything takes forever to gather, consumes absurd quantities of mana, and the final result is just a 2-second water hose jet. I feel robbed. Mother doesn't seem to share my woes, however, as she makes an excited sound and moves her massive head closer to nuzzle my side, which makes me plop down as I lost my balance from my exhaustion. I turn to look at her, a bit confused, and yip to at least try and pretend I understand why she's so excited. In response, I see a scene straight out of a kaiju movie. She shakes her head, tendrils flailing around. Then I feel a wave of mana hitting me. Her neck starts lighting up blue, showing the gaps in what I can only imagine is subdermal plating as magic flows to her body. She opens her mouth and instantly a powerful jet of mist shoots out, absolutely covering the sky. In the slowly descending mist, I see rainbows, so many I can't even count, which makes it all the more beautiful. Of course, she's not done. She turns to the side, opens her mouth, and I see her shoot an actual water beam towards a massive, overgrown tree, obliterating it and everything 50 meters behind it. Is that her way of saying, keep it up, you'll be able to do this one day? Because that's sweet, but also terrifying since she just casually used artillery-level destruction on a dime. I figure she has a lot more where that came from. I can't wait for her to teach me how to do that, but sadly I am currently tired from filling myself up with mana and shooting it out so many times in a row. I give her a happy squeak to show I am impressed, then turn to the water to drink up. I feel myself recovering a bit, but after the third mouthful I feel sick. Have you ever done something stupid like chugging a 2-liter bottle of water in a single breath? Because I did and it felt horrible. That's happening now. Water sickness. I got water sick from a bit of water. That doesn't seem right. It actually starts hurting my stomach, so I pull away from the lake and lay down below the sun, all stretched out like before. I am feeling so bad I don't even manage to keep up with what my siblings might be doing now. I think I'll take a small nap. So, time passed. Not a lot. Since the suns are still up above, maybe a couple hours? Well, that seemed to be enough. The sickness is gone and I feel good again. I know I did not need to drink water for basically a month straight, but still, I did not expect this to be enough to make me feel bloated. Good to keep in mind. Another good thing to keep in mind, now that I am away from our horde, is that I am filling up with very specific mana types. Sure, there's gold down at the bottom of the lake, which technically will draw in any kind of mana if my senses are right, but this whole area only presents a few mana types. I take in a deep breath and feel water, nature, the strange one that makes me feel calm, air and sun, which is a combination of mild fire and light if the lamps in the tunnel are right. So, yeah, should keep in mind that my body is filled with mostly those elements now. Only a bit is left of the multitudes of our nest. Let's see. Something is happening. My siblings are all lined up in front of Mother, who seems to prepare. Ah, that's magic. That's literally magic. I feel the mana around us shift. Not a wave of power, but more like Mother grabbed the air and started moving it, with her crown of horns lighting up green and a shape appearing above it. It's like the one in the light crystal, but radically different and colored green. Still, it does shine, and seems to have an effect on the world around us as Mother speaks a few words that feel charged with power, causing the shape to visually pulse. I hear the wood groan and the earth tremble, and I see a wall being formed from the plants around. All the trees, all the blades of grass, everything grows and twists to completely block off the area around the lake, with only a few things further away from the rim being spared to keep shade and such. Weird thing to do hours after getting here if you wanted to keep your babies from running wild. So why? Then I see it. A cage, similar more to a crate than a bird cage, made of molded living wood, floats down and its door opens. It is angled slightly, and out fall giant rabbits, with furs in many colors and with different mutations being visible. They are alive. They fall and gather together, trembling in fear as Mother's many eyes turn to them. She then literally sends the cage flying off beyond the wall of nature and sinks her head into the water, only her eyes remaining above. I am moving closer. It's like with the bug. While my mind is trying to understand, my body is already seeking prey. I am in the body of a true apex predator, and my conscious mind is failing to take hold of my instincts. It's annoying in a way. Back in my past life, I never ate rabbit. On one hand, because it's absurdly expensive. on the other because the little furballs are too damn cute. But I can't see that cuteness now. They are big and poofy and I would love to hug and smush my face into them. But also, they taste and smell so good. And these ones are more mutated than the ones before. I can smell the manna that tries to cling to them. Like always it is blood, meat, bone. But this is a whole different level even compared to the murder deer. The biggest rabbit thumps its legs. It warns us it will fight. It knows it can't run. Our mother wouldn't let it, so instead it tries to threaten us. It fails. Crown and Red Tail have gone together towards the left, aiming to encircle them, while Spots is posturing to try and scare them into scattering. There's some tall grass for the tinier fellows to hide inside, so they might go for that option. What am I doing? What are my instincts saying? I am moving forward currently, and unlike the others I am just aiming center mass, ready to rush in and take a bite out of anything. That's what my instincts tell me. I am the biggest of my siblings, the most developed in both body and magic, so my blood rushes as the simplest answer presents itself. But is that smart? No. I am a month and some days old at best. What's some genetic instinct gonna know about strategy? So how do I stop, because I am already close enough that the roided-up bunnies can jump at me, and there's a couple of them with wicked horns growing on their heads, meaning they have the chance to just kill me if they get lucky. I finally lock up and forcibly stop myself. I can't turn away from this meal. I am feeling like puking just from the thought, so instead I keep my eyes focused. I do not want to kill them. My grandma had chickens back when she was alive. When I visited and I was 12, she wanted me to kill one of the chickens, saying that's expected of the man of the house. I couldn't. Not because I couldn't exactly kill something, but that was probably part of it, but rather because touching a struggling animal gave me such a repulsive feeling deep in my chest that I just let it go. I wish I could think more about this, but I fail as the standoff continues without me. One of the rabbits in the back of the herd twitches and I see Crown leap at it, only for one of the herbivores to turn around and kick her in the face with enough force to push her back and disorient her. RT jumps in at that and grabs hold of the legs, but gets kicked too, and then one of the horned rabbits headbutts him, causing a small flash of rainbow light to appear as he is pushed away. The stab didn't penetrate, but his scales lost color and looked damaged, and that light seemed like some kind of instinctive magic which I doubt he can use more than once or twice. The same rabbit jumps again, and this time draws blood. As I said, unlikely to use more than once or twice. A second passed. Everything is moving absurdly fast. This is an animal hunt, not a human one. This isn't a few guys with rifles sitting around, killing something hundreds of meters away in a fraction of a second. This is a fight for life, and two of my siblings are hurt, yet Mother doesn't react. She just watches, narrowing her eyes and puffing up some water. I hear my heart. I breathe faster than ever before. I feel my body heating up. I am terrified. I am angry. I want to run. I want to protect my siblings. I want to stop all of this. I want to kill. I lose. Or I win. Regardless, a wild rage is taking over and I roar. Actually roar. Not what my sibling did before, and all my prey freezes. There are only 5 targets. 1 is massive, 2 can impale us, and 2 just have very developed legs and teeth. The big guy jumps at me, not as affected by my roar as the others, but it doesn't matter. It's massive, sure, but it's just as big as my torso. It's massive by comparison to other rabbits. To me, it's just a large hunk of meat. It turns around, legs aim to kick me, but I turn around too and my tail slaps its side, making it roll on the dirt. Spots rushes by, sending a puff of flame towards the leaderless herd and helping the others. Good. I don't need help dealing with this one. The anger fades for a moment. Clarity hits me. Fuck you mean you don't need help with an animal that's the same size as you, and that looks ready to kick you into next Tuesday, you fucky. It gets up fast, and seems ready to attack again. I feel heat flow back into my body, fingers and joints trembling as adrenaline starts taking over, making me grab the nearest rocks with my tail and step towards him. He jumps, squeaking, ready to try and hit me again. So I whip my tail towards him, sending the rocks flying. Most failed, but one hit his head, only to do nothing as the beast bites through it. I don't think I can bite rock. Fuck. It lands next to me and kicks my way, which I block with an arm. Bad decision though, since the kick makes me hear a crack. My bone breaks, I am sure of it, but I managed to put weight on my leg, so I don't think it's snapped in two yet. Maybe just a fracture that I can ignore for a bit. It backs away and looks at me, and at its kin at the same time, almost calculating something. I don't have the luxury to see how my siblings are doing, but I know that a 3 versus 4 isn't good odds, even if one side is dragons and the others are just bunnies. Actually, especially because of that, since it seems this world has murder bunnies. It turns its head towards me and I see it jump to the side, then again and again. It's massive and fast at the same time. It's not fair. I am terrified. I feel sick. My stomach is grumbling something, but I don't have time. I don't have the mana for a proper flame breath, and the rabbit is faster than me, so even my bite is a gamble. Hell, with how big it is, it might kill me with a kick to the chest. Time slows. I feel nothing. No, I don't feel nothing. I just feel detached. I am not in the real world. I am in my library. I am not dying in the next second. I have days worth of time now, just to think. And I think. I do not feel my fear and disgust and anger here, but I do know that I need to live, so I take into account all that I do know from my meat body. I am different. I might have time to think about the fact that I am different from myself, but I worry I will waste all the time dilation on it. So I throw it in the locked box in the dark, locked room. Someday else. Not today. Now, with all my focus on the fight I am in, I realize there is really only one option for me. Or, maybe two, but only one that has any sort of reliability. I could try and do the defense that RT used, somehow. However, that's a trick I just observed and I have no clue how he even activated it. So no use relying on it. My actual option? Dragon Breath. Rundown of my notable mana types. Water, nature, unknown, air, sunlight. Water is useless, even if I somehow had the time for it. It is barely even a deterrent. Nature breath suffers from the same issues. The only effect that it might have is raising the grass level by a centimeter. Something unknown is equivalent with useless, so all that I have left are air and sunlight. I have used air successfully, but the bit of wind I can make won't stop this beast, so I will only be able to use the sound part. It might disorient it. As for sunlight, if it wasn't my first time using it, I might have tried something fancy like shooting out very concentrated photons, but that won't help, not here. I make up my mind and time starts moving. I don't need to gather the mana since it is already in my body. I need to somehow do a very different dual breath, however. Using air and fire to make better flame is one thing, but using air for sound and sunlight for light? This is like trying to write two different words with each hand at the same time, and I'm not ambidextrous. Still, I try, just as the rabbit is dashing towards me. I open my mouth and I imagine searing white light, as well as a loud sound of explosion. My throat strains. The thing at its base is painful as it twists in patterns it shouldn't have. Still I do it. Flashbang breath attack, achieved. And it seems to be successful as the rabbit loses balance and rolls down, twitching painfully on the grass, kicking and pawing at the air and ground. This small giant has a lot of blood and meat mana in it, so as I move closer and bite down on its skull, it crumples like paper and I get a mouthful of brain. No bone mana for tougher bones. It stops moving instantly. A small titan of strength, but lacking the defense to resist even a bite once it was immobilized. Fuck, that was close. My arm fails me. I am panting as I feel about a third of my mana gone with the flashbang. Still, the animal is dead and I would feast on it later to recover. For now, I turn to see that there's only the horned rabbits left alive. But Spot somehow ended up out of commission, bleeding from multiple holes and cuts. RT is still on his legs, but he's also heavily wounded and Crown is doing her best to cover for them as she merely has cracked scales. No actual bleeding wound, but from the limp on her back foot, I think she took a nasty hit like me. Mother still isn't doing anything. She has two eyes fixed on me, dilated to take in information. Must have been the flashbang. It doesn't matter. If she won't do anything, I will have to. I get up, limping, and turn to my siblings. Rabbits have almost 360 vision, so losing my ability to sneak won't matter. One of the rabbits turns to me, only to get its rear bitten by Crown. She does, however, get kicked for her trouble, causing her to collapse, looking dizzy. I am too far still. Why did it turn already? The flashbang must have affected their fight too, I guess. But now it's just RT defending against two horned rabbits. What can I do? Nothing really. I am tired and my two useful elements are gone. No dragon breath, and throwing stuff their way won't help. Fuck. I run. I can't run. Not really, but I do regardless. I am in pain for the first time in this world, and I don't care. I've gone through worse, even if my body isn't used to it. At least a part of my mind is. So I push through, and I see as one of the rabbits twitches an ear my way, only to look at Crown as she struggles to get up. Red Tail is locked with the other, He can't stop it as the horned creature tries to go for the throat. I am about 2 body lengths away. Won't stop it in time, and my life is not in danger, so the only dilation of time that's happening is from being drugged up on adrenaline. What can I do? I am not fast enough. Water. Nature. Natural. Nothing linked to nature, but something natural. There's one last thing I have. Water so far has tried using my spit. Bone tried to use my teeth. I have a lot of water mana in me right now, but I still have a small percentage of everything else that stuck around. Fire. Lightning. Earth. All the way to even something like blood or death. Too little individually to be useful, but what if I just try to base it all on water and throw everything else to support something that isn't quite water? I push. As the animal opens its mouth to bite down on my sister, I shoot forward the only fluid I could imagine being useful right now. Stomach acid. It's a fluid and I have access to, and I infuse it with all the mana my little body can hold as I force water to accept that even that acid is, in part, water, and as such should be under its control. It feels different from my other breath attacks, mostly because my entire throat actually burns as I puke out my guts, but also because of how potent and chaotic it feels. More than fire, this feels alive and powerful, and it sure looks like it has an effect as the fluids splash hard against the rabbit body. It screeches, and what I see is not the result of acid. Its fur singes, its left leg stretches and gets locked that way, its front paws wither quickly. They're not melted by acid, they rot and turn to dust. Its screech dies out, but it continues to struggle. The mana around it feels wrong, but it doesn't matter. Crown manages to crawl away, and there's only one threat left. It's just Redtail and the final horned rabbit. The rabbit is mostly unhurt, but half its fur is short and black, burnt by RT himself probably. They can only bite at the air between themselves and back away, because neither is confident in ending the other. But now I can help, or at least I would be able to if my body didn't deny me. I can't see the edges of my vision anymore. I am out of mana. I am slowly recovering by breathing it in, but it isn't enough. I look at the half-melted puddle that was once the horned rabbit, but I just feel sick from the smell, so instead I turn to one of the smaller bunnies. The least dangerous of the bunch. One is close, and I just barely manage to push it closer with my tail. My leg is messed up. I really can't even crawl now, but I do manage to burrow my face in its chest and bite out its core. It takes a few seconds for the wave of mana to go through my body. Flesh mana. Perfect. I get just enough energy to get up and slowly walk towards the final enemy. It gets desperate. It rushes at RT, scoring a bloody graze but losing a leg in return to his vicious bite. I am close now. Close enough that if it tries to back away it will get caught by me. But it doesn't seem to care. Of the two of us, RT is the more wounded, but I am clearly the most winded, so it turns on a dime and rushes horns first towards me. I stomp on it. It's slower than the big rabbit, after all, and I weigh way more than it. So as I have my foot on its body, laying most of my weight on it, the creature can only scream and struggle, grazing me with its horns a bit. It's pathetic, so I bite the back of its neck, severing its spine. It's done. We're alive. I turn to see our birth giver raise her head, showing a frown. Then her crown lights up and a much grander and more complex rune appears, connected to a few smaller ones. I see the details on her horns light up too, and I realize they are fully engraved in runes, so who knows how complex this magic truly is. It sends mana our ways, and to my surprise I feel fine. No pain, just exhaustion and a lack of mana. My leg is fine again, my scales too, same for my siblings. I take back my words. She's not human-like at all, and she's a horrible mother. Chapter 10. Killer Instinct. The rest of the day was a blur. I was exhausted despite my body telling me that I was mostly fine. Whatever Mother did to us, it fixed our physical exhaustion, but I figure it didn't recover our mana. I didn't just use 100% of the mana saved in my lungs on my desperate breath attack. Instead, I had used 100% of the mana in my entire body, or at least, close enough to it. From the feel of it, I squeezed dry every cell I had just to kill that measly rabbit. Sure, I got a bit of a boost from that core I ate after, but it was barely enough to keep me moving. Mother was going to let us die, probably. I'm guessing it's to weed out the weak early on. Doesn't matter. I need to eat. I turn to the corpse of the largest one and start devouring it. I managed to stop myself from eating its guts and other more disgusting organs, but everything else was gone. Not even a pile of bones was left of it. I was full, but I didn't yet feel satiated, so I went by the lake and laid there, breathing in the mana. That was my last memory of that day. I think I just fell asleep just like I expected before. However, I didn't go on to wake up and fall asleep multiple times in a row. I woke up the next day, back in the nest, seeing things had changed a bit. The nest was expanded, more riches were brought in to accommodate the size of our nest, and everyone else was asleep. I jumped out, observed the newest treasures, of which the only special ones were a very beautiful stone, similar to a jasper, but in various shades of red. Scent testing it only made me get very angry. I let out an involuntary growl and noticed that my siblings shifted in the nest. Going to need to test this out more, but I hear Mother's stomps. So I rush over to as many red crystals as I can find and start breathing in the mana. My siblings woke up, stretched a bit, then squeaked as she came into the room and picked them up. I was a bit reluctant, but I did go up to her. The trip barely took a few minutes and we were back at the lake, with the wall prepared. The wooden cage was there again, so I prepared myself for a fight the second she put us down. She opened the cage, and inside were 2 rabbits. Only one was horned, and the other was just a normal one. I looked over at her, a bit confused, but she just sank into the lake. So, she toned down the difficulty? I observed as my siblings stalked over to them, but the 2 bunnies saw themselves being overwhelmed and ran away. Of course, there's massive walls of wood stopping them from actually escaping, and they don't seem too able to climb. So this is little more than an endurance run around the place. Well, they could theoretically go through the slow river, unless Mother thought about that and made wooden grates, but I doubt they are smart enough to figure that option. The hunt ends swiftly as when they finally finish a lap. I am sitting here, unmoved, and cut off their path with a flame breath and with my body. I kill the horned and tail whip the other into my siblings. I'm still confused. Were we just so bad she decided to make things easier? Well, either way, this was an easy kill and an easy meal. I get my answer not now, but rather the following day. Since we're not sleeping weeks at a time anymore, we can afford to eat less but more often, it seems. So now we're placed face to face with 3 rabbits. All normal ones. Once again, easy hunt and kill. My siblings cannot keep up with them, but I can outrun most bunnies, and a bit of fire is enough to push them in the direction I want. Once again, we have an easy meal that we share. I should be worried about how easy killing has become. My instincts are basically beating me with a bat over the head every time I even insinuate I am not going to kill them, but still, it shouldn't be so easy to just end a life, considering how much trouble I had with this in my previous life. I am changing, and not all of it is for the better. I still enjoy my meat, but I am trying to analyze my behavior better. The following day is all the same. We get a bit of time to wake up, then we get taken out to hunt much easier prey than before. It's annoying that she decided to be more gradual now. Had she done this from the very beginning, we wouldn't have been one hit away from dying. Still, I enjoy our 5th serving of rabbit. They do taste amazingly, but I think they're causing me to change faster. I've been growing after each meal. Small scale, but still growing. Each time I ate a core filled with meat, blood, or bone, I would find my body either stronger or tougher. So I am guessing the respective mana is being used passively to accelerate my body's growth. Bone and meat are probably the best ones for that, since I think my scales, horns, claws, and actual bones are part of that category. It just feels right, so I think it is. Meat or flesh mana, on the other hand, encompasses my muscles, so a balance is needed. At first, I didn't understand why blood mana is separate or what it could be doing to help. After all, growing and improving my bones should help with the blood creation. Turns out the blood mana is actually the one that stirs up the marrow, since when I ate just flesh and bone cores and meat, I ended up getting tired much easier the next day. A balance is needed, or I might end up growing deformed in the end. Another day, another. Deer? It's just a deer. We're goddamned ankle biters, Mother, and I know for a fact a deer can kill us with a stomp. Arg, my siblings aren't even bothered. They're just pushing forward. So I go from the flank, roar to draw its attention, then posture up with my wings open. I'd like to say, with the deer for comparison, that I am the size of a medium to large dog, while my siblings are small to medium. I guess, technically, we could take it down, but it's still troubling. At least this one doesn't have horns, and by the smell of the mana, doesn't seem to be that modified. It seems spooked, both by me and by the others, causing it to jump and sprint every which way. Sadly, it jumps over spots and gets away. My siblings chase, but I know we can't catch the damn thing. So, instead I just settle in the tall grass and wait. My eyes have a bit of a downside, as seeing something right on my nose would be hard, but they do have the upside of making it easy to see taller things while I am low to the ground. It's the favorite eye shape of things like snakes and cats after all, perfect for a small predator. So I act like one, and when the deer comes close to me, but out of my bite range, I let out my breath and cover its right side with lingering fire. It screeches and tries to run off, but the fire affected it too much. The deer runs a bit, then falls and tries to snuff out the flames in vain, then turns to go towards the lake, but the sight of our mother's head stops it frozen. It's too late. It didn't know what to do and ended up stopping just enough for me to catch up and jump on its back. I dig my claws in, ignoring the small flames still burning its hide, and start taking bites out. I would have gone for the neck if I was bigger, but I've seen how a gazelle or wildebeest can stomp on lions while they go for the neck, and I'm not going to test if deer can do that too. In the end, the deer dies of shock. At least I reckon that's what does it. It is terrified, half-burnt, has its back filled with bite marks. It tries to shake me off but simply can't, so it collapses, barely breathing. Either way I chomp its neck, breaking the bone. The meal is hearty, even if the core was pathetic, and it had so many tastes I don't think she even had a specialized element of some sort. Another good meal, and this time we get some playtime too. While my siblings run and play fight in the grass, I go to the water and start taking a dip. Mother looks at me a lot, probably afraid I'll start drowning, but I just stay by the edge of it. I can sort of float, but I don't have the doggy paddle muscle memory required for actual swimming, so I don't tempt fate. This is how things continued. Mother would bring in prey, and we'd hunt. More often than not I had to be the strategist, and since I couldn't tell my siblings' plans, I just had to hope I can adapt to what they do. One thing to note is that after about 7 hunts we would get a couple days of just sitting in. Getting to absorb more of the mixed mana does help in some way, and since I don't feel so sleepy if I don't eat, I get to test out some things in these days. What I am currently trying to do is figure out magic. Actual magic, not just my breath attack, or whatever defense RT used that first time. I haven't seen him use it since, and I don't feel like taking a hit just because, so I leave that thing on the back burner. The magic I am attempting to get the hang of is Mother's runic magic. I couldn't see the tiny runes on her horns, but the runes she conjured for her spells I could observe and memorize. I also have the light rune to look at, but I cannot figure out how to even start conjuring one. Mother gathered a lot of magic, spoke words that held power, and only then was able to make the magic happen, which consisted of bending everything plant and fixing our bodies perfectly. I am not dumb enough to not realize that any one of those acts would require absurd mana amounts, so I am starting small, light rune type of small. I already got light breath, and even though I am still only able to shoot a flash instead of a beam, it might be a mentality problem rather than an energy one, since my very first use of it was a flashbang. Regardless, back to the light rune. I have imagined it, but nothing happens. I tried imagining light mana flowing and forming it, but nothing happened. I even filled up my lungs with it, then tried to breathe it out and imagine it forming into the pattern, but nothing happened. It's annoying, but I think I'll need to wait for Mother to teach us. A week passes, then a month. We grow fast. My siblings are even starting to catch up, though they still grow in their shapes rather than modifying too much. I become more spiky and bigger, my current form being plenty useful. I do try to focus on imagining myself with separate tails and with better muscles and more dexterity on my hands, but if that influences something, it's slow. We're not even eating just deer or rabbits anymore. Mother started giving us fights too. Wolves, boars. I'm just happy she didn't send a bear our way. However, despite the growing difficulty, we're managing. Mostly because our growth is not just about size. I kept trying to figure out magic in our free time, but nothing worked, at least until I woke up and it clicked. The answer was simple. I was too young. If I have an organ that manipulates mana, that organ is currently baby-sized and baby-trained. So I just needed more use and simply to be bigger for some things to start working. My breath attacks are what helped me realize that in the end. It has been carrying me and my siblings during our fights, as we started needing less mana to get better results. We're becoming better with each passing day, with each change to our bodies. Mother has been feeding us only animals with the 3 mana types that boost our growth, so maybe we'll soon be big enough to actually use power like our mothers. More time passed, I stopped bothering with counting days. My siblings grow smarter, wittier, and stronger. I've also gotten to the point where I can fight even a heavily mutated wolf by myself, mostly because I've gotten to the size of a large wolf. My tails are now 3/4 free of each other, and my wings have been growing nicely. My breath attack is now an actual threat that can cover an enemy in flames, or slow them down with frost, or even outright kill something if I manage to bite it and let out electricity to flow through them. As I wake up after a longer nap than usual, I come to realize that I changed more than just by physical aptitude, as I start detecting mana better than ever before. I can literally see a sort of mist around our pile, and even an outline around my body that I am sure is mana. It's very faint and I need to focus to notice it, but I can now feel the actual mana, not just hallucinate that I do. I can't differentiate the types unless I get to sniff them, but hey, I can see mana. That should be worth something. And it turns out it is, because now that I see the mana, I notice the way the pattern looks is not the entire story. The light pattern, while it looks like a sort of ribbon turned and twisted to make a complex geometrical shape, I see that the mana causing this is far more complex, looking like a sort of scaffolding keeping the ribbon from collapsing. I follow the example, first by filling up my reserves with light mana, then by imagining it moving into the shape of the scaffolds. I breathe out and I can see the mist taking shape. It starts to dissipate, but then it gets fixed back up when I focus harder. I feel my chest hurting as the shape finishes, and it suddenly lights up. It's tiring and a bit painful, but I manage to make the rune, and it even continues shining, though I need to keep focus on it. The mana I weaved into it lasted about half a minute of normal light output, and honestly, it's a start, especially since I realized, thanks to the fancy scaffold, that I can modify the rune without ruining it. I do just that in my next try, and despite my chest hurting a bit more, I managed to make it light up brighter, though for shorter. I can make runes. I can cast magic. I do feel very tired, like how I did during my first couple flame breaths, actually even worse, but that's probably because I am doing this earlier than I should. I don't care. I am happy to finally get actual spells going. Mother doesn't let me celebrate too much. I hear her and go straight to preparing fire mana for the coming fight. Who knows what she'll bring us this time around, especially after a growth spurt. So I am ready with 2/3 fire, 1/6 air, and 1/6 electricity, just in case. The flight is swift, and when we get there I realize something is different. The mist, the scent, the mana that is coming from that crate-like cage now has entirely different scents. I guess we're big enough because I don't feel the bone, flesh, or blood of beasts, or rather not just that. I smell fire, actual fire, nature mixer with earth, a different feel than Mother's for sure. I smell water and ice, then shadows and a sweet poison, and finally, the one that smells like flesh and bone, but more than that, smells like a beast, like a true predator. My mouth is watering, my muscles tensing. She brought us actual food, not just for the growth of our body, but for the growth of our mana. She opens the crate fully and I feel ecstatic, as do my siblings. It's easy prey. 2 of them are young, 1 a child, and 1 barely qualifying as an adult. The youngest also seems crippled, missing 2 limbs and an eye. Far too easy to devour as the others run. Another is too old to be of worry. It might have the most mana, but with a body so frail it will die to a tackle before getting any use out of it. The last 2 might be of concern. 2 proper adults. Thankfully we are in luck. Both of them are tied with cuffs, and the one that smells like a predator is bound in chains. This isn't really a hunt, it's an offering to us. We approach, ready to swiftly end them, to devour that precious core in their chest, but as I get ready to jump, teeth flashing, saliva dripping like from a fountain, I do not jump on one of our meals to be. I jump on Redtail, the only one close enough to also attack them. For the others I spew flames and sparks, scaring them off. RT tries to bite me, but I slap his side with my tail twice, sending him away. I pace between my siblings and our prey, then let out a clear roar. Mine! I claimed without care for perceived injustice from my siblings, because this is the only way. I claim the 5 as my horde, because only then would I be able to keep them alive a while longer. Why go so far? After I killed without mercy whatever Mother threw at us? After I used my intelligence to kill innocent beasts, why protect them now? Because these aren't beasts. They're people. And it was so fucking hard to stop myself from becoming an actual monster. And it keeps getting harder. Interlude 1. Perspective of a maiden. Interlude 1. Perspective of a maiden. I was lucky. Loving parents, a quiet village to grow in, enough friends to pass the time, and only once did I have to witness the mistress of tranquil waters come to take her tribute. From what the elders said, she was far more lenient than most other monsters of her power, Yet still she did remember every few decades that she had towns in her territory from where she could take more coin for her hoard, or more bodies for whatever dragons used them for. It was my best friend's older sister that was the sacrifice back then. She benefited the community the least with her talents. Bone mana could only take you so far, and already she was showing signs of growing wrong. Poor girl, I had thought, as a naive 5-year-old. But now, looking at my charred hand, I realized that it might have been a mercy I will share. I was one of 3 girls allowed to train my magics. Our village was too poor to have any more than that, after all, and out of the 3 I ended up with the least useful element for a somewhat peaceful mountainous village. I had a talent for fire and absolutely nothing else. My friend? She got nature, and with training from the older women, she could make the fields give their share 10 times over. The other girl, the chief's daughter, had both a metal and a water affinity. With the metal she could help the blacksmith, or mold the coins into better formations to capture the wild mana of the world. And with water she could end droughts and make sure everyone has clean water. I could light a fire. I was a glorified spark iron, something that the chief's girl could do herself too, to add insult to injury. So when the dragon came demanding tribute, scaring even the chief with how suddenly she returned, I wasn't surprised to see the whole village push a plain white dress towards me. I was allowed a moment to say my goodbyes and to change into the dress. I could only look at my reflection in a bucket of water, stains of charcoal skin spreading up my neck to my cheek. My hand that I used to channel my magic had little meat left, the bones being visible through the thin, scorched skin. I was as much a freak as the last sacrifice. And so I bowed to that massive monster that owned this corner of the world and sat down in the wooden cage she formed from the ground. There were a few tears from my parents, but even they wouldn't have been able to do anything. The dragon could have spoken a single word and everything would be gone. Nobody around here could deny her and live a second longer. It took a few minutes and the flight wasn't exactly pleasant, but it wasn't the worst either. Power, control, anything related to magic was better when done by a dragon. That was just the way things were. The only beings more powerful in mana were made of it, or at least that's what my mother told me before bed. Tales of monsters mimicking humans while being made only of rampaging mana. Tales of gods and their absolute rule that not even dragons could contest, at least not normal dragons like the mistress. The cage opened, and in came a woman that could have been my grandmother. She had skin tanned by the sun, with deep creases to show her years. It was no mystery what talents she had. It was a mystery why she was chosen. Sure, I could see the bark growing out of her torso through her dress, a few actual branches puncturing through, but regardless, someone of her power and experience must have been valuable. We locked eyes as she slowly got down. She noticed my confusion and understood my thoughts. I wasn't going to last more than a winter or 2 before I would wilt. No use spilling young blood for a few more moments in this world. She smiled, just like my grandmother did back when I was still a kid and she was still sane. Tears start falling and my body trembles. I was going to die. It took until I met someone actually resigned to it for me to really understand. I was barely 20. I was supposed to fall in love and marry a cute boy. I was never that good at housework, but still, I would have preferred that over just walking to my death. But it was too late. From the moment the dragon decided she wanted new toys or a snack or whatever she wanted, my life was forfeit. I sobbed and the old woman, mercifully, let me do so quietly. By the time we got to the next place, my tears ran dry. No. Let me go, you cur. He deserved it. Every fucking second he choked. He deserved it and more. This one wasn't a tribute like me or the old woman. Or maybe she is, but she is less than willing. When we were allowed to train our mana, our very first oath was to the village. If ever we are called upon to lay down our life, we have to comply. That was the price for being allowed to harness the entire town's worth of riches to empower ourselves. The first thing that drew my attention as 2 burly men pushed her in were the cuffs. A criminal. Black iron cuffs with a golden engraving. Expensive things, but they guarantee lesser mages like ourselves would be left crippled. I try to notice what might have pushed them to do something like this, but the woman looks perfectly normal to me. Dark hair, green eyes, fairer skin than most. She might have been a housewife of a rich man, with just barely enough mana to be a worthy sacrifice to the dragon. Or maybe she was gifted enough to not suffer changes like the rest of us. This one's a proper town, after all, with bigger, richer houses at the center, and even actually armed and armored guards. Fuck. That rotten pig. Just a bit more, and I would have been free. I look at her as she grits her teeth and hits the now closed cage, even clawing at it while screaming with more fury than I have ever seen in anyone before. It doesn't do anything, of course, and the dragon takes flight again. Now I have to be the one sitting quiet and letting someone else cry. It's sad. So I try to get closer to the old woman and leave this new one space. Another village. There's no fanfare, but as the cage opens I see a young man, just a bit older than me, walking closer to us. He is not the sacrifice, but rather the kid in his arms. He can't be older than 7. One icy blue eye, a soft, visible breath, and the missing arm and leg. The boy looks already dead, and he just lays where he was placed, barely even breathing. "I am sorry," whispers softly the man who I assume is his brother. "I am so sorry." The foul-mouthed woman jumps to her feet and tries to run past the man, only for a branch to explode out of the side of the cage and drag her back by the leg. She screams and thrashes, but it doesn't matter. She gets stuck on the wall of the cage, held down tightly by living wood. 100 more years on this earth, and I would not be able to do that still, whispers the old lady. I have to agree. Wood, as slow as it should be, feels more like lightning in the hands of the mistress. I feel my chest empty, no fear, no rage, nothing left. All was burned by the fire already, just kindling left keeping me alive. We fly away as I am once more reminded that this is my doom. Our last stop is the most terrifying. It is another town, the biggest in the area, the one that the Dragon's River passes through, blessing it with more than enough valuable resources, and here we have another prisoner sent to be sacrificed. It is not one of their own, however, but a wildling from the east. Much like me, her transformation is rushed, molded by whatever barbaric, beastly practice her kin does. While her right side has black hair, brown eyes, and a glossy, light brown skin, her left one is a lot more primitive. Her arm has fur and bone spikes growing wildly and randomly all the way up to her face. Her mouth has a lot of sharp teeth like a wolf's, and her lips look cut off to keep the fangs always revealed, like someone burned half her mouth. Her mismatched eyes jump to each and every one of us as she is thrown inside. She towers over us all, with more muscle than any human, let alone woman, has right to have. Then again, she is no maiden. She is a barbarian slave, probably used in place of a work ox, since she might be similar to one in strength. If it weren't for the many cuffs, iron chains, and even leather straps, I might have been too scared to even be in this cage with her. Then again, does it matter that she is a barbarian when we're all heading to the same chopping block? Probably not. She looks stoic, but that unnatural tale she has grown shows how agitated she truly is. Maybe, in a different life, we could have been friends. Maybe. Here it is. It is happening. We landed, and we're left to wait. The old woman is meditating, taking in mana, making the cage around her bud out leaves, if for no other reason than that she can. The boy is no longer motionless, but all he does is hug his leg, his fingertips starting to frost over. He's losing control. The two chained women could not be different. The beastly one is actually just sitting still, taking in deep breaths and then exhaling, sometimes flexing against her bindings, but not with all her strength. The other is hitting against the cage with her cuffs, hoping to destroy the enchantments, I imagine, but it is no use. Even the iron itself would be enough to ruin her magic. Then there's me, sitting here, empty. I raise my darkened hand, fire flickering at my fingertips, but it is no use. The nature and water around snuff out any fire mana my core can produce. Here, in what I assume is the dragon's nest, I am just a simple woman with no power of my own. I wish I still had tears left. It might have at least helped pass the time. Instead I have to wait here, to listen to cries and huffs and metal hitting wood, until the only sound I can hear is the powerful wings of the beast coming towards us. Time to figure out what she wanted us for, she who barely ever touched humans before. The cage opens and I see them. Babies. The mistress became a matriarch. Ah, that's why. I think as I see them creeping closer. They couldn't be more than a few months old by their sizes. Big as the common wild dogs barely touched by mana. They are likely already able to fight for their food. And that's what we are. In those lizard-like eyes I can only see hunger, at least in the 3 normal ones. The last one is terrifying. It's not looking at us as a general meal. Its eyes are swiftly moving through all of us and I can see it think. It barely spares me and the boy a passing glance. It looks at the old woman like one would a wounded deer. Then its eyes jump between the faces of the criminal and the slave and their bindings. After taking it all, and the large beast becomes larger still, for while his siblings were like wild dogs, he was like a flesh-cored wolf from the deeper parts of the forest. It's big, with wicked horns and fangs, with twin tails that brush against the grass as it steps closer. I can see the claws twitch to dig into us. I can see its large tongue glide through each and every tooth. It makes no sense. Why is this one so different? The others are scary like any wild animal. This one is the only one that feels like an actual dragon stalking its prey. What inane thoughts you have, you dumb girl. You're going to die, eaten alive by baby dragons. What matters that one is strange and terrifying? A voice in my mind says, and it speaks truth. It doesn't matter. I cannot do anything with my pitiful reserves. So I sit. I see as the criminal tries to get up to run off. I can see the barbarian beast's hair raise as it prepares to growl and bite to fight off the babies. I can see the boy and the old woman close their eyes, the woman hugging him as they both know they are powerless to stop this. I am about to close them too and whisper a final prayer for a better afterlife, when I see one of the young ones jump at me, but then a blue blur hits it away. I live a moment longer. I see the largest of them all open its mouth and spit fire all around, making a whole wall of it. The fire continues to linger. Despite the massive amount of water and nature that should snuff it out, it instead burns and scorches even the freshest grass. I look at it, my chest feeling warm as the ash in my core is turned to embers by the sight of the flames. But I am not allowed to lose myself in the feeling. That same young dragon roars and I am overcome by true fear. My limbs are stiff, every bit of my body hardening as if pretending to be a statue would make it less likely to kill me. This was one of the many innate magics of the dragons, the ability to terrify anything weaker than themselves. It is the roar they make when one threatens to steal their hoard, something that usually results in a dead thief. This time it only results in 4 humans and a wildling collapsing to the ground, while 3 baby dragons crawl backwards. The only one unaffected by this mighty roar is the mistress of tranquil waters herself. She narrows her multitude of eyes, then stretches down its massive snout and huffs at her child. She is answered by another powerful roar. The moment is tense and I hear sobs, though I don't know who is crying. It might be me, but the moment passes. The mistress lets out a low rumble and flies into the skies as I see the bigger child collapsing and panting. I turn to look at the others. Everyone is too confused to even say anything. A minute of silence later, with only one attempt of a baby coming close which is thwarted by our unlikely protector snapping at it, and the monster herself comes back dropping a small pack of 5 flesh and bone wolves. They look terrified, and while the young dragons make short work of them, one runs away and tries to jump at us, probably mad from fear. The barbarian, despite being rendered powerless by her bindings, steps forward and tackles the beast, just as the older dragon joins in and rips off the head of the monster with a sickening squelch. It then starts digging through the beast's chest, taking out its core and devouring it. It even goes to take them out of the other wolves. No wonder it's so big. It's been stealing all the cores for itself. My head snaps to the mistress as I hear her voice. An impossible rune floats above her head, one of the most complex things I have ever seen. I feel a headache growing as her rumbles and groans are turned to words. My eldest boy has found you endearing, somehow. You shall live a while longer as pets. Behave. For the second his flight of fancy ends, and he gets bored of your pathetic selves, you will once more be food for my children. Make your peace so you at least have a dignified end when it comes. I breathe out a sigh of relief and collapse once more, tears returning to me. I will live another day. Chapter 11. How to Train Your Human. After defying my mother and the sudden wolf hunt, my mind was invaded by a beautiful and powerful feminine voice that echoed in my head. My eldest boy has found you endearing, somehow. You shall live a while longer as pets. Behave. For the second his flight of fancy ends, and he gets bored of your pathetic selves, you will once more be food for my children. Make your peace so you at least have a dignified end when it comes. I am left slack-jawed. Mother speaks. No, she always spoke. But that mind-bending rune above her head is making me understand. It's not just one rune, really. The meshwork is the most complex I have seen, with multiple smaller runes being used to prop up the central one. It is a universal translator, or rather, a rune that sends what you mean to other beings' brains for them to put everything in order, or else I don't know how there would already be a spell to translate into English. Actually, I am confused as to why I am hearing it in English instead of my native tongue. But then I realize that I've been thinking mostly in English for the past 10-ish years, so it's not too out of the ordinary. Well, good news. Acting like a kid seeing a puppy on the street and begging their parents to take it home worked. Well, less begging and more screaming, mine, mine, like a seagull, but the point stands. The humans are alive and will keep being alive a while longer. Now I just need to make sure I don't get hungry around them, because fuck do they smell so good. Even after a meal like that, my instincts still tell me to grab a nibble, and I do not know if I will be able to keep my mind straight forever. I sigh and curl up between the humans and my siblings, making sure the latter don't get any funny ideas. I do steal a glance at the beast woman as she walks over and sits down in the open wooden cage. She doesn't seem to talk much with the others, but she did just tackle an actual mutant wolf despite being tied up, which I have to admit is impressive. I do not get the chance to observe anything else, or even to rest much as Mother decides to take us back already. Now in the cave, with an extra influx of humans, I find myself wondering what I got myself into. Mother brought them close to our room, but then spoke her short incantation, flashed a rune that glows a steady brown, and the very earth shook as a whole room was created in the side of the tunnel. In here, she covered the floor and wall with smooth wood, grew soft beds of moss and grass, and even brought in one of the sun lamps from the main hallway. One thing to note is that the door was just there for show. It was made up of hanging vines, so you just had to push through a bit. It wasn't there to keep them in or us out. Maybe she doesn't imagine them trying to run away? Well, I guess one of them is missing a leg. Another is old and encumbered by literal wood. Two of them are already chained up, and the last one is just a girl with an arm almost burnt off, and just enough mana in her entire body to contend with my lungs. Guess they're not particularly threatening or dangerous like this. And even if they manage to run off, they'd still be in Mother's territory. I doubt any of them can outrun her, or hide from all those eyes. As I see them settling in, I think about how I could be training my dragon breath some more. I could be training to use the runic magic that seems to bend the world to one's will. I could do so many fun things. But now I have people to be worried about, and I am pretty sure that their survival is up to me. So while my siblings go towards our horde, I go into the new room. Instantly I see 5 sets of eyes, well, 4 sets and an extra, fixate on me. Aside from the granny and the beast woman, everyone backs away into the farthest wall. Makes sense they'd be scared. The old woman is my first target, and while for a second I was tempted to claim what would no doubt be the largest core I have ever seen, I throw that thought away and just focus on the branches growing out of her. It reminds me of the unlucky guy who got infested with tree seeds and had branches growing out of his body. Painful and gruesome thing. She doesn't seem to be in pain though, just sitting with her eyes closed as I sniff around. Her arms and legs look strong for her 80-year-old look, so I guess she might be from a sort of rural town or village, having worked the fields and kept to a healthy life. She's wearing a simple white dress, just like the fire girl, though this one got ruined by the sharp wood. Maybe from the same place? A cultural thing? I take a look around and notice that these people are probably from a wide range of monetary backgrounds. The boy is wearing rugged pants and a loose shirt that look more like an old sack with cut-off holes than actual clothes. The beast woman is wearing something similar but much too tight for her frame, making me think her clothes might break any second. But then there's the cuffed lady that is wearing a rather beautiful, if simple, dress. Sure, it seems stained by fermented fruits? Wine. Yes, she's high class. Or was, before being dragon food. Really curious about that story. Right, where was I? I think I have terrorized the old woman enough. She looks calm, but I can't see the shaking of fingers that wasn't there before, so I move on to the rest. The beast woman is calm as she stares at me, so I stare right back. She looks like a chimera between a fantasy Amazonian and a large feline, so I decide to go by cat logic and just slowly blink at her. Not challenging you, just trying to be friendly. She doesn't seem interested, or maybe doesn't get what I'm trying to do, and continues staring. I take a cautious step closer and sniff in her general direction. Yep, she has blood, bone, flesh, and predator, or maybe just animal. Whatever, that's a very new and complex affinity, one that, despite eating a bunch of animals, I haven't seen. So an animal might not be able to get animal affinity? Or is it less of an affinity and more of a condition, curse, or even feature of her bloodline? I'll need to ask when I manage to imitate that translation spell. So maybe a few years? Hope I can keep them alive that long. I don't know how long Mother will have patience with my whims. Seeing that she didn't move to attack me despite having the chance, I rub my head into her, hoping that goes through, then move on. Next one is the flame girl, who seems at least a bit less scared since I didn't hurt anyone yet. Her arm is a mess. She pulls it close to herself at first, but I keep moving closer regardless so I get to inspect it. Honestly, going by anatomy, I don't know where she has her muscles. This arm looks worse than any case of anorexia I have ever seen. Like she burnt everything in it for fuel. How it got this bad I don't know, but the fact that her fingers end in claws instead of nails is certainly intriguing. She looks into my eyes. I see fear and worry. Sorry. I move on, feeling pressure on my chest. The boy tries to pull back, but seeing as there's nowhere to go, he ends up going slack. I sniff around and he's in the worst condition by far. I can see and feel his ribs as I poke his chest. His arm and leg look like they got chopped, messily, but at least they are healed already. Probably been like this for a year or two. His arm is missing up to the shoulder, including missing a bit of said shoulder, but the leg is only gone below the knee. So I guess he could get a prosthesis if anyone knew how to make a good one. Won't be running any marathons, but he might be able to walk more normally someday. Really, unlike the previous three, he doesn't look to have been changed by magic. No patches of ice, no random frostbite. Sure, the air around him is a bit colder and his one good eye is a vibrant icy blue. But even then he seems like a normal, but unlucky kid. That is weird. What is the condition? It's not mana amount. Since looking to the side at the rich lady, I can see she wasn't changed either. She has green eyes, which might be from the poison. But really? That's it? She is the second best in mana amount and in mana type count. So how come she's the least changed? I'm moving closer, eager to inspect and see if there's some kind of hidden thing, like poisoned blood or her shadow dancing by itself. But I don't get to check any of that. She kicks me in the head. She thrashes as I approach and plants a foot into the side of my head, making me back away. I am angry. I hear the humans talking in loud whispers between each other, but I do not bother looking at them. I am angry. I saved her life, and she dares to hit me? This pathetic girl who only breathes because I decided so dares to hurt me when I have been nothing but kind? I open my mouth and the voices are silenced. I have a few choices. Now that I got lungs big enough to hold and reserve more than enough mana for a breath attack, I have been saving different elements just so I wouldn't get too used to fire. A gale of wind rushes over her, leaving her even more disheveled than she already was. My eyes lock with hers, and I can only see fear which snaps me out of it. That was dangerous. I was a moment's notice away from breathing out flames or chomping down on her leg and letting lightning run through her body. I was about to kill a woman for being terrified. She was probably kidnapped, tied down with heavy, magical handcuffs, taken to be food for a dragon's babies, only to now find herself locked up and at the whims of one of said babies. She is terrified, and I was about to kill her for it. It feels like I am cursed. I understood the greed, as riches were literally quantifiable power in this world. I understood the gluttony that drove me to hunt down anything in front of me, as I am a quickly growing apex predator with insane mutations, being the norm in my aging. But why the pride? I was insulted when Red Tail tried to stand up to me and almost fought him for it. I was annoyed when the big rabbit looked at his herd in the middle of fighting me. I was angry when a terrified woman lashed out against me, her captor. Every fiber of my being is telling me that the best thing I could do is kill them and devour them. The mana that twists them so easily would be a great boon to my growth, put to proper use. My instincts want me to consume anything that can help me become stronger. I am being overwhelmed. I leave the room, running off towards the nest. Then I curl up into myself and pull back from reality. I am in my library, and I let out a sigh as the whispers are silenced. I put on some classical orchestra. I need to think, and anything more alert would probably send me awake. My current problem is that I have a hard time controlling my urges, like somebody with a bad case of intrusive thoughts. My siblings, despite supposedly being more dragon than me, are doing just fine. Why? It takes a while, or maybe it doesn't, but I find an answer. Their instincts were fooled, or rather, overwritten by a different instinct. My siblings have their own little hoards, just some crystals of their preferred types and some coins that they like to munch on. When I look around for crystals to use for my training, I instinctively pull away from theirs, and even if I look at a claimed mana crystal, I tend to feel very bad just thinking about taking it. It's the same thing now. They look at the humans like tasty food, but their brother already claimed them, successfully, and it feels wrong to try and get a nibble while ignoring that. So how do I do that to myself? I claim them, but are they really mine? Well, yeah, from everyone's point of view. However, there's a reason why, despite being the strongest around, I never bothered claiming stuff as mine, and it's not just because there's enough here of everything for all of us. All the things we have are, actually, Mother's hoard. She just shared it with us. If she wanted stuff back, we wouldn't be able to say no, so really all we have is hers, including the humans. Yeah, just gotta think like that. Mother let me use her hoard, but it is still hers. Not food, just borrowed things. I can feel my non-existent self-skin crawling at the thought of calling humans things, but I need my dragon brain to get it. So I go out, still keeping music running in the back of my mind, so I remain grounded. I am just a dragon borrowing some else's stuff. They're not mine to use as I wish, even if Mother said so. They're her hoard, not mine. Her hoard, not mine. I continue this for minutes, until I start slurring my thoughts, and then open my eyes and go back to their room, looking in through the vines at them sitting in the glorified cage, whispering to each other. They look tasty, smell tasty, but eating them is wrong. Exactly what I wanted. But it still feels bad that the only way to stop thinking about eating them is to think that they're Mother's property. Ugh, going to fix that when I start getting the hang of my emotions. For now, I have to let out a sigh and get up. I think I noticed something troubling. I hear a low rumble and notice the boy clutching his stomach. It makes sense. He already looked malnourished, and I doubt Mother thought about feeding them. Their cage also only has grass and leaves, nothing edible. Also, they don't have water. Yikes. Mother's a neglectful owner. Is she hoping that if she lets them die, I will stop caring about them and just eat them? I can see that being the case. Damn, she's such a bad mother. They need food, but it's not like I got something they can eat around here. However, there is something I can do. I rush back to the nest and start digging through the pile, looking for something useful. There are quite a few miscellaneous items here. Items that I completely ignored until now because they weren't needed or cool enough to be of note. Like an ornate bowl? Basin? It kind of looks like a basin for a baby's baptism, not going to lie, and it's made of a lot of silver. I wrap my tails around most of it and start dragging it with me. I also pick up a golden goblet, sadly the only cup around here, and a small gem for each of their elements, minus the beast aspect. Might as well give good gifts since I am their host. I think for a moment about going to collect water and fruits for them, but then realize that I cannot do any of that myself. Sure, I am more dexterous than my siblings, but more dexterous than a funky crocodile is not exactly a good metric. As I drag the huge bowl over to their room, I realize that they knew I was coming. Guess dragging metal on stone floor isn't exactly stealthy. Despite their worried glances, probably afraid that I came to get revenge for the attack, I start handing, or rather tailing out the gifts. Each gets their own gems, the Catwoman looking the most confused as she stares at the 3 crystals on her lap. The others, aside from the boy that is barely keeping awake, have absolutely stunned looks. The young girl says something quickly as I see her hold the gem to her chest, mist from it slowly seeping through her body, into what I can only assume is her core. The boy just grabs his with his one working hand. But the cuffed woman seems angry suddenly and throws her gems away, then starts sobbing. Yikes, really a lot of emotions in that one. Ironic that the fiery one isn't the fiery one. Huh, right? Need help? Ignore the weird tantrum. I turn to the old woman, probably the most reasonable of the people here, and see her placing the gem on one of the branches coming out of her, which slowly wraps around it, keeping it up. She smiles and I am happy for that moment. Then I go closer and bite her dress softly. She looks surprised, and I think I see the fire girl point her burnt arm holding the fire gem towards me, looking terrified. However, things calm down as I just pull on the dress. The old woman laughs, then seeing that I am not stopping, she looks confused. Guess that doesn't cut it. I let go and go over to the basin, taking out the goblet. I am holding it in my mouth like one would a shot glass and I mimic downing it. I do this a few times, then spit it back in the basin and turn to her. Once I start tugging on her dress again, she realizes and gets up slowly. There's a few words exchanged, but it all sounds like gibberish, so I just wait for her to come with. She even picks up the basin, which is helpful since I didn't want to drag it all the way. After a bit of walking, I realize that she is absurdly slow, so I poke her with a tail, then point with both of them to my back. She is confused until I splay my wings on the ground and point my back towards her. It won't be too comfortable for her, but it will be faster. She reluctantly gets on and I am glad to see that she weighs next to nothing. Well, not really. It will get me tired a bit faster, but it's like running with a couple 5L bottles of water. Not exactly a workout. I wrap my tails to keep her steady, use my wings for support too, and then start jogging. Thankfully, it only takes us a bit longer than it would take me on a light jog, so we are soon right out into the hallway. She marvels at the sight, displaying almost a childish wonder at the green hallway. The mural of Mother is also drawing quite a bit of attention, which makes me have to slap the ground so she'd notice the work ahead. She eventually does, and I go over, pushing vines and roots out of the way so the trickle of water would be visible. I see the woman frown as she looks at it, then at the basin. Yeah, same here, Granny. It'll take a while to fill, and it doesn't even taste that great. She comes closer, and she seems to think for a moment, then reaches her answer. Magic. It's different from Mother. For one, she speaks long phrases, like a proper incantation unlike Mother's, which is a couple of syllables, and the world bends to her whim. She also doesn't create a glowing 3D rune. Instead, her palms have two large 2D runes shine on them, and her arms have smaller runes appear. I see the vines around start to sway, and slowly, painfully slowly, water starts dripping down. I look up, and small cuts have opened on a lot of vines, causing them to drip down the water they just pulled. I also noticed that they started running the trickle of water dry. Using nature mana to move water. Smart. If not for the fact that it was a pathetically slow thing. Even her control over plants is so slow, and she is channeling this spell. I see the colorless fog she exudes, and I find myself bored. It's like a slightly open faucet. Sure, mana is coming out, but at such a small rate that it's no wonder the plants take minutes to react. Why is she limiting herself so much? She has many times my mana, yet only uses as little as possible. Is she trying to keep it in case she needs it? I guess. But with how fast mana recovers from the air, I don't understand why she would. Regardless, this is filling up the basin, so I can't complain. I guess I can practice my own magic while she does that. Sadly, despite being shown multiple runes by Mother already, I don't think I can use any of them. For one, I do not have perfect memory of the complex meshes she used, and even if I did, I do not have enough mana in me of either type to be useful. I have been skimping on Earth, and only used enough nature to keep my lingering flames. Oh well, I do have a bit of water mana though, but I have yet to see Mother's water rune, if she has one. I try and imagine what a water rune would be like, but I genuinely can't. Makes sense, it is a complex thing, and winging it would be like trying to guess a complex theorem in physics. Guess I can try to not even think of the rune and just go by feel? There are 2 lines of water after all, and the granny is only using one. I go to the free trickle and start to imagine the water in it flowing upwards, defying gravity. Now that I think about it, this shouldn't be that hard. Defying gravity? That's easy, since gravity is the weakest fundamental force. To lift up a liter of water, I would only need a bit above 9.8 newtons of force, so say 10. That means 10 joules of energy. That should be within my means considering I could make powerful light and flames. I feel it move. I just needed to frame it right, and there it is. The whole trickle of water flows upwards starting from right in front of me. I am constantly burning through my water mana though, and I did not think to prepare for this, so I have to be swift. I gather up as much water as I can into a ball, then when I start feeling tired I order it to move to the basin. I see blue light coming from above me and notice that the old lady stopped channeling her spell, instead just gazing at me. Is she surprised that I moved the water? Well, I am a bit surprised too. I needed to just convince myself I am more than able to do it in order to, well, do it. Well, regardless, it seems our combined efforts resulted in an almost full basin of water that should at least last them for a day. Hopefully, if they ration it at least. Next is the fruit issue, and this one I leave entirely to the old woman. I point at the fruits and she slowly, painfully slowly, makes the vines hang lower and lower until they are in reach and she can grab them. Well, whatever. We're not exactly against the clock. As I leave her to collect fruits, I turn to a personal bounty. A bug, crawling about on the vine wall. I focus on whatever air mana I still have and really concentrate it down, trying to picture an air cannon rather than a gale of air or a loud screech. It fails, sadly, the air dissipating before reaching it, but at least it shook the vine a bit. I capitalize on that and let out a roar, causing the bug to get startled and fall on its back. Same type of tough bug with a faint earthly scent. Must have a tiny core in there, not even worth eating at this point. But hey, humans need meat protein as much as they need fruits and veggies, so I hope they will appreciate it. I bite down on the bug, killing it instantly, then trot over to the woman. She has plenty of large fruits now, but stares at my bug strangely. Does she want it? No. Guess it's gross seeing a squished bug larger than your hand. Understandable. Well, with our bounty we start walking back. She placed the fruits on my back and is now walking next to me, carrying the large water basin. This will take a while. The walk back took almost 4 times longer than the walk to the hallway. This was painful, but I couldn't very well rush the woman carrying water while already probably having bad joints. At least everyone seems grateful, if a bit stressed as we come in. They eagerly take turns drinking with the goblet, with the beast girl ignoring it completely since her actual hands are tied up unlike the rich woman, and deciding to just plant her face in and drink like that. Really fitting the beast woman aesthetic, EY? Well, things stop for a moment when I drop down the squished bug and step away from it. The young girl and the assassin woman look downright disgusted, but the beast lady really gets the need for protein and dives into it, eating it raw. Well, everyone else just focuses on the fruits, with the boy almost devouring half of them from how hungry he was. The granny also helped the beast woman eat a couple fruits, so she didn't need to eat off the floor, which is nice. Guess this might not be such a bad thing after all. Chapter 12. Abandonment Issues. I wake up, stretch, get all charged up on mana of different types, and then follow my siblings as it seems they're going to meet Mother halfway this time. Well, it makes no sense to have her walk all the way here now that we got used to the schedule and my siblings are also fast enough to save time. So we trot down the tunnel and find Mother lowering her head towards a small bush that wasn't there yesterday. As I get closer I notice that it is not a bush, but rather ripped up vines thrown to cover something. I am hit by a stench that at first confuses me, then makes me realize that I forgot something about humans. They need bathrooms, and it seems they improvised one here. Guess Mother also forgot they do that. Now, you ask, how did I forget about a basic human need? Because, it seems, dragons don't have it. I could not tell you why, but in my 3-ish months of life, I still have not yet felt the call of nature. My siblings are the same. What the hell is my stomach? I've been eating meat, fruit, bones, even goddamned crystals from strange magic organs, yet I have not needed to do anything to get rid of the waste. Is that it? Is there just no waste? Does my stomach somehow turn every little thing I eat into nutrients, and then my cells use 100% of the nutrients to power my growth? No toxins that need expelling? No heavy metals that I should be worried about considering my diet of wolves? To be fair, I don't need water either. I only remembered it exists when I saw it. I don't really need anything aside from fresh food and some gold to lay on. Everything else is extra. Dragons are weird. Speaking of humans, after Mother makes the waste disappear by making the earth literally eat it, giving me another glimpse at the earth rune, she looked over at the humans through the vines that pulled themselves away. She looks at the silver basin, which now laid almost empty, then with a combination of runes seemed to give them an expansion, a bathroom. Also, with some earth rumbling, she opened a hole in the wall, from which water started trickling. Well, guess that's much more efficient. She put the fear of God in them, but it seems she decided to offer basic creature comfort. Just as I wonder what she'll do about food, I see multiple green bulbs growing from the wooden walls, which then turned yellowish, then became large, ripe fruits. So, food is assured also, but they can't survive with just fruits. I will need to save up meat from today's hunt for them. That's a bit of an annoyance, but what can you do? Leaving them to die just because it's easier would be a quick way to become an apathetic, murderous beast. Mother reaches down to grab us, but this time I don't let her pull me in all the way. I make sure to struggle just enough so my head is stuck outside of her tenderly embrace, so I can see where we're going. I've kind of forgotten to explore more since every day was just waking up, having a couple hours to train, then going out to fight for food, only to get back and sleep. At least now I can see exactly how far away this lake is. The walk is pretty short, with Mother having a strangely good speed for her mass, and once we are out under the suns I see her spread her wings. She has eyes on the underside. Never noticed. We reach a decent altitude in a matter of moments, an acceleration that should mess with us, but we barely feel it. The tentacles are dampening the hit. Smart. Well, regardless, I am stunned by the view. Shades of green paint the land, with many rivers being visible spreading like roots all over the place. They all seem to originate from the large hill below which our cave exists, so maybe that's why Mother made our nest there. Regardless, I look all around but quickly realize a saddening fact. My eyes are worse than in my past life, at least for faraway distances. It makes sense since they're the classic low-to-the-ground predator eyes, but even then I had hoped that magic would help them be a bit better. Well, I mean, they are better at close to medium distances. I will need to get new eyes. I should probably focus on that during my naps. After all, I have the design of a bunch of animal eyes saved up in my library. Ah, there's the lake. Yeah, that's at least an hour of running. Wings are a bit of a cheat code, after all. Now, let's see. Why aren't we slowing down? We pass the lake and I begin to worry. Did Mother get mad at me for picking up the humans after all? I let out a squeak, but I am soon reminded that we are, in fact, moving at absurd speeds in the air. I take a moment to wonder why I am not being hit by the wind, but then I notice a faint mist shimmering, which makes me realize that Mother has a spell going. It's how she's moving so fast, in fact, like that guy who was ice skating at over 100 kilometers per hour thanks to having a shield in front of him, absorbing the drag. Cool to see that the dragons here are really smart with their magic. Now, let's see, where we are going down. The trees part and Mother touches down, letting go of us on the ground, then spreads her wings and takes off without us. Even the trees go back to their upright forms and cover the sky, letting only a bit of light through. My siblings squeak and jump up after Mother, but she's gone. Fuck, did she abandon us? So randomly? There's no way dragons abandon their young at a few months old, even if they're not the social type. Is this like a test? The proverbial kicking out of the nest, but not banishing? Is the idea to find our way home? No. She'd at least have us walk over to have even a chance. As I continue thinking to myself, I notice Red Tail spreading his wings, running forward and flapping them to try and get some lift. He fails, sadly, as neither of us has functional wings yet. They've certainly grown, but I feel it will take time for any of us to learn to fly. For now, I focus on my senses. I already know the rough direction we should go in, but I know that a straight path tends to bend when you don't have a good reference point. So I expect us to get lost if we don't catch a useful scent. My siblings seem mostly confused with the situation. Crown is sniffing at the air. RT is climbing a tree to try and see where Mother went and Spots is nibbling a rock? No. He wanted what was under it. A few bugs he catches with his tongue. Actual bugs, no mana-infused mutants. Now that I think about it, the mana around is very faint, to the point where it might be a problem. I look around and I can only see the mana clinging to me and my siblings. Everything else looks barren. It isn't, of course, as looking very closely lets me notice a very faint distortion, but that just tells me that this forest has absurdly lower levels of mana compared to even the tunnel. I will have to be careful about that. I make a rumbling sound towards my siblings, to draw attention, then started walking towards home. Might as well try and get back. It would really suck if this is really how long we're being raised for. Especially since Mother has yet to teach us anything herself. Oh well, you gotta do what you gotta do, and right now I gotta keep myself and my siblings alive. I worry about the humans for a bit, but I really cannot afford to even think about that with my life being on the line. I have to get back home. Captain's log, 3rd entry. We've been at this for an hour, and I think my siblings aren't appreciating the walk in nature. I'm not either, if I am being honest. For some reason, this has been really exhausting. Even continuously training my breath attack wasn't this bad. Seriously, this is just walking. I've been more, for longer, without getting tired before. It might be the stress of looking everywhere, keeping my ears open, noticing every little thing. Yeah, the mental exhaustion might be it. A sound startles me and I go flat to the ground, as do my siblings. I turn to my right and force my eyes to see as well as they can, but it doesn't work. The forest is too dense to actually see stuff. So I start moving towards the sound slowly. Once I get to a bush, I raise my head above it, only to be startled by what I saw. Dear, I am pretty hungry, and it seems that the wind is in our favor as it is blowing from the side, not giving either of us a specific advantage in detection. I am pretty hungry, so I should probably catch this one, but how do I tell my siblings about my plan? I wish Mother would teach us how to speak already. Well, I improvise, tapping RT and Spots with my tails, then pointing to the side, where the wind is moving towards, and make an arcing motion with it, then bring it back. They look at each other, then start moving as I showed them. Huh, they're pretty good at least. To be fair, flanking prey was their first instinct. This time we just needed a larger flank. I then turned to Crown and point to the side. She is confused for a moment, so I just emphasize my pointing a bit more. Once in position, we wait. I know I could just spook them in the other two's direction, but honestly I trust myself to catch it more than I trust the other two, especially with it being able to run between trees. I wait for their patience to run out, and then I see the deer raising its head as it leaps my way, the sound of crackling fire behind it. Perfect. I wait for it to be close enough, then as it jumps I leap at its throat. It tries for half a second to throw me off, but I clamp down tighter, and its neck breaks. Easy meal. I start digging in its chest as my siblings come close, however I am disappointed. The core is barely there. It's shriveled up and doesn't seem to have any rock in it, likely a result of the low mana environment. Wait, if that's the case, where does Mother even find the mutants? Oh well, meat is meat, even if it doesn't have the heavenly taste of mana. After feasting we continued our walk, and I am really starting to get exhausted. I checked on the mana reserves in my lungs, since I have a sort of instinctual feel for roughly how much is in there, and it's been shrinking despite me not using a breath yet. This kind of confirms it. We're a bit mana dependent. Our bodies are better than they should biologically be, but we consume mana to keep that up. I scratch an arrow in a tree trunk to make sure I don't forget the direction we need to go in, then curl up. My siblings take the break in stride, having started panting a while back. So, we get tired faster without abundant mana. Guess that's why we literally live on a mountain of gold and gemstones. At least we can still keep going, though we'll need to find a source of mana soon since I don't know how long my siblings can last. After a few minutes of rest, we get up and continue on. I have to say, nature here is a bit boring. There's grass, there's moss, there's all sorts of herbs with their own smells, but there's nothing I couldn't see back home. Really, this is just a classic forest. No fancy one with 3-meter-tall, carnivorous plants or blue trees. I shake my head and keep on. We need to get home. I catch a scent, and my body freezes. The wind just changed. It was blowing from in front of us, but now it's coming from behind, and it's taking with it the scent of wolf and meat. I turn around and let out a deep roar. My siblings follow my lead and roar in every direction. Nothing happens. Eventually the scent fades and I let out a sigh. Right, a forest like this would have predators. Guess we entered their territory at some point. I didn't bother sniffing every tree though, so I wouldn't know. We'll have to be careful from here on out. A fight might be dangerous when we're so tired already, even if we have magic on our side. That's why we have to keep on moving, so we leave their territory, and they stop thinking about the small pack of lizards marching through. Half an hour later, it seems my siblings got bored. They started straying further away, turning rocks, clawing trees, just overall playing like kids should. Even trying to talk to them doesn't help. They're just too bored to care about what their big brother is trying to make them do. So I have no choice but to sit here. I wish I could train with the runic magic, but I can't be wasting all my mana in a situation like this. So I scavenge some food. Bugs and worms are disgusting to look at, but they do taste good after all. While I do that though, Spot seems to stray away from vision, going through a few bushes towards something. I pay him no mind until I hear a pig squeal, followed by a dragon squeal. Oh God. I turn to where he went and see a flash of rainbow light, which lets me know he got hit. I rush over and see it, a boar, puffing and preparing to charge the downed Spots. I let out a roar, but it doesn't seem to have any effect as the boar hits him head-on. A second flash, this time weaker, and I see his scales going almost grayscale. That's bad. I rush over to attack the beast, but it runs away for a bit, only to turn around and prepare another charge. Problem: I can't shrug off a charge, even from a normal boar, but I can't dodge because a very exhausted Spots is behind me. So I go for intimidation again, even knowing how strong a boar's mental fortitude is. I spread my wings, make my tails tremble, then spew fire in front of me as the boar starts charging. It slows down and turns to run as fire covers its fur, but it takes too long to stop, giving me the time to jump on it and start biting. Sadly, the burning pig rams me into a tree and runs off, making me miss the kill for the first time. My scales are a bit busted up, causing me to sigh as I turn to Spots. Crown and RT came too, poking and sniffing him. He's exhausted his mana on that defense. I have yet to figure out how to do it, but my best bet is that they're using the mana in their cells to redistribute or even push back against any form of damage. Useful, but costly. And here we don't have a good source of mana to recharge. Survival has just become even more difficult. Chapter 13. Hard carry. Spots is, sadly, not getting up. He's awake, or at least alive, going by the one eye. He is lazily opening and closing, moving it around just a bit. It's distant, unfocused. Poor thing looks half dead despite having no wounds. And the reason he looks half dead is the fact that I can't see the fog-like mana clinging to him. It's even less than in the grass around. That, in itself, is going to be a problem. I don't know what happens if we run out of mana, but if he's any indication, it's like the end stages of thirst and hunger at the same time. Too weak to even be conscious. Guess that's why we needed relatively little food and literally no water for the early parts of our life. Mana was doing all the work. Even later on it might help, since I have yet to see an animal that would be big enough for Mother to not starve. I notice RT trying to poke him awake, progressively getting more aggressive in his attempts, but he isn't getting any results. Crown, on the other hand, bites one of his legs but ends up drawing blood. She gets startled and pulls away. I understand why she's surprised. After all, we've been nipping, clawing, tackling, even whacking each other without getting hurt once. He's not only exhausted, his body is frilier than ever. It's like he's half a step from death, and that's just because of what? A couple headbutts from an oversized pig? Well, no. I am letting my worries cloud my mind. He took 2 goring hits from a boar without even a bit of gore, meaning he exchanged mana to protect against deadly strikes. Wolves are the closest animal to our current size and shape. Even though I have bigger legs and I am overall larger, my siblings are about the common size of a mutt, and even I am not that much bigger than a wolf. So a wolf for comparison it is. If a boar and a wolf came face to face, the wolf would need to run. It's that simple. A single tusk hit and the canine is done. Even if not dead, it would be crippled for life. From what I see, Spots will be fine with just a nap in a mana-heavy environment, or after consuming something rich in mana, which, in itself, is absurd. Imagine being able to shrug off 1 or 2 deadly strikes every day. Maybe more if you eat well? That's more than most people have to deal with in decades. But being put in this condition, in this place? Spots would be dead without us. Let's see, what should I? My instincts tell me to eat him. I frown, then give myself a slap and wrap my tails around him. My bad for ever thinking base instincts are good for making decisions. I can't lift him on my back sadly, and even if I could I wouldn't be able to hold him there. My tails are not strong in that way sadly, so I just drag him slowly. He's bleeding a bit from the wound Crown made, but there's not much I can do about that. I don't see any plants that I know could help with clogging the blood or disinfecting the wound. No, I do know one thing that I can do, but I am worried. His wound is going to get infected if we leave it open, especially since I doubt his immune system is unaffected by him being so weak. The problem is that I don't know how to control my output. As I drag him, slowly, I think about how magic works for the nth time. My breath is my simplest and most versatile spell so far. However, it is also very fixed in what it does. I can use any element or combination of elements that I want, provided I have the mana for it, but the result is always the same. I make a strong phenomenon happen through my mouth. Is it lightning dancing around my teeth? Air frosting over? A goddamn flamethrower setting rocks on fire? Whatever it is, it happens, and it is always meant to, in some way, hurt something by using up a lot of mana at once. It's a throw shit forward and see what happens kind of magic. The other magic I've been using, like the light rune and whatever I did that made water float, they're different in that regard. They don't demand my mana, like the flashbang breath does. When I use that, it takes as much mana as it can and releases it in one moment. The light rune and water magic were both streams of mana being used to cause a continuous effect. They weren't trying to explode, but rather be orderly. Which is why, if I want to burn his wound to stop the bleeding and to make sure he doesn't get infected, I would need something that isn't a breath attack. I'll leave that thought for later. Right now I need to keep going, but I am getting tired quickly. Thankfully, by moving slowly I am not suffering from having my tails busy carrying him instead of helping me balance. On the other hand though, they're getting sore. They're not meant to drag behind a whole person, or even half of one, so it is quickly becoming a problem. I wish my siblings would help, but they are too dumb to do this sort of thing without hurting him, especially with their lacking dexterity, so I persevere. I try to focus on everything around us. I try to listen for anything useful or dangerous. I try to catch a scent that might lead us home. I even taste a few plants on the way to try and see if they have any kind of mana concentration. They didn't, of course, but it was worth the try. My body is trying to keep me calm, but but I feel my mind clawing at that stoicism. Spots is a strong breeze away from death. My other siblings are getting hungry and tense, starting to get halfway through their mana reserves if my eyes aren't wrong. And I am the only one with even a semblance of an idea of where to go. Yet I have to make sure they don't wander off randomly, like Spots did. If another one gets hurt, a sigh gets stuck in my throat as I hear a rustling sound, followed by growls. The wolves are back. I let go of Spots and roar, my siblings turning to the nearest wolf to keep it at bay. It's not a big pack, thankfully. I number about 6 in total. 2 are still juvenile, but they're not defenseless cubs. They'll get involved. I look at each of them and notice immediately who is the leader. It's the only one with some mana. Not a lot, but it might have migrated here to a less dangerous hunting ground to be a big fish in a small pond. That's a problem, though. It might not be a hulking brute, or filled with bone spikes, but those teeth are longer and sharper than they have any right to be, and he's even a bit taller than me, though still agile. Overall, just an improved wolf, rather than something so changed it might as well be a different animal. We're outnumbered, though. RT and Crown need to each take an adult and a young one, and I'll still be stuck with the 2 biggest and baddest ones. And that's without taking into account the wounded kid behind me. I need the others to keep formation, but they look like they might leap away to chase a kill. Alright, I need to focus. I didn't want to waste mana, but I need that wolf dead. It'll probably scare the others, and it might even be enough to kickstart Spots, so I start focusing my mana. I'm not the only one, as I see the enhanced wolf approach me with mana flowing around its body, circling me, trying to draw my attention as its mate tries to take my flank. This sort of thing tends to work on animals, and might even work on my siblings, but I am prepared. I turn towards the big guy, just as its mate leaps at me, thinking it found an opening. It's not, of course. It's a tail whip, a double one, just to be sure. I hear the yelp and see the big guy turning towards its mate for a moment, just as I leap at it. It doesn't come at me. Instead it backs away, growling and howling. The whole pack does, but they are just out of range, not away. Even the one I knocked down recovered and is now limping away, jumping for speed on the limbs that didn't get hit. I think I used up a bit of mana on that strike. Annoying. At least it crippled one of them, but the others seem fine. RT scared a few with a bit of fire, but even that won't last. This is the time for regrets, because unlike before, these wolves can just back off, wait, then attack us again before we can recover. At the lake, every animal was cornered. They had no escape, so they just fought. Yet even with that desperation, they always felt weak and slow. Hell, even the more enhanced wolves seem to be slower than this guy, and that doesn't seem to track. Were they so afraid they were worse than they should be? Was Mother's presence such a distraction that we had an easy time beating creatures we had no right fighting? Might be. Which just means that even these guys can be dangerous to us, especially without the ability to recover mana. I turn to the side and see my siblings being restless, squeaking, growling, hissing, doing anything to try and calm themselves while keeping the wolves away. I don't know what to do. If I step off to try and kill one of them, another would sneak in and grab Spots. Even then, I don't know if I can run fast enough to grab any of them before they run off. I didn't want to use a breath as it's costly, but I think I don't have a choice. I growl to draw attention. There's 3 of them looking straight at me as I move just a bit closer to the big wolf. I need just a second there. I open my mouth fully and a flashbang erupts, startling and blinding the 3 wolves. I don't have time to wait. I jump for the throat, but I am met by 2 other wolves attacking my side. I make the very bad decision of ignoring them, letting them bite into one tail and wing, but I still manage to lunge at the big one, sinking my fangs into its throat, while waving my tail around to try and scare off my attackers. The wolf I bite struggles, clawing at me, trying to bite back, but it is choking with its own blood. Meanwhile, my siblings seem to have abandoned Spot completely and came to help me. As I stop feeling my limbs being bitten, I tear away, ripping a chunk of flesh and look around. For managed to escape, scared off by my siblings, probably. They also looked a bit bloodied, but overall they wouldn't come back. We're too expensive a meal. Meanwhile, the enhanced wolf is bleeding out, unable to even get back up anymore, while his mate, still half blinded and deafened, with a leg out of commission, is just growling and biting roughly in my siblings' direction. We got 2 of them, and only I sustained some wounds. That's fine with me. I do, however, flinch as I turn to look at my body, realizing the damage I took. Good thing my sense of pain is a bit dampened, or I would be crying right now. My wing is broken. I'm actually missing the tip of it, including a bit of bone. That's nasty. My tail is doing better at least, only a bit of blood and bruising. Still, I don't think I can carry Spots anymore like this. I hear a gurgled howl and see as the other wolf is finally dead. Good. I need them to focus on that corpse while I use this one. I bite into the now dead mutant and drag it over to Spots, ripping away at its chest to get the core out. Spots opened his eyes, smelling the blood, and made a weak sound while opening and closing his mouth. All right, buddy, here. Chomp down on this if you can. I put the core in his mouth and he starts crushing it, drinking the blood, then gulps it down. I wait a while, and it takes about 5 minutes for him to start crawling towards the rest of the body, eating greedily. Good. At least he's recovering. My siblings, on the other hand, made short work of the other wolf and start inching closer to this body, but I snap at them. I need Spots to be able and walk by himself, or we won't get anywhere. It takes about 5 more minutes, but he does manage to eat the whole thing by himself. Yeah, actually low mana is basically starving squared. Good to know. He still has Crown's bite on him, but it at least closed by now, unlike my wounds, so it won't be a problem. We can continue our walk. I lost track of time. I can't even put on a song to calm down because I need to be alert and focused, and it's starting to really take its toll. Still, we do manage to find something good. After all this almost aimless wandering, we found water. Sure, we don't need to drink, but that's the thing. This isn't just water. It's water that smells like water. And nature. It's Mother's river. I rush towards it, as do my siblings, and we find a small oasis. Wild-growing grass, plenty of flowers of all sorts, and a river with a fair bit of mana in it. It's not like the lake, but it still is more mana than even that wolf. We go towards it, and after taking a few mouthfuls I am starting to feel my mana recovering. The only downside about this is that it's mostly water and nature, two kind of useless elements for any of my purposes. Still, it is better than no mana, so I will take it. We can finally sit down and relax a bit. We can also follow the river to get back home, so it's all the better. We're close. Even if we're far, we're very close to being done. As I rest and look in the water, I can only sigh and smile. Today was a nightmare, but we pushed through. Honestly, I am impressed Redtail and Crown were so capable when it came to holding their ground, even in that situation. Now, just gotta follow this river up, and a bear comes out of the woods, towards the water. It's a large brown bear. Not just large, but massive. It has teeth jutting out of its mouth. It tilts trees just by brushing against them, and it is looking straight at Spots. He can't run at full speed right now, and even if he could, the bear is probably faster still. Time slows, but it doesn't matter. There's nothing I can do. I have a lightning bite in me, but that's all I got. This thing is bigger than anything I ever dealt with, and I doubt I can kill it in one attack. Even if I could, Spots is away from me, resting on the grass, not at the bank of the river. I can't do anything. He's going to die, and I am powerless to stop it. Instead, I am just seeing it in slow motion. I think about closing my eyes to not see my brother die. I think about running with the others so we could escape Spots' fate, but I am frozen in place. I take all the water mana I devoured and push it forward. My body is as fast as it is, but magic may be as fast as I make it, so I push all my anger and terror, all the affection I have for my siblings, be it biological or just from the fact that they are cute buggers. I focus everything I have into just stopping this being that is about to rip my brother in two. I let out an involuntary cry as time speeds back up, but I see the bear stopping. It's understandable that it did, of course. After all, wouldn't you stop and stare if the river decided to get up and turn into the shape of a dragon's claw? The beast runs as the claw swings at the ground it was just standing on, then turns back into water and splashes the ground. There's even fishes struggling to jump back into the river. That wasn't me, though, as much as I wish it was. I turn my head to the sky and see Mother's form approaching swiftly. She lands and says something, while having that strange smile of hers. My siblings rush towards her, excited. They don't understand what she did. Not really. They just know that away from Mother life is hard. Not that Mother put them in that position intentionally. They don't understand, and they're happier for it. But I understand. So as Mother turns her head towards me, I approach, and instead of rubbing against her leg, I bite. It's harder than rock, harder than metal. It hurts me more than it hurts her, but I still bite. I even let out an electric shock, though it also does nothing. She looks confused, but I am angry, and continue clawing and biting her. My vision becomes blurry. I didn't know I have tear ducts. Unlike my happy siblings, I end up crying, half from anger, half from fear. We could have died. So many times we could have died. She heals me, but does it really matter? This monster keeps putting us in harm's way. And for what? What did this teach us? That being away from the nest leads to us starving to death over the course of less than a day? Is that the lesson? Is the lesson that we shouldn't get cocky about getting used to hunting terrified, cornered animals mother picked out of some mana-infused hell? I take a deep breath and calm down as she picks me up. It doesn't matter, ultimately. I am used to having horrible family members that would flay you alive for some coins. This time it just happens to be my mother. I just need to become independent as soon as possible. I need to learn all the powers of my body and of this new world, and then I need to get away from here. Chapter 14. To violence or not to violence? Mother is evil. That is simply a fact of life, it seems. She may have been watching, or maybe she really just wanted to see if we can survive until she comes back. But either way, she is evil. We are back in the cave and I am feeling numb. All my anger, frustration, and fear drained away during the flight. Mother is evil, but in the end the lessons were important and will serve me well in the future. Also, I realized that I have underutilized my growth too much. I was a bit afraid of modifying myself as I grew, but because of that my form remained somewhat normal, which, as a dragon, is completely unacceptable. I need to paint a picture in my mind. No, I need a whole model to focus on, so I make sure to abuse the way this body functions to the fullest. My tails need to be stronger. My wings need to grow so I can finally start flying. Maybe they could double as extra arms if I can grow a few fingers and my muscles grow and modify a bit. I need to also change the bone structure somewhat, but it is possible and I have plenty of examples saved up. My eyes as well need to go past what I have. Slit eyes work for better depth perception and detail in short ranges, but I need big boy eyes for long distances now that I am no longer the size of a fat squirrel, or however big I may have been as a baby. I also need to train my magic and mana capacity. I need better magic for moments where just using a breath attack isn't enough, and I also need enough mana to survive more than a day outside. Trying to continue hunting for mana cores like I am playing a survival mission looking for life support is just not sustainable. It would become problematic quickly if being a dragon means I'm forced to exist mostly around high mana. Mother spends most of her time in her lake, so maybe that's just the nature of dragons. But then how would we leave the nest? Maybe there's pockets of mana out there, and you just need to have the reserves to reach them. You know, when I woke up as a dragon, I didn't imagine I would be dependent on magic crystals, but I guess if there were no limits to power, then the entire world would be dominated by dragons. Unless it is, in fact, dominated by them already. She did just round up humans in a day, so who knows? I try to shake away the inane thoughts and focus on something more important, like actually training for this. I have no idea how to increase the amount of mana my body can hold. So far, I have only been using my lungs to hold in mana, since my breathing is my fastest method of gathering it, but I know every cell in my body can hold on to some amount of mana. Now, how do I force it to spread around in my body so I can gather up more of it? Well, the simple answer is that I don't need to force it. My body has been doing that since forever. That's how my siblings have been able to repel deadly blows, and how I was able to use that acid attack against that rabbit during my first fight. My breath attacks so far have been mostly used to confuse or debilitate, with only the electric attack being able to secure kills, but even that is just me biting something to death. The only long-range attack that actually killed something was my desperate acid attack that held a combination of all the mana my body was able to hold at that time. I was debilitated just like Spots, though I recovered faster because of the high mana density in the air and the core I ate right after. However, despite the fact that gathering mana is natural and intrinsic to my body, to my very cells, it's not enough. The passive, organic, and innate mechanism that spreads mana throughout my body is bad. Really, one should never rely solely on a natural process. The body, at least the human body from my old world, is a horrible little thing that will devour your muscles the second it thinks it can get away with it. It's a dumb shit that will tell you are burning, freezing, and got zapped by lightning just because you hit your elbow at a weird angle. It's a dumb fucking thing that barely knows what your guts are even supposed to do and where they should be, and when it thinks you're hurt but has no idea where, it just throws the feeling of pain straight into the maze of intestines and guesses that those shifty things are hiding something. Alright, breathe. Ran over. Still, below all my very justified anger at cruel facts of biology is a point I am trying to make to myself. I need to do what my body does. but better. I need to not only feed a bit of mana to my cells, but rather, I need to pack them with as much mana as they can hold so I don't dry out like today. Half the reserves in my lungs went straight to my body to take the place of whatever mana my cells consumed, meaning that I was on a pretty tight timer since I had to use multiple breath attacks. If not for that river, I may have ended up dropping, and I doubt my siblings could help. So, what is the best way of fixing mana from the air to your body? Well, why not steal a page out of one of the stranger types of fantasy stories out there? Cultivation. Chinese, Korean, whatever source it is, it doesn't matter. The concept is always the same. You breathe in a special way and cycle the life energy you get from your surroundings through your body to clean it of impurities and empower yourself into divinity, or something like that. Some stories are more grounded than others at least. My best bet is to take this idea and apply it to myself. Of course, I can only use the very essence of the idea, since anything more advanced than breathe and try to move the magic juice in your body is bollocks. Especially with the way magic in this world seems to be tied very closely to biology, as is evident because of the hypermutation that affects every living thing touched by mana that I have seen so far. Even the ones less changed, like the rabbits that were just a bit bigger or the boy with his blue eye. Let's see. I am sitting in the nest, right on top of our pile of riches that gathers mana without a care. I breathe, not as a human, but as a dragon, the air flowing in and out in a continuous cycle rather than in the wavy motion that mammals are forced to use. This efficiency is what let the dinosaurs become enormous and what lets the birds fly so freely. Now, unlike a cultivation story, I don't have meridians and pressure points and whatnots, or at least I don't think I do. But I do know what I have, and what my body has been using to do this process automatically. Mana gets fixated on my lungs, just like oxygen, and a small portion of it is taken to the rest of my body. All I need to do to improve this process is force more of my mana to enter my circulatory system. So, much like I do when I use a breath attack, or when I created the light rune, I took the mana I am breathing in but then ordered it to move deeper. I could not visualize it perfectly, as despite having the diagrams of a lot of different animals, I didn't know exactly how the insides of a dragon looked, so instead I took it by feeling. I don't know how my lungs look, but I know I have lungs. I don't know how my heart looks, but I know I have one. I know I have veins. I know I have warm blood. I know I have muscles and bones and trillions of cells, all ready to be used as organic batteries. I also must have a core here somewhere that should hold on to a lot more mana than any other part of me, but I have a hard time pinpointing it with just vague feeling alone. I sit here, on the pile of gold and focus on the faint fog. It becomes more defined as I concentrate on it, but I can feel my brain start burning. I feel the energy, chaotic as it is, with all the flavors combining into a single one that just feels like power. I do not require a particular type of mana. I need all of it, any of it. I need as much strength as possible, and I need it tightly packed. I think there is a good reason why Mother isn't keeping us at her lake, under her direct protection, and why she made such a diverse spread of mana types in our nest. If we were to be soaked in water and nature mana, we'd be basically forced into growing into water and nature dragons. From me and my brothers having red scales, I can only assume our father was a red scale dragon, probably with a fire affinity at least. It's why fire came so naturally to my siblings, but they have yet to use anything else despite trying. Nature and water are both more complicated, but I expect any of them figuring out how to use their breath to spray mist very soon. So, Mother doesn't want us to have to follow her affinity, and I don't know if I want to start focusing on an element right now when I have so little knowledge about how this whole thing actually works. Plus, if I am to become a dragon stuck on a few affinities, I would rather have something better than fire or water. That's just too basic and cliché. I wonder if there is space mana or something of that sort. Being a dragon that can manipulate space itself would certainly be more useful and much cooler than just burning stuff. There is another thing to take into consideration. I already know that mana changes the body, but there's some changes that are good and some that are straight up problematic. Let's take Mother. She's green and blue from her affinities and has tendrils that look like vines from afar, but they are clearly made of meat and scales when you are close. Then there's the old lady, also with nature affinity. Her hair is gray, tending towards white, and her eyes are mostly black, with only a few spots of dark green pigment sprinkled through. However, she wasn't changed to look like she was a tree, but rather she became half tree. The bark on her body was literal wood, not just a mimicry. So, why did that happen? Mother has so much more mana than her that it is a joke to even compare them, and the way the old lady used her magic was vastly different. But is that it? Or did she end up like that because of the way she gathered mana? Is it just because she's human? Whichever might be the answer, I know that if I gather a lot of different types of mana, I won't be changed one way or the other. After all, if you pull something in all directions, you won't expect to move it. And hey, if I manage to figure out how to manipulate a lot of different elements, I might end up having a better time than trying to figure out how to do everything with just one or two types of magic. While the old woman using vines to pull on the water and make it fill the basin was witty and impressive, it was a patchwork, slow solution. I managed to gather more water, faster, by manipulating water in a half-baked way. I want to at least have a good foundation in everything before switching to a specialty, just like how Mother shaped Earth despite it not being part of her affinities. Alright, back to my bootleg cultivation. It's been a few tens of minutes of me being stuck in my mind, while having the cycle of breathing in mana, pushing it into my veins, then pushing it into whatever cells my erythrocytes reach, going on repeat. I don't feel different, sadly, but I do notice a change. It's like the change between Prismatic Red and Prismatic Legacy, but it is there. The fog around my body is just a sliver denser. It doesn't radiate further, but it feels like it's more packed together. However, I don't feel that this mana is at my beck and call, like the one in my lungs. It would take great effort to rip it from my cells, so maybe this is a bad way to go about increasing my capacity, but at the same time, this might still be a good buffer for my bodily needs if I am ever away from the nest again. The mana that my body uses is probably taken first from within the cells and then from my lungs, so if I have my body full, I won't have to worry as much. It might even help me with my own strength. I felt myself lose mana from just pulling spots with my tails, and later from hitting the wolf hard enough to break its leg. That was me using mana innately to empower myself, so maybe my body is stronger while it is juiced up. I'll test that later. Right now I need to continue this. Let's put on a memory of a clock in the background to get some measurements on this. 6 goddamned hours. I sat here, for 6 hours, just doing nothing but imagining mana flowing through my body. I focused so hard on it that I am now wrapped in an almost opaque blanket of whitish mist. It's like a second skin. I had to fight against my own metabolism to manage this, but I did it. I filled up completely on raw mana. How do I know I am full? It hurt. Once I tried to fit any more, I was hit by pain, bloating, nausea, headaches, literally the entire clown car of basic, this be bad, symptoms. This reminds of when I felt like I was intoxicated with water when I drank a few gulps. Just earlier at the river I drank a whole lot more than normal and I felt fine. What if it wasn't water intoxication, but rather water mana intoxication? I was already pretty full on normal mana, so when I tried to fit in the very concentrated mana in the lake, I just got the sickness instantly. Mana sickness, great. So I can't just gulp down an ocean of mana and be fine for a few years. I need something different then. I already know the maximum capacity of my lungs. I know the maximum capacity of my body. I even know how to somewhat use the mana in my body to follow my will. Even if I can't yet focus all of it into causing phenomena aside from using my breath and mimicking the runes. Well, there's the water movement, but I think that was me actually making up a spell of my own. It was costly and inefficient, because I didn't know what words to say, or even how to talk. But it was magic that I could do. Alright, enough sulking on my own. Time to go find a teacher. Mother is at her lake, probably, and I am still not quite over her throwing us at the wolves, quite literally at that. So I am going for objectively worse but still somewhat useful teachers, the humans. Or should I call them the women instead? After all, I don't think the boy will be able to do much for me. Oh well, it's worth the try. I grab another ice, fire, nature, blood and bone crystal, of course one of each, and go towards their room. Now, we don't understand each other. They are always on edge around me, and they are objectively worse at using magic compared to Mother, but they must have their own way of growing stronger, so I need to see how they gather mana and how they use it. The problem is getting them to show me. As I reach their room and peek my head in, I see a scene. They freeze in the act, and we just stare at each other. They're washing the beast woman, I think. She was not happy about it, having worn a scowl until I came in. Let's see. They're using the water from their trickle fountain, as well as a mixture of fruit and leaves to act as soap. Inventive. I take a deep breath and try my best to not focus on the mana, instead getting their actual scents, and the entire room smells of fruit. They even wash their clothes in a similar fashion, probably while I was in the woods. I sigh and drop the crystals. Why didn't I bring any for the assassin lady? Well, she threw the last ones against a wall, didn't shatter them. They're much tougher than you'd think. I figure she doesn't feel like using them. Now, let's see if I can get them to stop looking so strangely to one another. Why did they just freeze up like this? Ah shit, I just realized. While I can't see anything from the way they are positioned right now, the feline woman should be properly naked. Well, her shirt is just rolled up over her head, since her hands are still tied together, but otherwise naked. For a fraction of a second the idea to just ignore that and walk in pops in my head, but I immediately swat it away. That's a bad thought. Really bad. I can just imagine the title already. I reincarnated as a dragon in another world, so I can now be a pervert without consequences. That alone makes me wretched even having the intrusive thought. I turn around and plop down, my tail still peeking through the vines to show that I do want to come in, but that I will wait for them to be done. It takes a while for them to start moving, but soon I feel a quick tap on the tip of my blue tail. I turn around and go in, finding them sitting down, spread around the room. I do notice that they took their respective gems, the old lady adding another decoration to her branches, the girl holding them both in her scorched arm, the beast woman. She just piled them to the side, not planning on using them, I guess. The boy is also not doing much with his. He at least is holding them on his lap, but he looks like he's on the verge of crying. That's a lot to unpack, and I am a busy dragon that's very bad with emotions I cannot find the rationale for. Poison gal? Still sulking. Wait, no, never mind. She's just sitting there. But her entire demeanor changed? Right, probably rich. Is she trying to put on a noble front now that she got her rage out of her system? Probably. She's not touching her gems, but she does eye me with obvious curiosity. I really don't know what to think of her. Ah, I am dumb. No wonder the beast woman and the assassin aren't using the crystals I brought. They can't. Tree lady makes shiny runes appear on her body when she does magic. I wonder what's up with the shackles that have literal runes written in gold on them? Dumb man. Well, another reason why Mother was fine with them being here. They not only can't use their arms right, they are also unable to use magic. I can see the fog dispersing as it gets close to the cuffs, and at least the woman's skin around them is starting to look at least a bit sickly compared to her otherwise fair complexion. The beast woman also looks weaker, not visibly, just my instincts tell me she's weaker than before. That might be a problem. I don't know if people here are dependent on mana like me. Should I try and break the chains? No, that's dumb. They disperse mana that gets close. No reason mine would be unaffected. And I know for sure getting any mana displaced will feel horrible, and like a part of me is slowly dying. So no chance I am trying that yet. Plus I am scared. What if the beast woman rips my head off as revenge against my mother? What if the noble woman poisons me and my siblings, then uses her shadow affinity to run away? They'd have at least half a right to do that. If not for me, they would have been eaten by my siblings. But even if it would be right, it is not something I can allow. Alright, heavy thoughts aside, I try, and look at the two actively using the crystals. Why are they not breathing in the air around them? I focus my eyes on the fire girl, and I can see the mist around her 2 mana crystals, but I don't see her focusing on drawing it all in. She spins them around in her hand. I am surprised she has enough energy to do that considering how burnt up it is. Still, she's not breathing in the mana, but rather absorbing a very faint amount through her skin. Well, I think I did do that, especially as a child, but even so I am surprised she is using the far less functional method. Should I show her? I turn to the side and see Granny just sitting there, with her eyes closed, almost meditating. She's doing it in a much better way, even if she isn't actively breathing mana. Her branches seem to direct quite a bit of it into her body, so maybe those growths aren't completely bad. Is that why the younger girl is using her burnt hand? Because it was changed by mana and it might transfer it much easier? Not as efficient as I would like, but I guess this is a starting point. Use parts that were changed by mana to get more mana faster. My entire body was changed by mana, though, so not exactly useful. But I guess I now know that I can absorb mana directly from my skin instead of focusing so much on my lungs. That should help, maybe. Let's see if I can try to get her to breathe in the air around the fire crystals. That's where the real mana is at after all. Let's see. I approach her, and she stops spinning them. She looks a bit worried, but at least she's not terrified as I reach my snout towards her charred hand. I take in a deep, audible breath, and then turn my head to the side and breathe out harmless sparks. The boy gets startled and the noblewoman speaks a rough word that I am 90% sure is a curse, but the fire girl is not afraid. Instead, she looks excited. She grabs the crystals tighter, then puts them to her chest. I see the mana no longer directed towards the arm, but rather straight to her chest, and I realize what is happening. Her core. It's going to her core. Now that I focus on it, I can see that everyone has denser mana around their chest, as opposed to having an even spread like me and my siblings. Then is their entire method reliant on that organ? They're not trying to improve their bodies to go along with their magic? Or is it that they can't? I continue looking at the girl while thinking to myself. I see her stick her hand out, then speak long sentences in whispers. Whenever Mother says her syllables before creating a rune and using magic, I can hear the power in each short sound. Here I almost don't get that. Instead, I get little jolts at very specific sounds, as if everything else is worthless filler. Still, an effect happens. Her charred arm gets a few runes written in red on it. Then I see a blob of mana mist pushing through it, through the crystals. Then as it gets fully out of her body, I see a shower of sparks appear. I have to admit, despite being able to do it so much faster, her version is prettier. I look at the wooden floor below us, and while it is mostly unharmed since it is made by Mother's magic, it now sports little scorch marks in the rough shape of a butterfly. She smiles as she looks at me, being fixated on the sudden drawing. Guess I had that look. Huh. How could I not? I've been thinking of ways to improve the strength of my magic that I almost forgot why I love magic. The reason I was so excited about magic is not just the power it can afford, but the fact that it allows will to be made manifest. I have more art in my brain than master painters could make in 100 lives. I have more songs, theater pieces, and movies than a whole college of bards could create in its entire history. I have beautiful sculptures memorized down to the last detail, and I am sitting here, pondering how to get bigger muscles and make a bigger boom. In my past life, I wasn't an artsy person. My body simply didn't do well with anything requiring dexterity. Doctors said I was simply born with nerve damage. However that works. My voice was also just plain bad, but I enjoyed all forms of art greatly. Maybe I should use at least a bit of my new life to show beauty to the world. Maybe I should think about what I can do other than fight. I wonder if there's a rune for sound. If there is, then just like the light rune, I could modify it and start making any sound I need. I could use it to pour out the songs I have memorized. I need to learn more runes. I need to have something better than fighting. Hell, I don't even need to limit myself to art. I watched every episode of How It's Made. I know theoretical physics, biology, chemistry, and I can turn everything I know into reality if I work towards it. Magic, at least so far, seems more than able to do what I need in order to make something nice. The stunt Mother pulled forced my brain into survival mode, but I know how quickly I will end up burning myself up if I get stuck like that. I need to be better, to do something good, something great. I need to enjoy this gift, or else I will hate it just like I hated my last life. I let out a heavy sigh, then approach her again. That was a nice break, a nice moment to reflect, but I do still need to understand them more and the way they use magic. Even after listening to it, there's so many unfamiliar sounds that I have a hard time even remembering what she said. It's a language with a lot of consonants, very different from any of the languages I learned in my life. So I need a point of reference for something that I can mimic. I again sniff at the crystals, then push her hand upwards with my snout. She is confused and holds her hand to her chest, but that's not what I want. I reach again and push it upwards more. She gets the hint and puts them to her nose, then breathes in, but she keeps her confused expression. I understand why that is. She did not breathe in the mana. No, rather the fog ignored her entirely. When I breathe close to it, the entire fog gets directed towards me, but when she did, it remained stationary, completely undisturbed. I thought mana was bound to the air somehow, but I think that is completely wrong. I think mana is its own thing and only loosely interacts with the matter around. My body interacts with it almost completely, as just moving my hand next to it makes it move like fog should. But humans can only pull in a bit of it towards their cores. They can only really interact with mana by using their core or whatever body part is already modified. I should have realized that mana and air aren't necessarily correlated when we weren't hit by wind just for being close to the gold. That complicates things, mostly because this means I can probably not use anything that the humans are doing. Our biology is absurdly different. They need constant water and food. Their flesh interacts weirdly with mana. Their bodies are inefficient and about as bad as I remember them from my past. I also can't use chance like they do. My voice box is still stuck on squeaks and roars. I can't exactly use runes either if I don't have the rune memorized and the pattern of the mana inside remembered fully. And I don't know if I can even use the runes the humans have showing up on their body, as they seem a lot more automatic and out of control compared to what Mother does. They don't modify the runes after all, but they seem more like a prelude to something happening. I think I need to first improve my body some more, and then hope I can steal some secrets from Mother. The next time I see her draw a rune, I will forcibly remember it. After all, my very last memory before being a dragon is me forcibly recording the experience of a disembodied voice laughing at me before I fell into this world, into a permanent memory in the shape of a book. It'll hurt like a bitch, but it's clear that I need to do this if I want to have any hope of using proper magic before Mother's tests throw me into an early grave. Chapter 15. Cultural Exchange. Despite my disappointment, I would be lying if I said that this was a waste of time. Two very important things were slapped in my face, and despite how different they are, I would say they both are just as valuable. On one side, I got a rough idea of how humans use magic and how it differs from dragon magic. I think they can only influence mana with their cores. As such, they pull in mana directly into it, then shoot it out to cause an effect. I do something similar yet different with the way I used magic. Unlike them, I could move mana with my entire being, so I pulled mana into my lungs, exhaled a particular type, and got to shaping it with will alone. Similar yet different. The second, and equally important thing, I need to do fun stuff with magic, not just practical stuff. That is exactly why I leave the human room and go straight to collecting light crystals. It takes a few minutes to have 5 shiny crystals gathered up, causing the lighting in the cave to be a bit wonky. Sorry everyone, but I need to figure this rune out before I can move on to something else. I breathe in the mana and fail to pull any of it in. Why? My entire body is pumped full of magic already. Never thought this would be a problem, but it seems it is. Thankfully, unpacking is always easier than packing, so I managed to force a chunk of mana to escape, freeing up some space in my lungs. Once again, I begin by gathering up mana, then I breathe it out as I imagine it moving to form the shape of the rune. The light rune is the least complex one I have seen so far. Really, it's a few oval shapes connected together at weird angles. However, something is quite obvious as I stare at the way the mana mist flows. It's a single loop, a closed circuit that moves mana in a particular way, pulling in similar mana from nearby, while expelling some of the active one by causing light. Basically, the motion itself is what causes light. If I think about pushing the mana faster just a little bit, I can get better brightness, while if I make one loop longer, I get a hue more towards red. I start fiddling with the size and speed of every little thing, seeing how it changes it, manipulating the rune both mentally and physically with a claw. It takes me a long time to realize that I stopped being the one giving it mana. The excess mana of the other crystals was enough to feed this one, despite my constant changing of the thing. Good to know. Well, now that I think about it, it did feel like Mother's use of the nature rune wasn't exactly a use of her own mana. It was like she was telling all of mana to act a certain way. Actually, that makes me think. Her rune wasn't making trees appear right on top of it, but rather it was twisting stuff at a distance. So, speed affects brightness, size affects hue. What happens if I mess with alignment? After all, it is a 3D shape. I do just that and find that the rune itself is no longer emitting light, only as much as Mother's rune was, making its shape visible. Instead, the light it should create was now a few centimeters to the right. I think I just found the offset button. This is a lot more intuitive than I expected. A flash of the rune that translated words across any language passes through my mind. I shudder as I imagine what it must be like to try and get the correct settings for that abomination. In a way, it feels like I am right back in high school, learning how to print out "Hello World," while looking at videos of people making entire games from scratch in a notepad. I was already planning on abusing my soul memory? Sure, let's call it that. I was already planning to abuse my soul memory to learn runes much faster than I have any right to do, despite the momentary pain I will no doubt feel. But even then, I think the amount of experimentation needed before I can be sure I understand one of these things is going to be insane. Regardless, though, I go right back to my rune. So far, I did my best to modify things while still keeping its rough shape. The offset is pushing it a bit, but still it functions. So what happens if I try to radically change things around, like undoing one of the loops? It breaks. The entire rune broke. I bring it back and try to change the alignment radically. It breaks again. Really, the farthest it lets me move the light for me is halfway across the room, which isn't really a lot. I focus on making a light at the edge of my range. Then I make it shift through each hue of light I can make, until it stops. The rune itself remains visible in front of me, so it didn't break. But I am now making light that my eyes cannot detect. Let's see. It was shifting towards purple. Ultraviolet. I ripped the rune and I close and open my eyes repeatedly. Thankfully, I wasn't looking directly at the ball of light I was conjuring, since it was uncomfortable to look at, so I didn't get hit badly by the invisible light. So, I can exceed the limit of my eyes when it comes to the hue of light. How far does that go? I don't know. It might be the entire electromagnetic spectrum, but I doubt that, so it is more likely that I can go anywhere within the full spectrum of light itself, so between infrared and ultraviolet. Still dangerous, but it's better to not have to deal with actual radiation from the single simplest rune around. After calming down from the realization that I can end up messing with really dangerous things if I try to modify runes without a plan, I decide to go back to the basic form of the rune, just normal white light. I look at it for a while, until I am certain that it really just functions because of the movement. And yeah, it does. Even during the offset, the energy for the light comes from within the loop. It just travels basically instantaneously to the point it is aimed for, like a car taking a tight turn and falling off course, and it creates the effect there. So what would happen if I make this exact rune from air mana instead? I actually try that. I do the exact shape, but next to 3 air crystals. Nothing happens. I am visualizing the rune. I am actively moving the mana around in that shape, but it doesn't click like the light rune does. When I make the light rune, it feels like I am creating a path that the mana wants to follow, and so it does even with no further input. But if I change that path too much, it suddenly gets pissy and stops. I am guessing that air mana and light mana like different paths. So, then, is my only option here to guess what the air mana's preferred shape is? No, that's stupid. There must be a rule here, but this is the only thing I know how to make. Wait, that girl made magic without moving mana in a shape like this. So then are the runes that appear on their body something similar? I didn't look closely enough, but I think the mana moved, at least partially, through them, and that's how the effect was formed. But while this rune makes the effect continuously and kind of dictates it, the 2D version is more like giving directions to a clump of mana. That feels right. So then is that why her magic is slower and weaker than it should be? One makes mana do what it likes, but in a controlled manner, while the other forces mana to do something. Or maybe I am wrong, and it is the other way around. Arg, I wish we'd be able to speak already so I could ask someone. Anyone. I sigh and look at the air mana crystals. I wanted to start working on manipulating sound next since it is also a wave function of sorts, but it might take a long while. I return the crystals, thinking about what I can do next. I look around the place and notice that my siblings are asleep. That gives me pause. I am not tired at all, not even a little bit. Yet they're snoozing away like it's midnight. Weird. I decided to leave quietly, after getting a rather strange feeling in my gut. I visit the human room and the light around is now dim, more like moonlight than actual sunlight. I frown, or at least I think I do. They are all sleeping, no wrong. I see the faintly glowing left eye of the beast woman. She woke up and is staring at me curiously. Is it actually night? Might be. I take a step in and see her rising upright. She was sleeping a second ago, but seems to have no problem with waking up, no grogginess to slow her down. Guess she's a lot more like a cat than I thought. Yeah, why not? It's night, I am not tired, and she's awake, so I might as well lead her out. Staying in here can't be good for her health even if there's fresh plants all around, and I imagine Mother will come and mess up any plan I try to make. So to hell with it, time for a relaxing walk in the night. I approach, quietly, and gently bite her bindings, pulling a bit. She tilts her head, but after the following tug, she gets up and follows me. She's quiet for how huge she is. Her legs and feet are human still, yet she makes no sound as she steps, and after we get a bit away from the room, she manages to keep pace with me despite the fact that I am trotting and she's just power walking. So, despite her inability to manipulate mana, she's clearly superhuman. Might be a benefit of using a lot of meat, bone, and blood mana. The effects are lingering. Well, thanks to that we exit the entire cave in about 15 minutes, and we are graced by a half-lit behemoth. I was hoping for a starry night, but I realize my mistake now. After all, it is light pollution that makes seeing the stars hard. What better source of pollution than a giant mirror? It is a white moon, just like the one back home, but it doesn't seem to be the only one. There's a very small black moon orbiting the white one. It is a shiny kind of black, one that is clearly visible like someone shining a lantern on a piece of obsidian. The other moon visible around is a red one that seems more in line with my old one in size, meaning it might also be pretty damn big. Yeah, tides here must suck. I hear a voice. Despite being so large, I haven't heard the beast woman speak. Really, she didn't speak with any of the others, merely made a few grunts once or twice. And there might also have been a snarl when she body slammed that one wolf. Despite all of that, however, I hear her speak, in a voice much softer than I imagined she'd have. She has a sad expression, unlike the stoic look she kept until now, and she speaks as she looks up at the moons, specifically the white one, actually. She quiets down and looks down at me after a bit. She shows a faint frown, then schools her expression back into neutrality. One thing I did manage to notice during her speech is that her language is different. More vowels, more pleasant sounds. Really, a couple words sounded familiar. Huh, she's from really far away. No wonder no one is talking to her. I should have been able to tell by the fact that she looks naturally more Mediterranean, while everyone else looks Central European. Oh gods, is it racism? It might be. Damn, now I have to worry about interhuman relationships and culture clashes, and I feel like I want to scream my brain into silence. I rub against her leg and then sit down, looking at the stars. She blinks and does the same. My mind is loud and it's getting harder to quiet it down by just remembering music or focusing on sparkly stuff. I need something new. I hum. I am bad at it. My voice is raspy and crackly. My hum is uneven. I am not used to making such sounds, but slowly I adapt. I manage to fall into a tune I did not expect. I'm not exactly the patriotic kind, but I guess the song of my country's union is a bit catchy. A bit lively, but not too much. Just enough to feel merry in an otherwise quiet night. I am joined by a second hum. It is a bit uncertain and off tune, but she slowly gets the rhythm and we end up singing it 3 times over. That feels nice. I turn to her, and she looks at me with nothing but pure curiosity. I blink, and then I hear her start to sing. Actually sing. She taps a foot against the ground, making just a bit of sound so I can get the rhythm, but most of the work comes from her voice. It's simple, but powerful. It is rough, yet beautiful. I feel my tails sway to the rhythm. It is a war song, a music dedicated to courage and glory. I can feel the missing drums, then I can hear them. She stops singing. I stop too and turn to where she's looking. It's a rune. A rune I have never seen before. A rune that, with a bit of push from me, makes the sound of a drum. She starts singing again, and I join her with the drums. I listen to the song and look for missing parts. No, look is the wrong word. I feel for the missing parts, and I add them. I imagine an uneven chorus accentuating the last word of each verse, and it feels right. I imagine the sound of different drums, the sound of horns, and they all fit nicely. I imagine the people moving and I follow, spinning and hopping all around the majestic vocalist that looks like a ragged warrior. It all culminates in 100 howls, and I feel my strength leaving me. My mana ran out. I was filled with mana of all kinds, but somehow I am dry. I wonder why, and then see it as 5 different runes float above my head, each slightly different from the others, each apparently sucking in any mana they could to function, each draining me of hours of tightly packed energy. But it doesn't matter. The runes break and I am just laughing, or rather squeaking, as I roll in the grass. I look and I see the beast woman wiping her tears as she laughs to herself. Yeah, this was worth it. Chapter 16. Bedroom DJ. I wake up. It takes me longer to come to terms with that fact than it takes me to actually sleep. Looking around, I find myself in the nest instead of out in front of the cave. For all that she is strong, I doubt the beast woman dragged me here with her hands bound and her magic dissipating. Mother, that's the best guess I have. Mother came and brought me in. My blood runs cold. I rush towards the human room while trying to run through my mind. She was out of the cave with me, but out. Mother could have used that as an excuse to kill her. The degree of callousness she showed towards life really points to that being the case, and I fear. I reach the room, panting, and I look inside. I startle them all, but thankfully, they're all here. I look towards the beast woman and I see her eyes becoming just a bit gentler. She says something, though neither I nor the others can understand what. Still, I move closer and bump my head into her, which she reciprocates. That feels nice, and despite the weird looks I am sure I am getting, I stay like this a bit longer. I do, however, need to leave. Well, less of a need, and more of a, I should try and make the music rune again before I forget how it looked, kind of need. One more quick run back and I am ready to start gathering crystals. We do have quite a few air ones, but they're not exactly too abundant, so it takes a bit of time just to gather a sizable pile, but once I do I make quick work of filling up on it. The hard part comes with making the rune. I remember it, clearly, yet I failed to form it in my first try. Unlike the light rune, which is entirely made of round bits and ellipses, this rune had more jagged ends, straight lines, harsh angles, and for some reason the mana did not like being put in that shape. Why? I managed to make a small tribal orchestra with 5 of these, while fueling them with outstandingly bad mana for what it should do. Ah, damn it. I see. This rune feels wrong. The magic trying to run through it feels wrong, because I used the wrong type of mana when I made it. Or rather, it manifested by itself into the wrong type of mana because I didn't have what it needed. I try and tweak it, removing a jagged line, adding in a loop, then removing 2, but however much I try to fix it, I can't get the air mana to listen. So, I am doing something wrong. Clearly. How do I fix it? I can try and just use all types of mana like I used before, but I shake that thought right off. The problem with that idea is that I have no idea what percentages of mana I had. It's like throwing plants in a pot and hoping soup comes out. Sometimes it'll work, but sometimes you'll just make poison. Instead of trying to guess how the messed up version of the rune functions, I should probably make the not messed up version, but the air mana doesn't like any form resembling this rune. My foundation is wrong. I try the rune again. I force the air mana into that shape, and even as it tries to diverge into something else, I don't let it. I force it to run despite it being wrong, hoping against hope that it will do something other than dissipate. I run out of mana. Nothing changed. It just wants to blow up and somehow consumes itself just from moving in this wrong pattern. Alright, new guess. Try and keep it moving, but follow it if it tries to flow a different way. Just don't let it blow up. It blows up. Not literally, but you get the point. I try again, and it dissipates again. I try a third time, and just barely manage to see it turn a zigzag into 2 right angles, before it goes away again. This time I form the rune with the right angles. Progress is slow, but it is progress. It takes me 5 refills before I manage to set up a formation that the mana likes flowing in. New problem, it does nothing. I look at it, and despite air mana flowing eagerly through the complex thing, nothing happens. I wonder if I messed something up, when finally I notice something in the middle of it. It's not a sound or a song, it's something different. It looks like a clump of mana, the same semi-transparent fog, but as I take in a deep breath and pull the small bit of mana out of the rune and into my lungs, I can hear chimes. I see black for a moment, but in that darkness I can hear a million different sounds. Skittering of insect legs, drops of water falling into tranquil puddles, a chime, a voice, a rumbling, a log falling. This is sound mana, and it is beautiful. I am pulled back to reality and see the rune has kept functioning while I was hallucinating. I see that the clump in the middle has grown larger. I was spacing out for a while, but I also see that the mana in the rune proper is running out. Was the air mana consumed to make sound mana? A more refined form? Wait, was I forcing the air mana to act like sound mana? Is that why it was so costly to just shout louder? Huh, good to know for the future. Mana is diverse, and I might be able to make something do what it's not supposed to, at a cost. More information for my back pocket. Right now, though, I look at this rune and think. The mana I put in is much more than the mana that resides at its center right now, meaning that the conversion isn't that good. Well, if I think of it like refining something more basic into something specialized, then it makes sense to lose some of it. A good part of air mana is, well, air, wind, storm, atmospheric pressure. Sound mana would lose all that in order to focus on the finer detail of sound. Now, what happens if I take all this converted mana and move it through the rune? I do just that, pulling out the air mana while pushing in sound, and the results are mixed. I hear a rough screech, thankfully not a loud one, and I can feel the mana not being exactly thrilled. I start listening to its will as it tries to change the flow ever so slightly and end up with a shape pretty close to the rune I started with, but also different. The sound has also changed, now more like somebody is holding down a key on a piano. I start shifting the rune's shape slightly, and it acts similar to the light rune, but different. Now speed is, literally, speed. The size of the rune itself influences how loud it is, the angle of the rune changes where the sound comes from, and so on and so forth. I try to play around with it a bit, going through different sounds, but I end up out of sound mana quickly. I have to memorize these, and I do. Turns out, if instead of memorizing my entire experience, I just memorize a shape, I can use my library without having the mother of all headaches. It is still an annoyance, and I can feel my brain getting hot just from copying down two shapes, but I managed to do it and I can look at the 3D reenactment of the runes inside my own mind with perfect clarity. I do need to take a break after this, though, because I do feel a headache creeping in and I don't want to deal with that quite yet. So, let's recap while my brain cools down. I need sound mana to make actual music. Makes sense? Air was literally just making my voice louder. I need a rune in order to shift air into sound. Since we do not have sound mana crystals around, then I need a different rune to manipulate it. Theoretically, I could combine the two, if I had a bit better control. Make the air to sound rune, then send the flow into the music rune. Wait, do I not have enough control for that? I mean, I used 5 of them at once, accidentally. I should be able to at least make 2 at once. I try just that, but fail almost instantly. It's like patting your head and rubbing your belly, all while jumping on one leg. It's a kind of multitasking I am just not used to yet. I try to make 2 air to sound runes, and I am pleasantly surprised at being able to do it. I try a third and I falter slightly. So 3 of a kind is my limit. Understandable, I can work with that. At least this speeds up the process greatly. Putting the runes on top of the pile of air crystals also helps with fueling it without taking all the mana from me. Soon enough I have a big enough cloud that I need to breathe it in, or risk losing it. The gold around not only draws in mana from outside, it also draws in mana from around, meaning that if I am not careful, my carefully crafted mana supply will be mixed with everything else and become unrecognizable. Thankfully my lungs are big and I managed to pull in most of the mana, with what's left being used to kickstart the music rune. I did say I wanted to figure out how to use magic for fun, not just for fighting, and this is my first project. Figure out how to make every sound possible in order to make the songs in my head real. I am not going to be able to play a piano or a violin with my draconic body, so I might as well use magic to bring earth music to this world. Alright, this will probably take a while. Did I ever tell you I am an absolute moron? Because I am. Oh, just try and make every single sound in the world. What could possibly go wrong? Well, I'll tell you what. Everything. Does anyone even know how many sounds exist in the world? How many notes? Because it isn't just do, re, and mi, that's for sure. I played every note that a grand piano can do, then a violin, then a guitar. Simple stuff, really. Once I figured out how to get the correct lingering sound for when you play the note longer, I was good. I even managed to figure out 8-bit sounds and the like. From analog to digital, I managed, after about 12 hours, to make every single sound and repeat them until I managed to memorize the patterns. And then I remembered about chords, taking another day just to learn how to use a single rune to make multiple sounds at once. And then came in voice. It has been days. I even had to go back to fighting mutant animals by the lake. I have been able to make it easier on myself by running whatever voice I wanted to mimic in my head, but even then I had to stop each half a second, each half a sound, because anything more complex would make the rune falter and collapse, but I managed to slowly play entire songs. 3 minutes of music, played over 30 hours. Great progress. I decide, rightfully so, that my plan is stupid and stop sometime along the 5th continuous day. Rather than try and learn every single sound possible, I decide to just mark down all the important sounds and figure it out from there. I have no idea how I managed to do this the first time around. So, making voices is basically impossible. Every time I try I end up with something akin to a very bad AI rendition of a person. There's gaps, and no matter how much I strain to imagine, remember, or think my way through the shape of the rune, it never changes fast enough to smoothly move into the next moment. Too many settings need to be tweaked at a millimetric level in order to make it work perfectly, and I do not have the magical dexterity for it. What I do have, however, is a million other songs that do not have voice. Or I can just try and make the instrumental, ignoring the words of songs entirely. Actually, I test that out with one of the simpler songs I remember, at least instrumental-wise. Drum drum clap, drum drum clap, drum drum cl, I fall off beat, the change not being fast enough. I decide to instead make 2 different ones, one for the drum, one for the clap. I try again and this time it works. I stay away from the guitar solo, because I certainly can't make that work if I can barely time the change between a drum and a clap. Yeah, I can keep this going as long as I have mana. I changed to something just a tad more complex and from a whole different genre. I only tried the first 8 seconds of it on loop, but after a minute of figuring out exactly what rune to shift into what and when, I managed the beginning of the One-Eyed Skeleton's theme. I smiled to myself. Of course this is painfully slow, but it is magic. I can make snippets of music into reality. It's a small step, but I did it. I am spent. Also, I think I focused so much on this that I forgot everything else. Oops. I should probably not do that, at least while people are kind of relying on me. I decide to finally visit the humans again, but what I see is kind of worrying. While they are mostly fine, I notice that the beast woman is much thinner than before. Oh damn, she's been eating only fruits. Those things, while filled with sugars and the like, have basically no protein, and she's a wall of muscles, and at least half feline. Can she even digest fruits as well as everyone else? She ate the bug raw that one time and had no issues. What if she's an obligate carnivore and was stuck on a sugary diet because she had no other option? I told myself I would bring them some meat, but after the forest trip and my time focused on music, I just forgot. She looks at me, and I see her expression of pain. I can even hear her guts churning. She's hungry, and there's no meat around. I returned recently from a hunt, so it will take at least until tomorrow. I doubt there's any actual animals close to the cave, but it doesn't matter. I know that at least some big, juicy bugs dare to approach, to feast on the huge fruits. I rush to try and find at least one of them and I am met by two. Well, they are two big bugs that look roughly like beetles. Though while one of them has the earth affinity I am used to, the other has chitin. It feels like bone, but not really, so I am guessing it's chitin. I should have expected they also come in variations. Oh well, one of them I kill easily as it is scuttling on the ground, but the other is a bit more annoying as it is the chitin one. Not nearly as tough, but not nearly as heavy, and it is climbing the vines. I cannot just shake it off since it has a good grip and no huge weight holding it down, so I instead throw rocks at it until it falls. It's easier to pierce with my teeth than the rock one, so at least there's that. I carry both of them back, my mouth just barely fitting them, which lets me run much easier than if I carried them in my tails. Once I reach their room, I am met like before by barely hidden disgust from most people, but at least the feline woman is appreciative as she dives straight into them, eating them from the underside until only the shell remains. She doesn't look satiated, which makes sense from how big she is, but at least this should help make the weight bearable. She closes her eyes and makes a chuffing sound towards me. I reply by creating the sound rune and somewhat poorly mimicking her. She looks surprised, which is a bit funny, though the most surprising thing is that I see the old woman casting a spell, making runes appear on her face as she looks at me with barely disguised terror. I tilt my head, unsure of why she is so scared. I look at her a bit, then decide to leave. Guess they really did not like the dead bugs. Hope they like mutant wolf or boar. Interlude 2. The Fool, the Vengeful, and the Dragon. The music stops. Slowly all heads turn towards one particular person. Pairs of eyes, complex amalgams, and even eyeless gazes all focus on one being. One young woman with hair like ripe hay, eyes like a clear spring and skin dark like a rich, wet soil. Her expression was one of horror as she watched a faint shimmer fade and fall. The eyes turned to look at the speck, looking on just until it faded fully, having reached the grand marble bellow. For a moment no one spoke. That moment was short-lived. How? Screamed a voice like the drums of war, echoing in the now silent festive hall. How could you drop it? The entire room began speaking at once, shaken away from their collective shock. Beings of all shapes and sizes began talking with their nearest fellows. There were accusations, insults, even simple jokes. All of those were aimed directly at the young woman. Meanwhile, the woman was on the verge of tears. It hurt me. Her voice was barely a whisper, yet everyone heard it. Impossible. One exclaimed. It was just a soul. One that barely survived the great nothing. Another shouted. More and more voice accusations came, until one grander than most silenced them with a single tap of a fork against their gilded cup. Inside voices. We might lack walls, but still, it is quite rude to shout. That alone calmed almost everyone. The one with voice like drums was the only one to still glare at the young woman who caused all this chaos. Ahem. Rushka? Dear, could you please tell us how you ended up dropping a soul that made the trip across the great nothing by itself? For all its kind tone, the voice made Rushka tremble and look down. I don't. She stopped, took a deep breath, then thought back to it all. She had found it before the banquet. A lone, tiny sphere of power engraved with golden words that held so much knowledge it took her minutes to read even a single symbol. She took it, laughing to herself at her great discovery, and brought it in to show everyone. Some congratulated her, some cursed under their breath, though it was Rahina, her sister, that was most excited. Right until she felt the soul vibrate, heat up and zap her like a small ball of lightning. It had hurt her. Nothing had hurt her in millennia. Looking down at her fingers, she still had a mark like a burnt fingertip, and looking towards her sister she can only see anger. She managed to collect herself enough to state all of this, and yet she was still met with people not even believing her. Even the one above most seemed a bit unsure about her explanation. That was until someone else spoke for the first time since this whole party started. Someone who just about never talked. It was whole. Heads turned, gasps of surprise were barely hidden. It was a soul that remained whole despite its trip. It wasn't protected by one of us, and yet it survived. It was not even dormant, it was awake, aware, and it perceived you. A gnarled, twisted thing that resembled a finger points towards Rushka. As a threat, it fought back, just as a pure soul does. Souls don't fight, Harvester. Scoffed a being of brilliant, golden light. False souls like the ones you make, don't. True souls? Souls born from the true God's gardens, not cobbled together from a spit of divine essence and manna, those can fight. Those remember all. Why else do you think we call upon them to be our divine champions? Ah, but you have yet to call one. Yes, that is why you do not know how dangerous they are. At that the one that silenced them before seemed to realize. It realized that the soul that escaped and fell upon the world is not just one of a champion. Rushka, it spoke, slowly, a second voice seeming to overlap with the first. Did you? Or did you not turn it into your chosen before you dropped it? Did you? Or did you not lock away its knowledge? Rushka, goddess of fertility and harvest, turned pale as the whitest marble as she slowly shook her head. This was it. Not only had she ruined her chance at a free champion to spread her name ever farther, to be her and her sister's tool to gain even more standing and mold their land in their vision. She has unleashed something grander than any god of this world can make, and now she will be shattered for her carelessness. Well, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. The harvester, not a god of harvest, but the harvester, spoke. After all, it fell in that barren rock you call a continent. He laughed and shook the thing that might be mistaken for a hand, if one were to not look too closely. There's barely any mana to make whatever knowledge it has reality, and the chance that it fell into the flesh of a high enough infant noble is next to nothing. It'll end up a peasant, waste away with wishes of grandeur and fall right back into your hand. It will just take a century at most. Unless it ends up born as a beast and loses its mind entirely, you'll have your champion. Slowly the atmosphere becomes lighter. God's joke at the expense of that fallen soul. For it was unlucky enough to slip into the spot in the world with the least ambient mana. For what, indeed, were the chances that it would end up in a situation where it has access to magic when so very few even start on the path in that backwater continent? Only the one above most seemed unsettled, and it made that known only to Rushka. While the harvester speaks true and I cannot simply order you, I do still recommend sending an oracle to your faithful to keep an eye out for unusual kids or magical beasts. There's a reason we wipe away most proper knowledge of the world champions come from. Of course the goddess nodded her head, then kept it low. After all, how could she defy a deity so much grander than herself? How could she defy the red sun that was here before grains even rose from the earth? A knock on the door startles the Duke awake. He barely shakes his head and looks down at the book he was reading. A book he found absolutely repulsive, partly because of the content, but partly because of how much he expended in order to be able to read it, only for it to be absolutely worthless. Such useless details. Pink-scaled grucarms become fertile every half-month and end their pregnancies 3 days earlier than their brown-scaled brethren. Somehow the author managed to figure this out, yet couldn't even describe what a grucarm even looks like. Pink scales, brown scales, it could be a small lizard, or a distant cousin of the cursed dragons for all this book knows. He sighs as a second knock echoes through the study. I should order a door from harder wood, or maybe one padded with soft pillows so people wouldn't be able to disturb me anymore. No, I know I can't hide away from the news of the world. Come in, he said, while clearing his throat and putting the book away. damn thing required a whole group of scribes to work continuously for a month to translate. Yet it was so ultimately useless. Your Grace, Duke Arkros Varkrim. I am Company Captain Reyes, ready to report. A soldier came in. No, a captain, as he said. The mark on his chest said as much. Still, not someone that often brings news. The fact that he reminded the Duke of his demotion did not make him any more endearing. Make this quick. I have duties to attend to. A single spark coming from the tap of his finger against the wooden desk is enough to make the man stutter and speak quickly. Why, yes. A traveling merchant came into the city, looking for slaves, specifically Eastern slaves from the tribes. Before he could continue, he was interrupted. And why, pray tell, are you bothering me with the shopping list of a passing merchant? Has my standing fallen so low that you would come to me to report a mundane purchase? By this point, the sparks became yellow flames that danced over Arkros' hand, from one ring to another, the red crystals shining with power. And no, sir, it is not about the purchase, it is about why the purchase is needed. It's a merchant from Tranquil River. The mistress came and demanded a sacrifice so suddenly, and she claimed that their prepared sacrifice wasn't up to par, so they had to give up their Eastern slave. One could hear the mana shift in the coming silence. The mistress of Tranquil Waters. One of those cursed beasts that came in, took a chunk of the Empire's border for herself, rebuffed the attempt of the local lord at pushing her away, and remained there for the past few centuries. That same cursed beast that brought about the Duke's fall. The abomination that still holds his family's treasured sword somewhere in her endless hoard. When was the last time she took tribute? His voice was steeled just enough to not let his full anger seep through, but by the pale face of the captain, it was clear the Duke wasn't holding back as much as he hoped. 10 years ago. Sir. He turns around, looking out of the window at the sprawling town below the castle. And she usually does so every 30 to 50 years, yes? What changed? The man nods, something the Duke sees in the faint reflection. He knows he can't keep the hate from showing in his expression, so he does not turn around. The man thinks for a moment, then a moment longer, then shakes his head. I am not certain, Your Grace. Finally, Duke Arkros Varkrim, once Archduke of the Empire, fails to keep the inferno in. He turns around and flames spread all around. Thankfully, his library was made to resist this much heat. The man, however, he barely escaped becoming a corpse. Then find out. Send the word. I want every possible explanation written down, studied, and tested. That monster has remained the same for longer than most nobles have been alive. And I want to know what could have possibly changed. I want to know if I can finally make that husk of an emperor to move out the army against that pest and eradicate it once and for all. Of course, he does not say the second part out loud, despite every soldier and servant knowing it true. After all, I won't be able to reclaim my family's standing until I have that creature's head mounted on the highest tower of my home. There is nothing left to burn. There is nothing left to scorch. Once there was a village. Once there were people. Or maybe they weren't a village, just a group of similarly shaped animals. What was really the difference? What made one more valuable than the other? Neither was a dragon after all. Neither was the peak of creation. Neither deserved to be given any consideration. For what good were a million ants when a sole dragon can build more, destroy faster, travel farther, and turn the very world into its plaything? Anything the other meat things can do, a dragon does better. So why would they be allowed to claim land that a dragon could use? Why would they be allowed to use this crystal when the outstretched thunderous scorching hand can use it for higher purposes? His long tail digs deep furrows into the earth as his arms tap around, trying to find it. His 3 tongues flick into the air, tasting the mana, following the current. He found it. So he digs. Or rather, he swims through the ground that gives way to his heat. His arms rip open a wound in the stone as he passes through, right until he finds the last bastion of the little. What are these things anyways? Goats? Cave goats? He could go for some mutton. Instead of scorching these last few alive, he extinguishes his flames. They look startled, but still they channel the large crystal's power. This one's alive. An elemental will be born from it a few centuries from now. Oh well. It is not like those uptight things deserve to exist either. They have the absolute power that dragons have. Yet they are so boring they never do anything with it. Where was he? Right. He was hungry. A man, a woman, a child, a spear, a few more, whatever was left. Whatever wasn't already scorched or destroyed by lightning, all that had remained from his first rampage now found itself in the stomach of the dragon, melting away into mana. For what were these things if not tiny sacks of mana waiting to be consumed? Now that there weren't bugs crawling on his prize, he took the living crystal and spread his wings. His heat might melt away stone, but a crystal this big was not even touched by his flames, instead consuming them for power. He was now flying through the clouds, fire and lightning heralding his approach. As he carried the large, living, earth mana crystal, he wondered, maybe it was time to visit the mistress of tranquil waters. Chapter 17. Free to enjoy some barbecue. It is the following day, and I feel refreshed. I managed to sleep well, by which I mean I spent my time in the library slowly marking down all the useful patterns of the sound rune. I had to take things slow, else I'd risk being startled awake by the ensuing headache that messing with my treasure trove of knowledge causes me, but I still managed. Now I get to practice just a bit more before I hear Mother coming. I am still wary in case she tries to take us someplace else again, but so far she's been good. A short flight later, and we are at the lake, where two ragged-looking boars with bone spikes growing out of their skulls look just about ready to bolt. I notice Mother submerging herself, only her head still out, like she usually does to let the animals calm down just a bit, then I prepare for the fight. I need to claim at least one of them, so I go ahead of my siblings. My target turns, squeals, and charges. I know boars are some crazy things, ready to kill themselves if only to make sure their aggressor is dead too. Thankfully, I am not a simple aggressor. I've been overthinking things when I try to mimic my siblings' defense. It was the one thing I wasn't able to do while they could. Sure, my toughness was improved by mana naturally, and a bit of it was lost with each hit, but I wasn't ever able to take a deadly hit and just ignore it. Bunnies, wolves, even deer would be able to hurt me, mildly, and I wouldn't be able to use that block ability. But I was dumb about it. My siblings aren't geniuses, they're slightly smarter animals at this point in time. They are led mainly by instinct, which means I should be able to do this instinctually. That's still not exactly enough to make sense of it by myself. However, I realized, just about when Spots got so drained that he was incredibly easy to wound, that the mana used for the rebuke is from within the scales and body, rather than from the lungs. So, it is mana that cannot really be controlled in the first place. Which is why I am charging headfirst into a deadly situation without being afraid. Spots survived 2 goring attacks without a care. I can more than survive one now that I figured out how to overcharge my body with mana. I know the block will happen, because this is my mana and its job is to empower and protect me. So as I let the beast hit my side, I look with glee as a rainbow of energy explodes from my body. Note to self, have enough mana in you, and instead of just stopping a beast, you'll end up hurting it. It was like the boar hit a wall of solid steel. The bones and tusks growing out of its face exploded into splinters and its face became bloody. Of course, it still stood. Boars are just built different after all, but this one's too stunned to move as I bite its face and let lightning melt its brain. The other boar squeals and tries to run at me, but my siblings leap at it and slowly kill it, bite by bite, flame by flame. Really, I was merciful compared to them. Unlike them, I don't start eating. Instead, I sit on the corpse, spreading my body to cover most of it, then just sit like that, eyeing them to make sure they don't try to sneak it. Already they will half respect my right to it since I took the beast down alone, but they might still try to get a bite if they are not full. I know I am feeling plenty hungry right now, but it is a fake feeling. It's not the hunger of a living being, it is the hunger of a gluttonous creature. I ate yesterday. I can survive much longer than this without food. This continues for a while, until Mother cranes her large neck and pokes me with her snout, reminding me how small I still am. She seems, I don't know, curious, worried, annoyed at me and my antics. Either might be possible, but it's not like I care much. I am a difficult child and she'll just have to live with that. My siblings finish their meal, drink a bit of water from Mother's lake, then play a bit before falling asleep. I am of course still guarding the boar. Mother decides to collect them, and when she gets to me, I make sure to dig my claws in, making her lift the boar too. Didn't think I have this much strength in just my limbs. Alright, mana. Still got a lot more than my siblings packed in my cells. She shakes a bit, then noticing that I am still holding onto the thing for dear life, lets out a raspy sigh and takes off. Once back on the pile of gold, now with a huge boar as a plushie, Mother leaves and I begin my very slow walk. I am biting into the boar's face, dragging it on the cave floor all the way to the humans. It is painfully slow, but I worry that I will end up ruining the carcass if I move too fast, or I might even injure myself if I am not strong enough, so I decide to err on the side of caution. Once I finally reach them, I am met by sounds of surprise, or at least that's my best guess. Most of them are too stunned to react properly, but at least the beast woman is pretty quick to enjoy a boon, so she approaches and starts biting into it. I realize quickly that she's having trouble, however, as it seems the fur and skin of the beast is a bit too hard for her fangs. Either she's severely weakened, or the animal was tougher than I thought. I remember that she's the main reason why I decided to bring in extra meat, so I help her by ripping its chest, through the hardened rib cage and all the way to the core. I take it out and drop it in front of the woman, who instantly devours it. Well, there's clearly crystals in there, but I am guessing she can eat them all the same. Maybe they're useful even for people that don't have a whole furnace in their gut. I turn to look at the others, but they seem not happy. The girl with the burnt arm steps forward, tries, with great effort, to rip a strip of meat away, and when she managed to get a small chunk out, she uses her magic to set it on fire? Ah shit, cooking. I forgot humans do that. To be fair, the beast woman had absolutely no problem eating flesh raw, but the others might not have her constitution. Also, they can't just rip the tough flesh from a mutant. Alright, time to do the opposite of a dumpster dive, and try to find simple tools in a pile of riches. I leave, after licking myself clean of blood since I don't want to make too much of a mess. Then I start looking around through the miscellaneous items we have. So, need at least a good knife and a grill. Or maybe some skewers. Bah, whatever. Just something to hold the meat so it can cook even partially. Sadly for me, there's only one sharp thing in the entirety of our hoard. The fancy sword. It's clearly magical in some way, since it has runes inscribed in gold on it, and it is sharp enough to easily cut through my scales. I couldn't help but try it, so it should work. Thankfully, as I drag it with my tails, I realize it is quite, well, not light, but it isn't heavy. I was half afraid that weapons in this world would follow the fantasy trope of putting a slab of lead into a long, sharp shape and calling it a weapon. So, a bit unwieldy and overkill for a kitchen knife, but at least it will function. As for the grill, I got nothing. Most of what we have is coins, with a few random valuable items strewn about. Sadly, nobody decided to make a grill, a pan, or even skewers out of gold or silver, so they're not here. Plan B then. I go through the tunnel and stop just enough to drop the sword with them. Of course I hear gasps, but I don't sit around to look at their surprised faces. I got some wood to collect. I run all the way out of the cave and straight into the woods close to the entrance. I don't even need to look far to find some fallen branches, which I quickly toss to my tails, which I curl up to form a sort of basket. A few dry branches later, and even a couple live ones that are just close enough to the ground for me to rip off, and I am running back. As I get close to the human room, I hear Mother landing at the entrance. What? Why? She doesn't just come twice in a single day, not normally. So why? I get my answer as I pass through the vines and see the beast woman and assassin lady out of their cuffs. Huh. They don't look shattered, they look cut. You know, I should have realized that a magic sword can cut through magic chains. My bad. Currently the one with the sword is the beast woman, who is just cutting up the meat. No trying to escape, no threatening to attack my siblings with it, just cutting up meat from the boar. She turns to me and makes that chuffing sound, which I repeat back, almost by instinct, with the sound rune that forms and disperses in moments. Alright, I'm getting better at that. Well, while Mother stomps her way in, I drop the sticks and see her get the idea, as she starts sharpening the tougher-looking branches. The old lady seems to have made a fire pit by arranging rocks in the middle of the room, and the girl is now going through the drier bits of wood, probably to try and find the ones best used for a fire. The beast woman is the first to pick up on the fact that Mother is approaching, but that's still slower than I expected. Guess I just knew even before I actually heard her. Oh well, Mother reaches us swiftly and peeks her mini eyes into the room. She's not happy. She reached for me, making very uncomfortable eye contact as I was being lifted into the air. Then she put me down and pushed me towards the nest. As I turn around, she lets out a strong breath which peppers me with droplets of cold water. I lay flat and look at her. She looks back. We keep eye contact until she seems to give up. She then sighs, turns to look at the humans, and her communication rune forms into existence. This is worse than those 4D shape simulations. There's so many intricate parts, so many that shine in different colors, and even in different shades. I focused so much on trying to print it into my memory that I realize it vanishes, and I didn't hear what was said. Even with all this concentration, I was barely able to memorize a quarter of it, and I feel blood dripping down my nose. Mother turns to me in surprise and starts healing me, though it seems to just barely calm down the pain. Rather than make everything better, can somehow fix broken bones, can't fix a headache. Magic is weird. Well, this time I can't fight it. Mother takes me back, and I don't really have the strength to fight back. Damn, I didn't even manage to check if the others are all right. Whatever. Too tired to think. I close my eyes and I am gone. Once more stuck in my library, looking at the incomplete rune. I mean, hey, I managed to draw at least this much. Considering I am trying to make a mental drawing of what's effectively an ever-shifting, mind-breaking, advanced geometrical simulation run entirely on magic, I should be happy that I managed this in the few minutes I was allowed to look at it, but it still feels kind of bad to only have a fragment of such a useful tool. Then again, looking at it now, I realize that there's too many different mana types in this, and the form it needs to take and the way it has to flow. I don't think I have the ability to make this thing even if I knew it in its entirety. Yeah, all the more reason to hurry up and grow, huh? I open my eyes, as suddenly as ever, and stretch after a rather long sleep. That's weird. It feels like I was away longer than normal, by a decent margin. Did I sleep away days? Possibly. I should have kept up the careful use of the memorization power I have. This is the kind of harm I get from just a minute or two of intense use. I can imagine it'll only be worse if I were to try to use it for longer. I shake my head and focus on filling myself with mana for the day ahead. After about 2 hours, I feel decently full, but not bloated, and start looking around. Most items are where they're supposed to. The mirror shows that my scales are glossy like they were recently polished, and my siblings are fighting more intensely than ever. I decide to go look at how the humans are doing, and I find them better than ever. The young girl is speaking with the poisonous woman about something? Is she getting magic lessons? It looks like she's being much more careful with her fire. So maybe? The beast woman is positively thriving though. She seems just a bit bulkier, her spots of fur a lot more glossy, and even the bone and tooth spikes seem to be shinier and sharper. Guessing she fixed them up with a bit of the mana she had. Ah, she's now actually using the crystals, as is the poison woman. I am met with strained smiles, but my focus isn't exactly on the people now. There's still a few bones left of the boar, which I think the beast woman is using either for her magic or as food, but I do not see the sword. It wasn't in our piles either. Did Mother take it away? Well, it was a weapon mainly meant for humans, that can cut through anti-magic chains, and especially dragon scales. Nasty thing, now that I think about it. She did leave behind an ornate dagger though, which I am guessing was used by everyone to cut up the meat. I can also see some lightly charred skewers made of wood. So at least they weren't forced back into those chains, and they still got to eat. Mother's being awfully kind. Ah, there she comes. She picks me up on the way, and then takes my siblings. We fly, and fly even further. Mother, that's not the lake. Oh damn. She's going even further away than when she dropped us off at the forest. A rolling plains and hills. Exactly what the doctor prescribed. Mother, why do you have to drop the ball the second I start liking you? Chapter 18. Make school fun again. Well, this flight is at least interesting. My eyes are slightly better than before. That's faster than I expected. So I get to see a tad more detail, though I still can't make out much more than what kind of trees were going above. I look with a growing pit in my stomach as we pass by the lake, above the forest, yet it doesn't seem like Mother is planning on stopping. We instead keep on going over the sea of green, making me sigh. Who knows what she has planned this time around? Another life or death situation? It takes a few minutes, but something draws my attention. In the distance, the tall trees end abruptly, making way for hills and fields. There I notice a rather large thing, an unnatural thing. Once again, my eyes suck at such distances, and we are starting to drift away from that place. But for a moment I manage to notice exactly what it is. An actual town. A place where people live. A place where humans live, and maybe where Mother got everyone from. I look at it, somewhat taken by the beauty. Large fields painted different colors are mainly arrayed around the river, which passes straight through the heart of the town. If I strain even more, I think I can see the many large bridges built over it, connecting the two sides. I also notice that the bigger houses with the largest courtyards are closer to the river, and things get smaller and simpler the farther out you go. Guessing Mother's River is pretty important for them, probably because of the mana infused in it. The place is also a lot more protected than I am used to seeing, as there's a wall surrounding it. If only I could see a bit more detail, I'd probably notice people or something, but instead I am forced to turn as it gets too blurry for me to see anything anymore. My eyes burn from the strain, so that's mildly annoying. Let's see, where exactly are you taking us? Gods, this took forever. We went over the forest to another forest. Or maybe it's just a deeper part of the same one. The trees are larger, probably older, definitively weirder, and I start actually seeing mana, or at least I think I do. We eventually start going down and I notice a clearing with a giant pillar in the middle of it. We land, and as Mother puts us down, I look at the tall pillar of rainbow crystal, with swirls of color, patterns that turn to chaos. Even its form is strange, as its base looks like cubes, similar to pyrite formations. Yet as you move up, it turns into different shapes, straight lines. I think I even see a few crystal flowers at the very top of it. It seems to have no clear pattern, no clear look. It also looks like someone took it and impaled it into the ground, making it share its mana with the world around, since it looks so out of place. The plants surrounding the pillar are absolutely strange, taking in absurd shapes, sizes, and even colors. I see one of them having rainbow leaves, yet somehow still living. Finally, I decide that I need to see what kind of mana this thing has. I take in a deep breath and I feel everything, but a different shade of everything. Back in the cave, the mana mostly smelled like everything and nothing with a pinch of dirt, and in that case it felt like everything was neutralizing everything else. Here, it is different. It is like everything is exciting everything else, nothing managing to cancel other things, and as a result I am assaulted by an explosion of stimuli that might just fry my brain. I see everything. From the deepest seas to the tallest mountains, molten rives, thick, toxic mists. I see the stars and the moons. I see all forms of rocks and crystals. I see beasts so diverse I cannot even name them all, and I see nothing. I am back and I forgot. I saw a lot, but I forgot most of it. My brain simply couldn't memorize it all. I look on at my siblings and they have a similarly confused reaction, looking a bit drunk as they waddle around. Spots even hits his head on a plant as he seems to forget how to see. Dangerous thing. Now, why did Mother bring us here? I turn to her and I see her waiting to have everyone's attention. When she does, by rumbling to make the others look at her, she starts weaving the mana. I see the mist as it separates from the crystal, is split apart until only a sliver remains. Then she uses that to make a light rune. It is fully functional, and she even turns it into a rainbow gradient. Alright, that's nice, but what's with? She then weaves a second rune and makes the two occupy the same space. They seem to combine in a way, the mana moving between the two, and suddenly the source of light turns into a spotlight. When I was messing with the light rune, I kept trying to find a way to make it go into a certain direction. It seems all I needed was to add a completely different rune to the mix. Great. At least it is a simple thing instead of some complex abomination. I do not get to properly memorize it, as Mother breaks it apart, and instead makes a rune I have not seen her use before. It makes a floating flame. She adds another rune to it. It becomes a flamethrower that just barely doesn't reach the vegetation. She makes a few other examples, but none slow enough for me to properly memorize any of the runes. Alright, I get her point. She's not using her own mana for these runes. She's using the mana from the crystal. That means that the crystal has just about every mana you can think of, and it's a giant pillar, meaning it has a lot of it. I actually look on at my siblings as they try to mimic her. They did try to make light runes and the like when I was playing with the concept, but they failed, which makes sense since it wasn't an easy thing to accomplish. However, it seems that seeing it done at a larger scale, but a much more competent dragon, gave them some insight or something of the sort, since it takes them a couple minutes to just make a light rune. Guess I'm a shit teacher, even though I didn't even try to teach them. Either way, I get to work. I can feel the mass of chaotic mana just wanting to do something, anything, and I first try to separate light mana, then air mana, and finally sound mana. Turns out it does, in fact, have sound mana. So I use that for the rune. The other mana types try to butt in and mess a bit with the sound I do make, somehow distorting it just by existing, yet I am somewhat able to make things work. Actually, a bad thought pops up in my mind. Technically, I could try the weird version of the sound rune and see what happens, right? I mean, it was made from a weird mix of mana. So maybe this thing will let me use it? I try it. I weave the mana and make the rune again, this time using all sorts of mana, with no filtering. It seems to work. It's a lot more unstable than before, and it does absolutely nothing, but it is there and it is shining. I try to mess around with its appearance, but it refuses. Wah. The mana straight up refuses to move and I am confused. I made it work, and I can stop it, but I cannot mess with the shape of it. Plus, it isn't making sounds, despite last time doing a whole melody that I didn't even know beforehand. Alright, you weird little bugger, how do you work? I think back to when I had used it, and all I can remember is feeling what should be and making it manifest. Right now there's no song happening, but if it's just based on what feels right to my mind, shouldn't I be able to play a song outright if I focus? I try just that, first thinking about just using any song that comes to mind. But with Mother here, I decide to go for something else. I use the Beast Woman's voice. I remember her singing, even though I didn't understand it. It was too beautiful to forget, so I think back to it. Suddenly I feel like somebody splattered rainbow paint all over my eyes because the world looks wrong as I hear her singing, accompanied by the whole chorus that I made last time. My siblings startle for a moment then turn to me, but I can't move. I didn't want to make the whole song, only her singing, but the rune plays regardless. It takes a few minutes for it to end, and for me to be able and move again. That was weird. After a few hours, actually it was most of the day, but it only felt like a few hours, where we played around with runes, Mother decided to bring us back home, skipping the meal entirely. Guess no fighting today. Honestly, it's better like that. I still have to arrange my thoughts about this song rune, so I got two versions, one that functions in a very mechanized manner, where I need to try hard to even make the simplest beat function, and another that just rips songs straight out of my mind, but requires a very specific kind of mana that our nest doesn't imitate. I tried to make it again when we got here, but it wouldn't even keep its shape. It was like that combination of mana types was a mana type in and of itself. I wish I could try more, but I am certain I am already stretching the limit of what seems feasible for a child. So I will just shut up and let it be for when I can go there by myself. For now I need to try and learn more at a somewhat normal rate. Genius, but not, why does he know things nobody taught him, kind of genius. I wanted at first to be more normal, but now I realize that trying to lay low while being a goddamn dragon is a stupid idea in the first place. It is the following day and Mother picks us up again, takes us to the Chaos Pillar, might as well give it a cool name, and showcases the Earth Rune, using it to move around a tiny stone. This time she actually lets us see it long enough for me to memorize it and all its absurd complexity, and I get to work putting it in practice. I manage to get it first, of course, but my siblings are no slouches and they start throwing pebbles around with their minds without care. One thing I notice is that their rocks are wobbly, and I think their aim is off. When I try to lift one, at first it doesn't work at all, but the second I apply even a bit of my many years of physics into the visualization, the mana just does as it is told. This rune is strange, since it doesn't seem to make something, like how the sound rune makes sound, and trying to influence the rune itself is borderline impossible, but thinking about moving the rock and how to move it will make the rune shift appropriately to follow my thoughts. A few hours of just moving bigger and bigger rocks and Mother gives us a meal, finally. She took off for a moment, but then came back with a few mutated animals wrapped in vines. Now that I think about it, this might be where she gets them. Interesting. Either way, we eat and then swiftly leave, with Mother refusing to pick me up until I ate at least half of a deer, and then she got the other half to bring back, knowing exactly where I was planning to take it. Next day, same deal. Turns out we're starting dragon school, and apparently magic comes before we even learn how to talk. Ain't that wild? One thing I do notice, however, is that Mother isn't using her words this time around. Up until now, she's been using words that literally shake the world. Yet for these, she just makes them. Interesting. Also, we're still on the Earth Rune, but Mother does show me the Fire Rune after seeing how quickly I grasped moving stones around. Never thought I'd actually be eager about going to school again, but I am loving this. 2 runes are already added to my repertoire, and more are on the way. I do wonder why Mother brings us here instead of just doing all this in the cave. Oh well, she probably knows better. Chapter 19. Dragons are shitty ambush predators. Kid ones at least. Branches and leaves creak. Wind rushes by, and the scent of living meat fills the air. It's easy, you know? It took a bit to figure out all the inputs and what they mean, but now it's oh so easy to follow my nose. I leap, spread my wings, then collapse them again as I sink my claws into bark, leaving deep cuts in it, the wood groaning under my weight ever so slightly, but it holds strong still. It's been a few months, I think, and it seems that autumn exists here. Basically, any tree not close to a pocket of magic is already naked. No evergreen to see anywhere around despite the small mountain our cave is in. I am losing focus. I jump again and again, scaring away crows while trying to get into position. I get to a good spot and hunker down, my head aimed down as I hug the old tree I am currently on. My tails, now fully split, wrap around it for extra grip. I still have some time, so I make sure to not stand out too much with my bright blue scales. I close my eyes and with difficulty I speak, pushing out earth mana infused air. Tarot dash, I fail, getting a coughing fit instead, as I thought I would. My body still trembles from speaking a single word in Draconic. Seriously, what else should I call the magic dragon language? And while it helps me with doing the basic magic even quicker than I could before, it is a pain in the ass when trying to use it for more complex things. Mother has been teaching us both magic and words, but it seems that just speaking consumes mana because of the way language works. As I said before, Mother's chants are basically only 3 syllables long, and it turns out it's not because of the spell chants themselves, but because words are absurdly broad in Dragon Tongue. There's a word for fire, which is used for any sort of flame and even any form of heat or warming up. Then there's a word for nature, which is used for any plant life. So would that is burning would be nature fire, warm leaves would be nature fire, and setting fire to a tree would be, no, idiot, it would be fire nature. Just kidding, the order doesn't even matter. It's stupid and nobody would understand anything, right? But after learning the words, I was able to understand what Mother means when she uses them. That's the magic. It costs a decent chunk of mana, and takes some decent control whenever I use one of these words because apparently dragons just speak in .rar archives, to the point where even body language can be translated magically. Right, back to the spell. It collapsed because I failed, so I try to build it up instead. The rune of earth manifests in front of me. A simple thing, really, especially now that I understand where complexity comes from. Next I weave a second, different rune. Just like Mother turned a light source into a beam of light, I turn the rune that lets me move chunks of earth around into something much more wieldy and fluid. From below me I see pieces of dirt rise towards me, then spread thinner and thinner until I am left with a layer that just about fits me. I move it to stick to me, and while a bit of it falls as I dispel the rune, most of it remains and I am now a magical chameleon sticking to a tree. It only takes a minute before the stampede reaches me. I look through my sharp eyes in the distance, between the branches, and I see the dust rise and the deer running for their lives, spooked by a predator. Spots is good at that, scaring them in such a way that they all run as far away from him as possible. I look onto the sides and I see my siblings, RT and Crown, as they run by and pick off prey from the sides. No babies to slow them down means that they only catch 3, one each with a well-landed bite, and another from Crown's liberal use of a boulder. What use is running at 60 kilometers per hour when you end up faced with a sudden huge rock at head level? My prey, however, isn't the mothers or the young ones. Leading the rush is one of 2 bucks, and I want him because unlike the other, this one is pretty damn magical. I can see the earth mana that gave him rocky antlers and a hardened, deep brown coat move to the front to create a perfect path for them to run. No tripping hazards, no blockages. The rest of the herd is mundane, but he's one of the stronger mutants around, and a perfect meal for me. He gets close, directed here by my siblings, and I leap. By the time he notices me, it is too late. I am already directly above him, falling with my jaws open. I cannot stop his charge with my weight alone, sadly enough, since I am decently sure the giant with huge rock horns is heavier than me, but the bite to the back of its neck as I fall on its spine is enough to make it lose its stride. He ends up running into a tree and collapsing, throwing both of us to the ground, as the rest of the herd rushes by, going around us. I groan and get up, shaking my head and spitting out tooth fragments. I can feel a deep lack of them, but no pain. It's like sharks, really, the way I will just grow them back even if Mother doesn't heal us. Though she does speed things along, so I hope she will fix them. Looking over at the buck, as he tries to get up, I notice a few of my teeth stuck in his skin and fur. Damn thing was so thick it kept them. I try to jump at its throat again, but I am met by a swipe of his horns, which hit my scales and explode me backwards. Things are strong and sharp. They might actually do me in if they puncture my head or even my lungs. And considering that my body's 30% lungs, I will need to handle that. I take a few deep breaths, then gather my remaining earth mana. I can't make a strong enough spell quickly enough with this. Earth mana is notoriously slow compared to others, but I can do a breath attack. Even with these months of learning, I have yet to learn something stronger than what I get by just using a proper breath attack. So as the buck rushes me, sharp horns aimed straight at my body, I let it all out. For half a second nothing comes out. No cloud of dust, no rain of sharp stones, and the buck is just about ready to impale me. Then the breath hits him. Those giant weapons of death, that sign of power and superiority that the beast boasted, they're gone. The stone cracks, then explodes into pebbles, the force sending the beast back on its side. Below the stone there were still the normal horns, which were also injured. I see blood on them, their frailty being a direct cause of the stone protection the beast got used to. I see it let out a horrible, loud yell, and the pebbles start trembling, rolling towards it. Not its first case of vulnerability, it knows how to fix it, but I won't let it. With the leftover earth mana in the air, I weave another simple earth rune, my word echoing between the woods. Tur, and the pebbles stop approaching, just shaking as we struggle for control. Before me stands a beast that has controlled Earth for years, climbing to a position of power that no other buck around can even challenge. But I'm a dragon, and this world is unfair as shit if you're not one. While the animal is stuck trying its hardest to pull, I can still move while the rune does most of the hard work with keeping the rock still. By the time it gives up, I am already leaping at its neck, letting electricity flow between my jaws until it hits its body. The male keeps struggling still, despite taking voltages that outright killed mutant boars and wolves. It hits me hard with its hooves, it even gets a good stomp on me, but I don't even need my mana to repel those hits. I need to focus everything in killing it, so I drop the now useless earth rune and instead focus on my breath attack. I gather a more complex combination and visualize what I want it to do, but the buck manages to shake me off with a stomp, so strong it forces my innate protection to activate. I roll on the ground as ice, fire, and air mana moves through my lungs, towards that important part that shapes my breath attacks. We are alone. The other deers escaped, my siblings are too far away, enjoying their meals, and I am standing here, facing a once mighty beast that's now ragged and bloody, with twitching muscles that would make it impossible to escape at this stage. My vision solidifies as the beast gathers stones on its horns again. They don't take that sleek, almost sculptured aesthetic they had before. Instead, they look exactly like a vaguely horn-like pile of stones should be. They won't hold more than an attack, but it might be enough to hurt me. I won't let it. It charges me and I let out my breath, cold air rushing forward, covering the animal in a layer of frost that just barely slows it down. But just behind the cold is air so hot it's already expanding its surroundings. But as it touches the frost on the buck, it doesn't melt it or warm it up. It explodes straight into steam. The creature shrieks and almost hits me as it crashes, but I manage to jump to the side, getting extra propulsion from my wings. It's silent. Only heavy breathing and the faint wind still make sound. I approach it, watching its chest rise and fall slower with each passing second. I won. A part of me wants me to just start enjoying my meal, but I first go over to its head, holding a large stone in my tails, and with a simple twirl I bring down the sledgehammer, splattering its head and putting it out of its misery. I let out a sigh and then dig into my meal, going for the best part first, the core. After cutting through the meaty part with my claw, I see decently large brown crystals covered in blood and viscera. After cleaning them with my tongue, I see just how nice they really are. I came to learn, after studying a few larger cores, why I don't get the urge to eat the gems from Mother's hoard like I do with these. Simply put, these are alive. There's a spark in them, something different. I take a tiny bite of the crystal and I let myself delve into my senses. A steady path of dirt, packed together tightly after being beaten into submission by 1,000 hooves. I feel the weight of horns that could impale and crush any threat, the very mark of pride that comes from the strength of stone. I am back to normal, and I nod to myself as I continue my meal. Yes, this is the kind of mana you don't get from those simple cut gems. There's a uniqueness to mana, just like how Mother's mana invokes the sight of the overgrown lake, the calmest place I can imagine. While actually being just nature and water mana, this is the same. Apparently, every being has a slightly different taste to their mana, and that alone makes it more special. It holds knowledge and power, and by devouring this crystal I get just a bit more of an idea, a bit more control of whatever I absorbed. It's a marginal improvement, but it is an improvement worthy of having dragon kids kill their own prey after a few months of life. The more you wait from killing to eating it, the more of this identity vanishes and the crystals grown in the core become bland again. I walk back to Mother's Lake, one of the spots that still has greenery and flowers like we're mid-spring, and I lay down in front of our half-asleep mother, opening my mouth. She notices the poor state of my teeth and immediately heals me. I can't use her healing spell yet, but I at least have it memorized after seeing it so many times. Really, I managed to get a good amount of runes for my library, but so many of them feel like trying to do a headstand while threading a needle and playing a piano with my feet. Well, so long as Mother doesn't kick us out soon, it'll be fine. While I learned how to glide, and wasn't that a fun few hundred faceplants, my siblings are still landlocked, so I fear that when they get to learn proper flying, we'll be kicked out. After all this time, I have yet to see Mother being too motherly, really. She makes sure we are healed but has stopped providing us easy meals for a while now, making us learn how to actually hunt. At least she has the decency to let us return to high mana concentration places as we please, and she made sure we understand the lay of the land before sending us out, but still, I sigh and wait for her to take us back to the cave. Sadly, I wasn't able to get more food for the others than one leg of the buck. Its meat was filled with enough mana to recover what I had lost, and then some, so I needed to eat my fill at the time. It should still help, at least a bit. No, I'll need to hunt again in the evening. It's fine, really. After all, a great hunter is on my side. Whatever agreement Mother came to with the now released women, let them keep their freedom, but not leave the cave, at least if I'm not around. If I am there, they can go anywhere I accompany them to. It took them a while to make me realize that, but yeah, I'm basically their handler now, despite being months old. Great parenting there. Mother, great parenting. Regardless of poor choices, that gave me an edge when it came to adapting to hunting. After all the BS, Ira. Her name's Ira, and I should stop thinking of her as the beast woman after she went through all that effort to get me to understand her name. She's a great huntress, and while she couldn't talk logistics, just by mimicking her I've been able to handle hunts pretty well, despite having lived in cities most of my human life. After the short flight, I am once more in the cave, walking with a deer leg in my mouth towards the human room. I enter, and I see the grim faces. Really, they seem to have gotten rather close, despite the frictions that existed at first. The young girl and Ira take the leg, the girl giving me a grateful bow, like she has been doing since I started bringing them meat. While they're doing that, I see what was once a noble assisting the old lady in caring for the child. He's dying. I think I saw the old woman pleading with Mother once to heal the boy. Mother activated her rune only to say "no." And that was that. Even after I made sad cries and nudged him, she seemed unmoved. It makes sense. She's probably annoyed they've been alive for months when they were supposed to be food. Now what was supposed to be a fresh core of ice is so muted that there's barely a reason to consider it as a meal. The boy is sick and will die. There's no two ways about it. It's sad that they're wasting their time and energy on a lost cause like this. Chapter 20. An apple won't solve that. The suns were hidden by the foliage. Really, only the small yellow one was still peeking through. That won't last. It will soon be dark, and if patterns serve, tonight only the red moon will even be up in the sky, probably half lit for most of it. Perfect for predators with good low light sight. Looking at Ira and the way her beastly eyes shone, it was clear she'll make do. She might lack binocular vision in the dark, but even one eye is better than none. And despite the fact that I have been pointedly pushing my development in a particular way, my eyes are still able to handle low light environments. I freeze as she stops, and then mimic the way she steps slowly over the dead leaves. Without even looking down, she somehow knows which are soft and which are crunchy, so I make sure to mimic her steps. I notice quickly what drew her attention. There's blood in the air, and following its direction I manage to see a fox. There's a rabbit in its mouth, freshly caught, and it seems to look around a bit, before dashing away towards a safer spot. It didn't see us, neither did Ira see it. How did I? I've been keeping the image of an eagle's eye, down to a very vivid anatomical model, and as my body developed it moved towards the ideal of having these sort of eyes. I even lost my slit pupil, while all my siblings still have theirs. What I didn't expect when I did this change was the fact that I won't get the downsides of these eyes. I can still see in the dark, my pupil just naturally being able to dilate until my eyes are almost fully black, and I seem to have a lot more black-white receptors than normal, as well as the reflective layer. She shifts to follow my gaze, narrows her eyes, then looks back at me. I just walk in a different direction, not showing interest in the fox. Thankfully, she has started trusting my judgment when something is too far for her to properly assess, So we move on. A normal rabbit won't be enough, and the fox has barely any meat on it. Plus, it's cute. Well, really all animals that aren't mutated into abominations are cute, but some are more food than others. Where was I? Right, eyes. I seem to have managed to nail the absurd detail and distance that eagles can see to, but I failed, so far, in modifying the visible spectrum. In my defense, I have no idea how this whole thing works. I just kept thinking about the blueprint and most of what I wanted worked. However, instead of getting the fourth cone type, I got something possibly even better. Mana has color. It's the same one as the respective crystals, but very washed out. Still, it helps me differentiate what mana is around, and what creatures like the buck from before are weaving my way. Speaking of, we are interrupted by the echoing, unmistakable scream of a deer. They're still getting it on well, blessed be the mating season, because they're extremely hard to find and even harder to catch when they're being sneaky. With a good target found, we start following the sound. This is when Ira really shows off her skills. My nose and ears are keen, but they're lagging behind compared to my new eyes. She doesn't have that problem. Unlike me, it seems she needs to keep up a spell to get more bestial, but it does turn her into a scary hunter that casually moves crouched to the ground, yet keeping up with me and even taking the lead. We reach our prey, and the bloodshed begins. Really, I barely get to do anything. Before they even manage to break into a sprint, Ira gets two of them, one by clawing its head off and the other by sinking her teeth in and taking a bite. A male and a female, more than enough meat for a few days, really. I could get a third, but it might spoil before they can eat it, and these ones barely have any mana of their own. It'd be a waste to get them, so I let them go. Now, reeking of blood, we take on the walk back to the cave. At least nothing seems to approach us, too scared I'm guessing. I turn my head to the side and hear her speaking to me. She's been doing this a lot lately. I barely managed to learn a few simple words, mostly from her pointing at something and repeatedly making the same sounds, but I guess it helps her in a way. She gets that I am smarter than an infant has any right to be, but I guess she might think of me as a witty dog. I know I would if I was in her position. She smiles at me, then gazes silently at the moon above. I also look up, seeing the stars through the barren branches. They are still oh so beautiful. Eyes that can see all that detail and a world free of light pollution, with only a red half-moon reflecting any meaningful amount of light into our eyes. My eyes dilate and I take in all of it, the brightly dotted sky, the shining clouds of stardust. It is so beautiful and so alien. No constellations fit what I remember. A completely foreign world, a completely foreign sky. Even the markings on the moons are different. I miss the old sky a bit, but I move on. Ira doesn't. She stops for a bit, wiping her tears, a few quiet sobs following. She's much more emotional than you'd think from her appearance or demeanor. She's also been getting worse since the kid got sick. Before, it felt like she was thinking about something far in the past, and that was what caused her tears. But now? I am sure that now she's afraid she'll get back and see the boy dead. I bump her leg with my head and she turns to me, giving me some head rubs. She's spreading blood on me, and I'll need to wash my scales later, but it feels nice. I let out some happy chirps and she starts walking again, laughing though with a bit of sadness in her tone. Can't expect more than that. We are back in the cave, with her and the young woman processing the carcasses. The boy is already worse off. Whatever nature magic the old lady knows, it cannot help him. I think. Is she using some kind of regeneration? Could be. You know, considering how much mana she poured into him, you'd think he'd be stable. Oh, fuck. No wonder she's failing despite running herself ragged. I approach the boy, surprising the two that were caring for him. His eye is unfocused. He reaches over and pats me, despite being too afraid to even look my way most of the time. With a sigh, I push closer, my head pressed against his chest. I can feel the cold, but he's lower on mana than ever. That's what tripped me up before. You'd expect a fever, but no. People at risk or with a weak immune system tend to have different symptoms. The raspy breath, the constant cough, the sweating despite being almost freezing to the touch, the confusion, the nausea, everything. The boy's got pneumonia, and I think the old lady has been pumping him full of regenerate magic, which might also affect his disease. She's been speeding up his sickness. Damn. He'll die without treatment, and nobody here seems to catch the issue. Hell, even if they knew, it's not like there's any medicine. I also have no idea if his is from bacteria or viruses or whatnot, and even if I knew, there's no such medicine around. Even if I were to try and obtain antibiotics naturally, it would take so much time and resources to set it all up that the boy would be long dead. I step back, shaking my head and turning around. The boy reaches over with his one good arm and grabs my tail, then says something. I don't understand, but everyone around me seems to feel even more heartache. I am sorry, kid. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to help you. I wonder for a moment if just killing him now might be a mercy, but I doubt that'd go well with the others. I should leave. Let them have their meal in peace. And I do just that by pulling myself free of his weak grasp, walking with my head down towards the entrance. At least I do until I hear sobs again. Ira looks at me, and I look back. She knows. She understands that I do not think he'll survive. This is the one time I dislike the fact that she can read body language. Turning around, I find a sort of macabre amusement at the fact that instead of being sad like her, the others are shocked. Must be the first time she broke down with them. Huh. Sorry. She comes and hugs me. I don't object. Fire Girl, with the help of the poison woman, soon continue butchering the carcasses. They'll skin them, drain their blood, then cut them bit by bit and roast it or make it into a stew in the ornate basin. It's hard to not think about it. The kid will die, not even having the chance to live. But this is a more primitive world. It's common, in the end, for most kids to die young around these times. That thought doesn't make it better. Eventually I am free, and I just walk away. Sadly, my mind isn't tired enough to be silent, so it thinks. The boy is suffering from an infection or something of the sort. His body is too weak to fight back. His mana has somehow been draining. The old woman's magic may have helped the infection. Were there magics fighting? Nature and ice, not a good combination. But would that weaken him? How would I even help if I could? Antibiotics? Is there a way to magic them up? No. There are so many versions and with such complex formations that even if I were to be able and individually control their foundational elements, I would have a hard time getting the correct shape. Making them practically? Somehow even harder. Especially with the dexterity of a lizard. Fire? It would warm him up at least. But he could just die from temperature shock if his body is so used to the cold. Is there anything I can even do? Is there even a reason I should care? I walk around our room, my siblings fast asleep by now. Riches, trinkets, gems, none of these help. No. Why should I even help? I already did so much. I saved them from death, hunted for them. Do I need to do even more? I let out a squeak, laughing at myself. I helped these people more than I helped just about anyone in my past life. Well, aside from a couple cases, but this is really more than I ever did. Is it bad to just relax and let the death pass? It's just a human. Plus, I'm not a doctor. Knowing me, even if I managed to make the right medicine, it would end up as poison. Isn't that a saying? The dose makes the poison. Poison? Huh. If regeneration heals bacteria or viruses, wouldn't a poison hurt or kill them? For a moment I have a bright smile with just a bit too many teeth. Poison, but that only affects a particular type of organism. That would work. That is literally what antibiotics are. But my cheer was quickly crushed. I don't know the poison rune. Even if I did, unlike sound, light, or even fire, I cannot test if I tweak the poison to the right settings, even if I knew the right runes. So, back to uselessness. I blink and I find my vision blurry. Am I crying? Over this? Now? I have only cried once in my new life, and the second time I do is because I find myself on the brink of saving a life, only to realize I am useless. Pathetic. Why do I even care this much? All that boy did for me was pat my head while he was delirious, but she cried over him. That thought makes me pause. It feels like my own, yet just a bit too distant. It's true though. I don't really care for the boy more than the fact that he's innocent in all this. But I care for Ira. She's the only one that actually tried to spend time with me. And she cried for him. I curse and think harder. Alright, I know enough to be able and imagine something, but I have no clue how to make it real with the way magic works. Is there any shortcut? Anything I can abuse? Yes, there is. There is one magic I have been able to use without having the practical magical knowledge to make it work. The modified music rune. The basic one gives me control over anything. The modified one gives me little forceful control, but it gives me something better. It rips the process from my mind. It takes whatever song I am thinking of and reproduces it. It even did that from a different mind, with Ira's battle song. I don't even really need the rune. I don't even need a rune. I rush away from the nest. I kick up a dust cloud as I exit back into the outside world, then stop. What are you going to do? I ask myself. Are you going to rush off in the rough direction of the obelisk? Are you going to ignore the many beasts on the way there? Especially the mutants that live in the forest around that pillar of rainbow crystal? I make a good point. It is dangerous, and I will likely lose my path. It's dark, and I have only gone there flying. It's also farther away than anything I have traveled towards. I return, dejected. I eat a fruit on the way back, then visit the humans again. They are draining the animals, which they hanged by some sturdy vines. Ingenious. The old woman is resting. I think she exhausted herself trying to heal the boy. I look on at the poisonous woman, and I think that maybe, just maybe she could do what I can't. But no. She may have an affinity with the magic, and more mana than most others, but I doubt she has understanding of what she'd need to make. If germ theory was a thing, they'd know what the boy has. The boy opens his eye and smiles at me. He's far gone. He won't make it through the night. Ira notices that too, because she comes to me and she begs? She begs. She begs for his life. She didn't beg for her own life when Mother stood in front of them, telling them to die. But she begs me. I can't say no. He'll die soon. If I don't do anything, he will die. If I do something and fuck up, he will die. This is not really the trolley problem, but in a way it is. Do nothing and someone may die, or do something and now you are directly responsible if that person dies. Fuck, she has some powerful pleading eyes. Fine. I go over and take the poison crystals. Good thing I brought a second pair once she got untied. One might not have been enough. I sit there, clutching the gems to my nose, breathing in poison mana. I think that confuses people, but I stop focusing on them. I need to think, no, I need to feel this. This sort of magic that uses mixes of mana. It feels different from the normal kind. It takes into account my emotions, I think. I was taken over by emotion when I spontaneously made the music rune, after all, which is why I try hard to focus. I don't want a strong poison. I want a targeted one. I want it to kill the tiniest organisms around. I want it to absolutely decimate them without hurting any of the boy's cells. This isn't an attack. This isn't harm. This is healing. This is poison's version of healing. So I need it to be safe. I need the kid to make it through. He's just a child in a horrible situation, and he deserves to make it through one more night. Ira deserves to have someone she seemingly cares about. Survive one more night. One more night. And hopefully another after. That is what I need. I need a spell that will give this boy one more night. So why is nothing coming out? No rune. No nothing. Not even the simple ones are appearing. It's just nothing. I blink away tears and keep focusing on the mana. I need it to be more lively, more chaotic. I need each fragment of it to understand. I want to save this boy. I need help to save the boy. So give me something, anything. My eyes shot open. I feel it. I got it. Deep in my chest I get the feeling, the understanding. I know what I need to do, but I am afraid. Will they understand? Probably not. Am I even doing this right? Probably not. Am I really going to entrust my instincts with this? Those instincts that tell me to use my best weapon in order to heal? I open my mouth and a rainbow-tinted cloud follows my exhale, shooting towards the boy, who inevitably breathes it in. Alarms ring out. The old woman shouts angrily. The one that knows poison tries and fails to dispel the cloud. The girl has fire dancing on her fingertips, unsure of what to do. But the one to actually make a move is Ira, who roars and shuts everyone up. I look at her, and she has a hardened expression. She is afraid. She trusts me but doesn't know if it is right. The noble woman says something in a pointed tone, probably mentioning that this is poison I am using. But it doesn't matter. It's too late. The boy had enough deep breaths of it to take in most of the cloud. Now it's time to wait. Pity I couldn't. My entire mana reserves were gone, and I was already in my library. Guess all I need to do is wake up in order to see if I succeeded, or I killed a boy. I am afraid. Interlude 3. Mistakes of the Mother. It was the beginning. It all started going wrong from the very beginning. Two dragons stood atop a mountainous peak. The entire landscape ravaged and permanently branded by their power. Collapsed at their feet was a roughly humanoid figure, or at least its upper half. It matched their size, but it was not flesh. It was a corpse only in name. For the glow it exuded, the many unnatural phenomena it caused by merely existing marked this thing as little more than a vaguely willed disaster that mimics nature. A clump of chaotic mana turned living storm before the dragons came. and now it lays dead, ready to disperse into nothing. But that is not what the monsters wanted. A moment of affection upon a dissolving carcass of manna, a desecration of the world's will, and life followed. 100 eggs were laid upon it, as the dissipating entity was grabbed and molded by flaming hands into something new. 100 eggs, wrapped in a cocoon of tamed manna, once a cataclysm, now merely an incubator. Mistakes were made, of course, for one's first brood is the harshest. Some eggs broke the moment manna started flowing into them. Others crystallized in a flash. Yet that is the mistake of the manna. Only one was a mistake of the mother, not of her control or knowledge, but of her very body. She scratched one, her second egg, one of the few with the highest chances of bearing life, causing its fluids to leak through the perfect cut, its shell turning weak and the manna around it flowing freely through the opening. She mourned that one. They both did. But they understood that loss was inevitable. This was her first brood, and the storm they found was far more chaotic than they hoped for. Few would make it, but this one had a good chance, and she alone is to blame for its death. They carried the cocoon of dense manna away, to her very own abandoned temple, a crude thing made at an age where the cries and praises of ants swayed her grand self. Yet now it lay as merely a reminder of her mistakes and her passing youth. A crude passage was enough, just so they could pass through, sparsely decorated with some light for their young ones, when they will eventually come to be able and walk through. Then he had to leave. Their young ones would need diversity in their riches, and they each only had what they were most comfortable with, something that would hurt their children's growth. And so the mistress of tranquil waters stayed guard of her clutch, while the outstretched thunderous scorching hand left to pillage and plunder. He did return, first after only 10 days, second after a great moon, third after 3 great moons, then soon before the remaining eggs hatched. By the end of the ordeal, once the cocoon itself was devoured by her children, the mistress looked at only 4 eggs. Half of the eggs were overtaken by the chaotic manna, turning into crystals of splattered colors that put rainbows to shame. Those she took away, far too dangerous to leave around her children as they grow up, but useful enough in creating worthy food for the future. The terrifying dims molded together far too easily and beautifully for her liking. But that was the nature of chaos. It fit well with itself. A quarter of her eggs simply died, crushed by the weight of manna, exploding from gathering too much, or being rotten and stillborn as a result of their failed fertilization. Then remained the rest, which remained whole, took in manna and lived, yet clearly failed at absorbing its will. They each had a half-finished pattern of vibrant colors, denoting the grandiose tasks they would strive for had they managed to become true dragons. But they didn't. So instead of finishing their marking, the rest of their eggs laid a plain gray. She did not have the heart to squash the bugs and spare them their fate. She did not inherit her own mother's cruelty. Instead, those eggs were scattered by her mate on faraway peaks to survive on their own, so that they may either die early by nature's will, or grow and become beast-minded wyverns that will draw attention away from herself. At least like that they would be useful. Then remained her last 4, tentatively 4. She had 3 perfect eggs. One bore markings of a ruler, one of a destroyer, and one of an explorer. They were all beautiful, children both herself and her mate would be proud of. One like herself, one like him, and one unlike either. Oh, how great that was! And then there was the last, or rather, the second. She did not expect it to survive, yet here it was. It did not turn to crystal. It did not remain stained by the monotone gray, yet it also bore no markings. Aside from a reminder of the slice she caused upon the shell, it was simply filled with colors with no rhyme or reason, shapes and no shapes, almost seeming to have a unity yet having none. Chaos. She kept it still. As an apology for her fault, she gave it the chance to still exist. Even if it were to never live, she would keep it until it were to rot by itself. If she were to be honest, for a moment, with herself, that is the fate she expected. That is also not the fate she got to witness. It was dark and she was tired. The nest was ready, the softest and warmest furs being neatly placed over the small pile of various riches, all selected from hers and her mate's hoards, as well as a result of her partner's hunts. She will slowly grow the pile once they are born, so that they may adapt to manna's strain slowly and not end up poisoned by its power. She expected the eggs to hatch somewhere in the coming weeks, though even the next great moon was a possibility. She was ready to fall into sleep's embrace when one of her eyes startled her awake. It was one of her smaller eyes, the one she sacrificed in order to be able and keep watch over her eggs even as she recovered in her lake. A rune lit up inside her eye, and she looked through the many enchantments she placed in and around the nest. An egg was hatching. It was early, too early, and she wasn't there for it. She heard it squeak and struggle, as its siblings were still in their eggs. They should all hatch soon one after the other. Yet it stood alone in its nest after exploding with great speed from its egg. She watched it collapse and awaken over and over, trying to test its surroundings, yet not being able to do anything as it was still a newborn. It took her time to reach her cave, but when she did, she noticed that it stilled. She walked, trying not to scare her child, which took more self-control than she'd expect. Once she reached the nest, her eyes turned to her kid. A boy, a beautiful baby boy. You lived and became a beautiful baby boy. Before she could calm herself, she craned her head over and gave her child an affectionate lick, relief hitting her like a waterfall. Her child lived, despite her faults, and he stood as her firstborn despite being her second laid. She studies him with pride, then her dragon heart trembles. His tail has its tip split in two. Her eyes tear up, realizing that the harm she did remains still. He still lacks a mark for what he is to become. I have no guidance for what path to lead him towards. He may still have a damaged dragon heart, or may even be unable to use magic at all, depending how grievous the wound I dealt is. Was the tip of his tail truly the only damage she caused? Or, no, she needed to think in the present. She needed to think in the now. And in the now, her boy was alive and well. And you took the wound I gave you and turned it into something unique. She then looked back at her own many tails and smiled to herself. You may yet take after me. However, as she spoke, she realized that her child was in deep sleep, tired from being born so early. She made sure to move the eggs close together so they can all share warmth and scent, then left, fearing that she may hurt them by staying too long. The coming days confused her greatly. She was glad that the early birth served to signal her other children to come out, but then weirdness began. While all others did what they should, namely absorbing mana while their bodies were brought to the point of activity, her firstborn seemed to throw the whole concept down the well and instead started being active every moment he could, at detriment to his growth. At first it was cute, when she found him sleeping with a chewed-up coin, but it quickly became problematic. Instead of sitting still and piling up mana, he was spending it to move despite his body not being ready for it, leading to suddenly collapsing. Realizing this, she decided to bring in a meal the next time he awoke. She found him playing with a few coins and a water crystal, already fascinated by mana it seemed. That put her at ease at least, but the interaction that followed didn't. He looked scared. She tries to soothe him, but it seems he does not fully respond to her words or feelings. The magic of speech washing off of the boy, its strength too great for a hatchling to be able and break down into information. Her other children, however, are squeaking for the flesh, hungry as they are finally awake for the first time since they hatched, so she let them enjoy it while she reached down to calm her firstborn. It seemed a simple embrace was all he needed as he stops being so tense and afraid, instead focusing on the already stripped carcass. He eats it all, and soon she puts all of her kids to sleep, taking the time to clean up the mess before leaving. It then takes days for them to be awake again, but this time it is good for them to be so. They still need mostly rest, but a bit of interaction with the world and with each other would help them grow as quickly. She is surprised to see that while her children played together a bit, her firstborn is quickly bored of play fighting and instead starts organizing resources. He takes one of each type that he can find and makes a small hoard. Already? Hoarding should be happening after they learn to harness mana. How strange. She observed and watched him with shock as he hit himself, then started inspecting the metals and crystals. She can't help but laugh as he makes the mistake all kids do, taking in too much mana, too quickly. He's overwhelmed by the feeling of it, yet he still does it with the next. Then he reaches a death mana crystal. She curses inwardly and is prepared to use all her mana if needed to separate the boy from it, but he seems to be smart enough to back away after a small whiff. She sighs, glad that he did not take a deep breath again. Death mana is needed to help them break down food, but it is still a hazard for a child. She decides to stop peeking through when she sees her boy start spreading the crystals back where he got them from, apparently scared by the death mana. Interesting that he would know to spread them instead of keeping them clumped. How interesting. Still she could relax. For a bit. It was the first day awake after his first meal, and the boy walked out. That's moons away. The nest is supposed to keep them interested for entire grand moons. Yet her boy was somehow already bored of all the various human objects she left to captivate their attention and stimulate their minds into not wandering off. Yet here she was, watching through her enchantment as her child reached the main hall of her decayed temple. Thankfully, every important place warned her when something big enough moved through, so she was able to notice and take flight. She either way needed to bring in more food, might as well stop her wandering child too. What she didn't expect to find when she reached her boy was him feasting on a fresh kill. He killed a mana-touched fruit beetle, one with affinity to earth, which should make it a rather tough foe. No, her boy was smart and turned it over, devouring its underbelly as the creature was still alive. Yes, good instincts and a good mind. She was so proud of him as she walked him back to the nest. There her children feasted on the carnivorous deer, though she noticed that her smart boy took an interest in the beast's fleshy core, devouring it whole. Truly, it seemed her kid had an uncanny affinity with magic, even for a dragon. That fact proved true each time she brought in a new meal. The boy behaved and no longer tried to escape, instead focusing on stealing all the cores from the food she brought. Even bringing multiple carcasses didn't make him focus on one. It was no surprise then that with each sleep he began changing more and more compared to her other kids. She was most surprised to see him take on a more lithe form instead of gaining bulk like basically all dragons do. She will have to make sure he is not already being influenced by particular mana types. Air tended to make for frail and speedy dragons. Her brother had been one before he was snuffed out for his weakness by lesser folk. She did not want her boy to end up having an air affinity. Flight was a tool, not a mode of life. She shook her head. A moon and a bit passed since her kids were born. No way her boy already had an affinity. She should focus more on other things, like the fact that soon enough they'll start using mana. Certainly it would take them another moon to refine their instinctual and impulsive breaths into something mighty and usable, like a flame, frost, or whatever other breath might fit them most. She expected fire, if she was being honest. Water was always a touch harder to make use of compared to flame, and her mate had a strong enough affinity to the point where her boys all had some splatter of red on them. Why were they already using a proper fire breath? She had barely come to personally check on them and see if she should start bringing anything special, but instead she sees all of her kids breathing out puffs of flame. Actual flame. She doesn't get it. How? They are too young to form an affinity. Even with the help from having a fire-attuned dragon as a father, they should at best be able to make sparks. That would make them geniuses. Instead, here they are, breathing in the mana coming off of fire crystals and turning it into proper flames. No, imitations of a proper flame. They all have the same shape and color, as if they're emulating something they saw, instead of refining their own sparks into actual fire. However, nothing around here could even burn. So why? Her question was answered soon after. When she eagerly looked at her eldest, expecting to see his flames too, she instead saw him take in a mix of mana. A mix. A deliberate mix. Fire. Air. Nature. Air? She feared for a moment. Was he actually getting an air affinity? No, that would be... She couldn't let that happen, but surely this wouldn't be air that he uses, right? It wasn't air. It was fire, unlike his siblings. They all were copying a single flame, using what they saw with their little eyes to nudge mana into becoming fire. He was doing something different. The fire was different, in color, in shape, much more different in size, and most importantly, it lingered. Fire that lingered on stone. He used properties of mana to empower fire. Fire that is fueled by nature, with its shape and size controlled by air. She embraced her little geniuses and took them away. Her lake, her place of rest, a place so seeped with her mana that she could not keep the children with her for too long. Thankfully, she had already made it much deeper, the mana having a hard time escaping the water, and as such being more harmless to her hatchlings. Why bring them here? To do what her mother did when they had formed their first proper elemental breaths. Firstly, she let them burn some mana on play, as they had done such a good job learning so much sooner. Then she turned her lake into an arena, bringing in a small group of mana-touched rabbits for them to hunt. She remembers her own first hunt, having just started to breathe out puffs of steam. She and her siblings hunted down a mana-touched rodent, a rat of some kind? Possibly. No rats were around, however, so she made do with the next best rodent, and remembering that the first time she made a proper damaging breath, she and her siblings took on a whole mouse horde. She guessed that 5 of them would be a good starting point as these were bigger. Her kids skipped steps so quickly. What took her and her own a few moons, took them barely one. She was so excited right up until her girl was kicked in the head. How? She should be much faster than that. Much tougher too. Her other children fared little better, and she began to panic inwardly. Were it not for the nature of her affinity, she might have let through her worries. Her children were getting damaged, and badly. They even had to use their scales last resort, just to handle hits from rodents. And her mightiest child wasn't hunting. He had frozen stiff from the moment his siblings began stalking forward, looking split between backing off or plunging into the mass of fat, long-eared rats. Why? What was happening? Her and her siblings only got hit, and even that could not barely even be called a hit, when they had their first hunt against the one weak rat. Oh no. She was so eager to help her children, so eager to bring them in line with her past experience, that she failed them. She had learned how to not overextend after fighting many times against a few weak enemies. She had learned when and how to attack, what killed the swiftest, after many failures. She put them face to face with enemies capable of killing them in their first hunt, and she couldn't even interfere. She remembers being saved by her mother once in one such hunt, when she made a grave mistake, and even now that moment still haunts her. It would ruin them to have their very first hunt become a failure. So she watches. Her eldest, having seen the plight of his siblings, showcased a true dragon roar and took the greatest threat away to fight alone. He took great wounds, but he did not use his protection. No, he took the hurt and still killed the beast by using a sound breath attack. No, air and light combined to blind and deafen an enemy. Such a complex attack. Her boy needed entire minutes to make a water breath, yet made a combination of unrelated elements at a moment's notice. As he kills the animal, she inspects her child's body and notices something bad. He damaged his breath shaper, the organ having strained so badly that the muscles within tore themselves to form the complex shape required for this feat. That and his many fractures, including to the bone in his front leg. She looked over at the situation and noticed that it wasn't good. Her other children yet lived, but they would die without help. My daughter is going to die. I see her, helpless, about to have her throat ripped by a rodent, but I can't interfere. I can't have her life be plagued by this. Death is better than spending centuries doing anything to atone for a failure such as this. The great lords know I suffered to be able and stand here after that moment. No, even so, I can't just have my girl die. She almost uses her mana to crush the beast, but doesn't get to. Something much greater happens. Her boy uses a breath attack, despite his ruined organ, that makes her tremble. It's chaos mana. The beast melts and freezes and burns, and it is destroyed so thoroughly that the very ground it stands on will need to be purified. Chaos mana. A little bit of everything that does not neutralize itself, for instead of fire touching water and extinguishing itself, both fire and water are wrapped in a thin layer of all that is painful and intangible, a layer of regret, of pain, of fear and worry, of anger and desperation. Dragons are born of it, as are the mana-touched abominations that most lessers call monsters, and many other beings that are seen as dangerous. That thin layer of all the emotions that hurt is what makes even fearful grazers into great killers. Her child used it. Well, using a bit of chaos magic is expected of dragons. The outburst of magic that saved the life of her young ones is the one form of chaos magic that all dragons know, but to be able and shape chaos into something useful is a feat few can boast. It had a will of its own, and it would do things without rhyme or reason. Frozen flames, shattered water. Anything was possible when chaos truly reigned, and one needed a strong will, great knowledge, and the right emotions to make it obey, or an affinity. Yet here he was, a boy little older than a grand moon, already using a chaos attack molded by a damaged breath shaper. By all accounts he lacked all requirements, unless the fact that he was directly exposed to the unfiltered chaos mana of the dead storm caused him to form an affinity for it. He ruined his throat doing it, but he still managed the unthinkable. And despite being supposed to collapse from the absolute lack of mana in his body, her child just ate a rabbit's core and got up to the last enemy, killing it despite being half dead himself. She quickly healed her children, hating herself for causing this because of her eagerness. She was glad her children did not hold it against her, and entrusted her enough for a second hunt. From here on, she makes sure to ignore her childhood, making the hunts gradually more difficult despite her children breezing through them. She will let them make their mistakes now, or not make any mistakes and take the easy meal. It doesn't matter. She won't risk them dying on her. And that stayed true until she realized it was time to give them a chance to start working towards an affinity of their liking. Her eldest kept hoarding the cores, which led to his explosive growth, yet they still reached the point where their magic needed to catch up with their bodies. He was still the only one to use diverse breath attacks, meaning she needed to nudge the others into listening to Mana's whispers. That's why she gathered those improvised witches from her towns, hoping the diverse options would give her kids a chance to catch up with the eldest, and that one of them might resonate with him enough to not let him become solely a chaos dragon. For any being attuned only to chaos ended up mad. Imagine her surprise when the boy that so far has been a living construct of magical innovation and beastly murder decides to skip up on the easy elemental meal, and even forces his siblings into stopping. He defies me. For the first time ever, he stands against me and claims them as a horde, not as a meal. And I have no choice but to comply. Maybe he was fascinated for a moment and would soon grow bored and eat them. It wasn't great that he would get all of them, certainly wasn't her plan, but he looked ready to fight for the right to own them, and she didn't have the heart to do so. She did have the heart to teach him why he should just eat them, however. But that came only after seeing him get attacked by one of the humans, yet still work to bring them food and even water. The fact that he managed to make water move, for a moment, without even using a rune or speech is what nailed in the fact that her children could handle the lesson. Her and her siblings did this only after 8 moons, after becoming sloppy from having such easy fights. Her children were still not making glaring mistakes, but this is a good lesson nonetheless. Or so she thought. Multiple times she thought about going in to help, but felt it would dilute the teaching if she did. She watched her eldest carry his weakened sibling, handle the wolves. He even brought them all the way to the river. They were actually going to make it home in a couple days if they kept up pace, but then the strongest mana-touched beast in the normal forest came and was prepared to slay them. At least it had the common sense to flee when she interfered. What she did not expect was the absolute rage and fear the eldest had. He attacked her with what little energy he still had. He understands. The others are happy that I am here to protect them, but he is angry that I left them here in the first place. He understands that I am the cause, a connection his siblings will only make years later. Magically gifted enough to already be using multiple different breath attacks, and even to use proper spells, without words of power. Strong enough to protect his siblings, and smart enough to understand what I did. It was then that she realized her child was a terrifying sort of genius, the kind that redefines magic, the kind that could make an empire by himself, the kind that could one day become a great lord. Yet here he was, a child, dependent on her, protective of his siblings and the few lessers she brought, lashing out at her out of fear and desperation that no child should be even able to feel. She cried for a few days after, unable to even face him, though she kept an eye on him regardless, seeing things she had not expected. He spent hours manually taking in mana. Of course, that's how he used magic. He moved the mana itself to mimic what he saw, using only mind to create magic. And even after filling himself with mixed mana, he still wanted to learn more. He observed the humans, then trained by himself, first using the simplest form of light and reaching all the limits possible. Intensity, color, distance, he did it all. Then tried to make a whole new rune from nothing. Just guesses, and thankfully he failed. The mistress doubted her heart could handle her child inventing magic just by listening to Mana's whispers when he was little over 2 moons old. Of course, her heart did not handle it when she saw him do exactly that a while later. A rune formed. She watched as the rune formed and sang a song he had no reason knowing. And that led to him discovering conversion runes, and a rune that exclusively made sounds. He made so many sounds she could hardly imagine the limits of his talent. He even made sounds that she only heard from instruments, and sounds she never heard before. He mimicked words using a rune he built instinctively. He was an enigma, so talented, so smart, so affectionate, but also strangely stupid in an amusing way. He almost gave himself mana poisoning multiple times. He endangered himself to protect his siblings. He even ended up collapsing and bleeding from studying my communication spell using his fledgling mana sight. He needed guidance to become the great being he has the potential to be. A grand moon. That's all it took for him to baffle her again. Taking it from the more understandable beginning, she has come to learn that he has absurd strengths and strange weaknesses. He quickly picked up moving earth, water, ice, even plants. He did not, however, pick up conjuring. Even now he is unable to create a visible pebble even if he uses all the mana he has, which he doesn't really understand. At least it seemed like he did not pick up on the fact that his siblings have managed to form rocks with their mana once she taught them how, mostly because he was busy learning how to control Earth like it was air, and air like it was Earth. She still doesn't understand all of the things he managed to do with barely any teaching, but she is glad she did all of this. Plus, he even stayed mostly away from chaos magic, only using that strange spell that invents songs. Or at least he did until that damned human child got sick. This was a great opportunity, in a way. Maybe the inevitable death of the boy would teach her son that lessers are frail, short-lived things that are really not worth his tears. She did not even need to betray her son. She couldn't heal him. She knew what the problem was, of course. This was a sickness caused by those tiny, semi-living things that infest weak lessers. Just like that young hag, her own magic would do nothing but make things worse, as it would heal the cause while healing the sick, accelerating the process. The normal way to deal with those is to give them mana poisoning and kill them. It's why dragons don't ever need to worry about them, but if she tried to be the one to do it, the boy would die anyways. She was ready to be there and help her son understand the death of his pet, when she suddenly watched the resigned hatchling try something. The tears of that eastern beast girl, the very one that helped him create that chaos spell. Her tears moved him and now he dashed all over, even seemed about ready to rush out at night for reasons unknown. The human kid would die in a few days at the latest. What could he possibly think to try and heal him? Chaos, of course. Chaos was undoubtedly her son's affinity. Something he gained because of her blunder. Something that he just used to make a miracle. He killed the cause of the sickness, using poison that harmed only the half-living things. The old woman's healing now worked, no longer helping the disease. That boy would live. Her son would be enamored with these lessers a while longer. Sadly, how is she going to explain this to her mate? Chapter 21. It ain't well just 'cause it ends well. I sit in a chair, books floating by me. I think I enjoy this place. No hormones pulling on my emotions. No instincts making a sweater out of my thought pattern. Just me. Or rather just the collection of what I once was, laid out as a neat, cozy place. Even I am as I was. I look at my hand and I see it all at once. Small, big, soft, coarse. I see gashes and wounds and I see scars and I see pristine skin and I see bright red flesh. I see the bone below, how it grew, how it was shaped, how it broke that one time and left my finger crooked for a few years until I managed to scrounge up enough money from odd jobs to have it fixed. I like being able to admire this without my heart pumping in my ear, without the imminent threat of an innocent child turning into a corpse in the quiet of the night. I like being able to exist without having to watch an abominable animal, twisted and malformed by esoteric energies, as it barrels straight into my siblings, ready to devour them. I like being able to sit still without the urge to consume the first thing that moves in my line of sight. I am stalling. I understand I am stalling, but I need to come to terms with how little control I have over myself, and this is the one place where nothing else can influence me. I was resigned to the fact that the boy would die. I had come to terms with it, did my own silent mourning, and I was ready to have to dig a hole to bury him before my siblings could ravage his corpse. Instead, a few teary eyes were enough to make me go mad with thoughts and options. I used whatever random assortment of mana was in my body, coupled with a heavy dose of poison, and just hoped it would work. His death could very well be on my hands at this very moment. I don't even know if it was the human me or the dragon me that caused the 180 turn. And not only that, but I also put myself in danger by using up every last drop of mana in my body. What happens if the next time someone is in danger like this we are out in the wild, away from any good mana sources, and I get hit with this urge to play hero? Sometimes I can just keep cruising, and sometimes I am reminded that I am a ticking bomb of indecision and weird instincts and thought processes. The table in front of me cracks and I blink, after which it fixes itself. Frustration. My image of this place can change. Good to keep in mind. And I will keep it in mind for later, because right now I need to leave. I need to see what happened. I feel heavy and tired. Since waking up in this world, this is the first time I felt so spent. Even when I was going in and out of consciousness, I was at least fine physically. Now I am exhausted, weak, and can barely open my eyes. I try and get up, but so much weight is pulling me down that it is wasted effort. After I manage to open my eyes and turn my head to figure out why I am so weak, I realize the problem, or at least half of it. I am currently being used as a hug buddy/living pillow by both the boy and Ira. Now, the boy weighs close to nothing and Ira, despite being a mountain of muscle, shouldn't be this heavy. I can easily drag around a whole deer. I should be able to lift half her body weight without issues. The real reason I am so weak is that I have barely any mana in me currently. It seems the humans at least did a good thing and piled their gems close to my snout, but that alone is simply not enough. I sit on an actual pile of riches and gems. These few things are a drop in the bucket. My scales are almost a lifeless gray with just a bit of hue denoting what their real color should be, meaning I am running on the least amount of power possible, which can very well lead to me collapsing randomly. The mana density difference between the nest and here is so big that I doubt I can ever fully recover, so I need to gather energy. I do so by manipulating any nearby mana, ordering it to move closer so I can absorb it. Strange thing to note, I think I am absorbing mana from the humans too. Not from their core, but rather the bit of mana that radiates off of them. It's less than what my own body lets out, but it is still an amount that they simply lose. I notice movement and see the old woman as she walks into my view, bringing one of the fruits and a piece of cooked meat. Realizing that those are probably for me, I open my mouth, which she answers with a raspy laugh before putting the meal in. Consuming it is a quick affair, but I am miffed. Cooked meat tastes slightly worse than raw. That just feels wrong. But it isn't. Then again, I should have realized this when I realized that my stomach is actually an incinerator. There's no waste, no need for particular bacteria to break down particular proteins and compounds. Whatever acid my stomach has, it lacks normal chemistry, since a piece of meat and a pebble are equally digestible. Either way, the meal, coupled with some active absorption of mana, results in me being able to shake off the sleeping people, or rather the no longer asleep people. The kid almost looks healthier than he was before coming here. Fuck, I'm glad he's alive. I'm glad I didn't kill him. He seems equally happy as he laughs after rubbing his eyes, then throws himself at me, giving me a one-armed hug. I haven't seen him this happy before. It is nice. I still receive some uncertain stares, especially after the kid's outburst, but I don't think the humans are scared of me anymore. Guess I'm now just like a big, very smart dog in their eyes. Can do a lot of good, but still not fully sure how I'd react to certain actions. Understandable and something I can work with. I press my snout against the boy's face, then puff out a bit of air, and he releases me as he laughs and says something. Yeah, they still have full conversations I can't understand. Ira specifically tried to teach me her language, and that's the only reason I understand a few words. But if I don't have someone to teach me, I have no way to understand the language even with my brain working overtime to absorb their words. Ah, my brain. My newfound youthful brain that acts like a sponge. Man, will I miss this when I age. I think dragons might actually be able to regenerate their brains, and with the size they would reach. Actually, with how Mother mutated and was able to heal any problems we had, it would be strange to not think that dragons can recover their brains. Good to keep in mind. Where was I? Alright, people are talking and I feel like I don't belong. I also feel like I should go back to napping. My mana's burning just for me moving around, so I need to keep things brief. The boy reaches a hand to pat me and I lean in, letting him do so for a bit, then pull away. It feels a bit awkward to leave without saying anything, but I don't know how to say goodbye, so I just walk away. Can't even run without fearing that I will spend a bit too much and collapse. I don't understand how shutting off completely is part of dragon DNA, but it is, and I need to work around it. Honestly, the more I think about it, the less dragons seem to make sense. Can casually control supernatural energies just by looking at it being done, and that's before even seeing the sun. All it took to go from wiggling worms to fire-breathing killers was some binge eating. Hell, we learn magic before learning to run. We have powerful bodies, with capabilities that surpass physics to the point where a tail swipe is enough to absolutely shatter another animal's bones without even injuring us. Yet we can eat absolutely anything and leave behind no waste as if we're scavengers. Apex predators that can hunt in basically any environment. We can mutate our bodies to absurd capabilities. We're entirely sapient. We must live a long time since Mother has a whole overgrown tunnel dedicated to herself. A tunnel I completely forgot to actually explore in the other direction. Huh? Not the point. The point is that we have literally every survival plan and strategy crammed into our very nature, and it's starting to show problems. So many unknowns, so many dangers, so many thoughts. I didn't make it to the nest. I fell. I am not sleeping yet, but I can hardly move and I just feel so overwhelmed. I saved a kid. I should be happy, but instead I sit here almost tearing up because I didn't succeed through hard work. I succeeded through luck and unreliable instinct. I remember being dumb enough to think that luck was a skill, but it isn't. Luck is hardly something to base my life on, something to rely on. It is simply something that may be useful sometimes. And now it was useful. And next time, instead of a medicinal poison, I might end up creating a mini-nuke. I need more. I need to know more, to be better, to no longer collapse every time I try something new. I failed to exceed my limit last I tried to forcibly increase my mana capacity, and since then I grew, and so did it. But it didn't grow from my usage of magic. It grew from my body being bigger, so I did not get better at packing it in. I just have more space. I need to actually train harder. I need to strain my muscles until they break, train my magic until I can control giant boulders and needles of stone with the same precision. I need to guzzle down so much mana that I force my capacity to expand. I need to better understand the inner workings of mana. I need to be better so I don't have to rely on luck again and fear a bad roll. I need a better long-term plan, and I won't find it on the floor. I'll find it in my mind. As I nudge mana towards me, trying to recover, I make a checklist. It is simple, so far, but it is better than nothing. I need to really understand the benefits of this body, so I need to start using it more. It can be fighting my siblings, hunting, or just hitting trees. I just need to do something so I understand my limits and how to better use what I have naturally. I have some knowledge of biomechanics and general physics that can give me some ideas based on how my body performs, at least better idea than, bite if you can, slap with tail to back away. Next I need to do a lot more with magic. Speech, runes, mana control, mana capacity. These are the 4 concepts I gathered are important. Speech and runes are self-evident and their training is mostly about the mind. Mana control and capacity is where it's at. For control, I need to force myself into manipulating more. It could be bigger, heavier, more in number, different elements at once. It doesn't matter. It just needs to be more. After that, I can work on making it fine control instead of just aimless manipulation. As for capacity, I have no idea. I can fill up every cell in my body just fine, but after that mana just refuses. I'll need to force it some way. I will need an idea for that. In the meantime, I get up, having gotten a bit of energy back, then push myself forward. It took a couple more minutes to be greeted by my siblings. I get sniffed, a lot, probably because I fully slept somewhere foreign for the first time, and then they leave. They're thankfully just a bit curious, showing complete disregard for the humans. Honestly, it is better this way. Much easier to focus without having to fear how their interactions shape my siblings' perception of things. I shake my head and go straight for the pile. It is quicker than before. Despite having a bit more capacity thanks to my size, I can fill up to the brim in only, roughly 4 hours, which is a great improvement all things considered. Once full, the rules are still the same. Can't really take the power out unless I use a weird spell, or if my body uses it on its own. I can also pack up my lungs with as much mana as I physically can. Doesn't change anything. I tilt my head and push further. More mana through my nose, more mana through my skin. Eventually, somewhere, mana should compress enough that I get a natural, better way to pack it up, to at least use as reference. Hopefully. Or I might be sitting here doing all of nothing for an hour. I did all of nothing for an hour. Great. I realize my mistake. Technically, yes, you should be able to compress mana to a degree. The difference in density between the human room and our nest makes that plenty clear. However, after you achieve saturation, you need a lot more strength than my mind has, so I need to think bigger. What way, other than trying to do it by hand, is there to compress mana? Well, the only logical thing that pops in my mind is using an even higher density of mana than my body has. After all, the more mana I gather, the more it radiates to fill the emptiness around. And if it does that in this situation, it should also do it if I just expose my body to absurd densities. Mother probably has more than enough for what I want, but there might be a reason why she doesn't just use that more often for training. It might kill me. Alright, if she's a bust. Well, there's her lake. Her lake filled with gems at the bottom, with mana rising up, filled with mana. Guess I know what I will do once Mother gets here to take us outside. This will be either the worst thing I ever planned for, or the best. Chapter 22. And suddenly, chaos. It's the worst. It's always the worst. Why do I ever expect to have good ideas? I'm a dumb guy with a dumb lizard kid brain. Oh, just go into a place with a lot of mana and see what happens. Gods be damned, moron. How did all this start? Glad you asked, because going through my insane actions is a great way to not think about what is currently happening to me. After realizing that I can't mess with my mana capacity yet, I spent the rest of the day alternating between fighting with my siblings and rehearsing the magic Mother taught us. So far, she went through the basic 4: earth, fire, water, and air, adding in light too, since it was the first thing she showed the others, then went for more complex things: electricity, ice, and nature. That's as far as she went when it came to elements. One thing to note, however, is that the entire meaning of electricity revolved around lightning. Concepts like electrons weren't passed through, meaning she probably has no idea about them. I wonder if that would make my electric magic better than hers, or maybe worse. Oh well, inane thoughts aside, she focused the rest of her time teaching modifiers. I think that's the best way to put them, modifiers. There's the base elemental runes that define what I control, then there's the modifiers that change how that control is focused. For example, the rune that she used to turn the light source into a beam of light, movement, motion, direction. All those ideas are packed into a single nifty word and sign. It also works with sound, somehow. The entire propagation of the sound is aimed in one direction, which is weird since depending on where the rune is, I don't hear the sound until it makes the trip back, half as strong if not even less. It also works with other energy-based elements like fire, electricity, and a particular brand of ice that only uses its heat-stealing rather solid ice. She also taught what I consider as the I'm you but better modifier. It means control, domination. It's a demand that mana obey, which is funny since it sounds close to obey, but put through the draconic filter of deep, rough, crunchy sounds. It improves control by a lot. It also somehow makes the magic a lot more efficient, like the matter isn't fighting back as much. Sadly, I have yet to use it in a slightly tense situation. I could only make it work when I was perfectly calm. It's why it failed me earlier. There's also the even better version that combines this modifier with a subject, because dragons of course have the word individual, which is used for any particular thing. Like saying individual earth ends up meaning any particular piece of stone you are thinking about. In the context of the spell, however, individual is supposed to mean me, so it ends up like earth as a whole, obey me, and only me, which straight up robs people in an area from using that element. Interestingly, she used this spell for nature and water, but nothing else. Maybe you need to be really good for it? Ah, I shouldn't forget that there's a fourth word there too. A word that Mother has been trying to make me understand, but I failed so far, because it seems to not refer to a type of mana or a concept she can readily show. She only used it for those 2 spells and no other time. Either way, those are the most widely useful modifiers, but she gave us a few more. There's one that sacrifices strength in order to get control of a wider area or a larger amount of things. It's like mass cure wounds, compared to cure wounds, you know? But instead of making it a more costly spell, it makes it a weaker one. Now if you combine obey and mass, that'd be enough to move a small mountain, especially if you have Mother's mana reserves. Trust me, she did. But with trees instead of stone. She kind of loves showing off. Where was I? Ah yes, the opposite of mass. Overwhelm, overkill, imbuing a waterfall into a water skin. Or at least that's the image the word gives me when Mother says it. It's basically focusing so much on one thing that it eats up all the mana you have. Greater fireball. Basically, I swear if these spells are somehow copyrighted. Meh. I'd love to see lawyers coming at me over in a whole different world for copyright infringement. That'd be funny. Anyways, that's basically all Mother taught us. Elements, how to control them better, how to give a path to something that usually does its own thing, how to spread our control and how to tighten it. Those are also the only words we know, which doesn't help us hold great conversations. Also, I am the only one that grasped all the words. My siblings got all the elemental words, eventually, but the modifiers were a bit above their capacity of understanding. I also heard them speak, and it sounds wrong. Even when they nail the sound itself, they mess up in meaning, or rather their meanings are flawed. Earth means dirt and stone and nothing else. Nature means grass and trees and leaves, but they don't differentiate flowers or really differentiate between any species of plants. Fire is super muddled too. They get that it's very warm and that it kills things, but they don't put in the meaning of being burnt or of energy or of anything more than superficial, visual things. Lightning is their worst offense. They mean, specifically, Mother's lightning strike and mine. since we were the only ones to make such a thing happen, and mine was pitifully small since I didn't manage to pile up the mana for it at the time. Basically, they only pack in whatever they have seen, and because of that their words fail. It doesn't help their spellcasting, and even when they try to talk it ends up being almost unintelligible. Though, I came to realize as I think this, it may be more weird from Mother's point of view that I just understand so much about the world already. Meh. I already failed spectacularly to be normal when I was weeks ahead of my siblings in rune understanding. I do wonder why Mother didn't teach us any of the conversion runes. Those would be useful. Oh well, Mother has arrived. Just in time. I was taking a break after running out of mana in my lungs, so this is perfect. I take in as much mana as I can and make sure to saturate my body, then pick up the pace towards her with my siblings. Once together I climb up on her back and secure my claws in the ridges of her scales. It's been a bit since she stopped carrying us, or at least since she stopped carrying everyone aside from Spots, who seems to be a bit of a mama's boy. Oh well, let the kid enjoy his time. The more time passes without our father, or really, without any sort of other dragon coming by, the more I am sure that dragons are solitary. Once we are considered young adults, whatever that might mean in dragon years, we will be kicked out to survive on our own. Makes sense, really. We need to hoard an absurd amount of resources. It's expected that we would have to spread apart in order to be able and harvest all we require. Hell, we might need to be nomads, like male lions without a pride, until we find a spot we can claim and until we are strong enough to keep it safe. I doubt that the human settlements in Mother's territory would have been all right with a dragon ruling over them if said dragon was me-sized. Wait, ruling over others? Do I even want to do that? I mean, I've fantasized about being the boss once or twice, or about being rich instead of struggling with fitting in food and tuition in my finances. But do I really want that, or is this dragon weirdness? I let out a frustrated scream that thankfully gets muted by the rushing wind that Mother displaces. I noticed something that was hard to see before. She has a complex form of the air rune formed in her crown. That might be how she flies so fast despite her size. Also might be how she flies at all. I sigh and stretch my body as she lands at the lake. My siblings already rush out to start hunting, but I don't follow them. I instead go to the lake, under the watch of Mother, and start drinking in water. I instantly get hit with the feeling of being bloated and gag, spilling the water back out. All right. Plan 1 failed. I shake my head and then take a cautious step into the water, then another, and soon enough I am in, and floating. My wings are spread out, increasing my surface massively and apparently working against my weight. I don't know how heavy I am, but going by my size, the scaled skin and the lack of fat? Very. I'm heavier than a normal human at least. Still, I don't want to just float. I am a bit worried that Mother will interfere, especially since she's keeping a few eyes on me. But the second I see her turn to focus in the distance, probably seeing one of the others in the middle of a fight, I dip in. Water instincts are working, somehow. My wings are tucked, my nose is plugged, and my third eyelid is keeping the water out. My slightly longer neck and tails are causing me to move like a snake, while also paddling with my legs. I am basically a meaner crocodile right now. A crocodile with wings. Idea stands. Either way, I can feel the air in my lungs continuing to move, cycling between my multiple air sacs, despite nothing new coming in. This should help aerate my blood for a while, longer than normal. It's been a few tens of seconds, I think, since I started swimming downwards, and I am at least getting the feeling of mana pressing on me. It's the inverse square law all over again. Mana is exponentially growing in strength the closest I get to its source, the gems and metals. It's heavy. I am starting to sink without meaning to. This is a normal lake. I went swimming in something bigger than this, and the pressure shouldn't start pulling me in already. I can't move my left back leg. Something is wrong. I feel myself being squeezed, not my mana. Myself? It's pressure, strong pressure, and suddenly I see mana flowing in. That's what I wanted, but it's doing it in a way I didn't want. I let out an involuntary scream, losing precious air. I think some water flows into my lungs. I feel my body burning cold. I hear snapping. Looking to the side, my right wing extended outwards and grew. The tips aren't normal, they're a deeper blue, and not from the water shifting colors around. It feels wrong. My body feels wrong. I cough again and algae comes out. Fully grown algae that I don't think I inhaled. I start feeling something pushing out of my chest right as a large thing wraps around my body and pulls me out in moments. Back on the surface, laying on wet grass, instincts take over and I cough out the water. Then a different instinct makes me expel the extra water mana by shooting a weak water breath. Once recovering, I hear my mother speaking fast. Lots of mentions of water come bearing images of the depths and how strong the mana was. I think I get images of her making the lake deeper, particularly to protect us from the strength of the mana. Right, it was strong. And it was forcing itself into my body but had no room. I thought it'd make room in the cells, but it didn't. It made new cells instead. I look at my right wing, spread out, and compare it with my left one. Yep, much bigger. Not double, but bigger still. I try to get up and end up falling back down. My back left leg is longer. I also feel something new. A new limb was starting to sprout from my chest. It's literally just a soft bone with some musculature right now. Not even a proper ending, and it's about 10 centimeters long. So not even a proper limb. Damn it. I messed it up bad. I thought dragons don't get mutations like humans do, and in a way we don't, but our growth is tied with our mana. So what happens when you force in mana? You don't get more efficient packing, you get expedited growth, but since it comes in a forced manner, it's targeted in a few places that are more easy to mutate and shape. Like lightning, it spreads in a few different directions until it finds an easy path, and it takes that one straight down. I managed to get up, ignoring the fact that I now have a neural connection to the beginning of a limb, and do my best to get acclimated to the weight shift. It's awful. I drift a lot to my right, even with my tails working extra for counterbalance. I sigh and sit back down, annoyed at myself. Well, I can still do some mana training even with my body messed up for now. So I do just that and start gathering the water mana in the air into a rune, forming a spinning circle. I add in the obey modifier, which helps me up its speed. I am calm despite massively hampering my physical capability. I wonder why. I should be angry or despair at the fact that I am a freak, but even with my extra tail I felt like I am a bit ahead of the curve. Maybe this will end up the same. Fuck, but that's still not normal. No matter how you view it, going from traumatic injury to acceptance so quickly is not normal. Ignore the fact that I very quickly accepted being cut in two. At that point I was already dead. No point despairing or struggling. Right now, however, I am a kid. I should be terrified about being wrong for life. But it feels like this is a small mistake, like pricking your finger on a needle, or falling down and getting scraped, rather than a permanent brand of shame. My body will probably grow to compensate rather than continue growing at the same rate. That makes sense. This body is way too unnatural, having so many different strategies available, being able to manipulate mana so easily. It's no wonder it would also have fail-safes against mana oversaturation in case of a mistake like this. I look at my mother and see that she is still somewhat panicky. I would expect the same calm I feel to be felt by her. She's been awfully calm about us being almost dead every other day. So what gives? Meh. Doesn't matter to me. Back to spinny disc. Why spinny disc? I want to see if I can get water to be fast enough to start cutting stuff. So far the answer is no, but less because of speed and more because upon hitting something the water just bursts. I need even better control. I don't get to try more. Mother picks me up and takes off. She's actually rushing this time. I see just about everything zoom by. No time to take in the scenery. We're like an arrow let loose towards the chaos pillar. The second we reach it, she even pushes me right up against it, and I am just confused. This isn't for a lesson. She doesn't start doing anything. I just see her sit by the side while looking intently at me. I breathe in and feel a weird calm as the energy of everything fills my lungs. Yeah, no single type of mana feels as well as this abominable combination of every little concept. I continue absorbing it while burning out the rest of the mana I had. The other mana was a mix, but this is like mixing the perfect ratio of everything, so it just feels like it'll be more useful. An hour passes and I saturate my body with it. This mana, despite having its own mind when used, seems to want to cling to me, so I accept it. But then something happens. I draw in more of it. That feels wrong. The saturation here is not so absurd, even if I am hugging the pillar. It is more than the cave, but not nearly as strong as the lake. So what gives? My body is wrong. In the back of my mind, I keep thinking that it is wrong. My scales are wrong. My proportions are wrong. I need a fix, and this mana wants to fix me. I don't know if it's a good idea to let it shape me, but it will probably be better than staying as I am. So I close my eyes and retreat partially into my library. I pull out my biological blueprint, something I made from observations and feelings. I don't have vessels or the correct placement of my organs, but I have my outer appearance and a rough idea of the kind of modifications that would help me greatly. Let's see. Firstly, I need to even out my limbs, while making sure I keep my agility. I fix up my size and proportions, in relation to both my grown limb and my wings, then focus on the nub. I wish I could make it go away, but it feels like that won't happen. A vague instinct tells me the only path is more. Be it bigger or more limbs, I won't get less, so I decide to just get two. I may be able to shift their position later in life, as I did with my legs, so for now I focus on making small, but usable hands. I imagine a pair of them, link them with tendons and ligaments to my larger ribs, giving them a better range of motion, but focusing on dexterity and keeping them small, capable of folding like my wings to my chest, so they don't interfere in normal activity. I do add in some sharp claws, but flatter at the base and with wider fingers, so I can hold stuff but also claw away at things. 4 fingers should be enough. Humanity's 5 is kind of overkill. The blueprint is done, and I feel drowsy. My eyes close before I can see if Mother is still around. I open my eyes. A day likely passed. Mother is still here. I close my eyes. I open my eyes. Mother is still here. I close them. That's annoying. I was thinking of adding an actual different biology, like a gland for venom or something of that sort, but if I entered a loop of waking up and instantly falling asleep just from fixing my mistake, I think only bad things would happen if I go any wilder for now. So I keep focusing on this image of myself while feeling my consciousness ping-ponging between my body and my library. It's been 5 days. I am still not done. I get enough time to notice a second nub growing and my body elongation slightly. I didn't think of growing out my back spines, but it seems this decision was made by the mana, so it's happening. I continue focusing on my image of myself and let it all flow past me. It's been 2 weeks or so. It seems the mana made some more changes. I'm no longer just blue. My scales shine now, and they do so mostly towards tints of blue, but there's a few other colors mixed in based on the angle of the light. Pretty, but strange. Also, only once was Mother not there when I woke up and I stayed awake longer, feeling that I was in danger, but fell asleep the second I heard her wings. How much longer? Answer: 2 days. 2 more days and I opened my eyes for good. My body was saturated in the chaotic mana, but I felt my proportions were back to normal. My wings were also large enough that I got some lift as I flapped them. I might soon be able to fly, if only Mother teaches me the flight spell. Mother isn't around. It makes sense. She has the kids to think about and care for. What do I do until she comes here? I don't think I can handle the walk home, so I will have to wait. But I have a whole source of very strange mana for myself, and I have a body I need to test. Something I saw the old woman do once, while casting her healing magic, was a hand movement that seemed to weave mana into an approximation of a 3D rune. I wonder, then, what happens if I do the same? I weave the chaos music rune and find it much easier using my brand new pair of hands. Really, it feels like I have had them since forever, and it seems they can touch mana just fine. Now, while keeping focus on this rune, I decide to add in the rune that gives power. Suddenly, the trees shake and the ground rumbles as a very, very loud concert of Queens starts playing. Not a song, a whole concert, with the voices of the audience being mixed in. It's almost like I am there despite it being a recording I watched once when I was bored. I stop it quickly, slapping at it until all sound stops. As cool as it is to be able to create a whole concert, I am now hearing a high-pitched and annoying sound. But really I should have expected that. Now, what else can I use this mana for? I mean, I didn't really do anything with it aside from pulling in particular parts in order to mimic Mother. But what would happen if I used the Chaos version of the Fire rune? If there's one for sound, there must be one for fire, and one for all the other elements, simple or complex. The question then becomes, how dangerous would they be? I mean, you'd think that the sound version is harmless, until you realize that instead of following the directions given by mana manipulation, it follows whatever Senor, or someone else's mind. It literally reads people's minds to pull out songs. I don't even know what mind mana might look like, yet I am using it because of this one spell. What if fire gets combined with electricity or radiation and goes out of control? What if chaos water also explodes? I want to try it out, but I am also afraid because I have just finished fixing a fuck-up, which took away 2 and some weeks out of my life. What happens if I give myself cancer because I mess with this? Yeah, let's not. I will wait until Mother teaches me more words, so we can have a proper conversation and figure out exactly what's up with chaos mana. Or at least I would if not for the strange whispers. I breathe in the mana, and instead of getting flashes of everything everywhere, I get soft whispers telling me inane things. The problem is that they are inane things that I don't know, but understand. The temperature is 17.43 degrees Celsius, common for continental temperate autumn, especially towards the evening. There are about 2,030,597 blades of grass within this clearing. There used to be more until we started hanging out and trampling them underfoot. Wild animals don't ever get this close. They get mana sickness if they do. Nature can be snappy and sharp and somewhat poisonous under the right situation. It only takes a few nudges to turn a normal rose into something that can kill 50 adult human men with a single sting. I shake my head and I pull back. That's not what I expected. I decide to test something and I pull on one particular mana type. I filter out the fire from the chaos and make a small bubble of it, pushing away the chaotic mix. Once formed, I breathe in the flame mana and focus all of my senses on it. Oh, how joyous it is that it starts whispering about heat and warmth and how big of a fire I would make if I were to rip off a tree, let it dry in the sun, and then set it aflame with a simple spark. Good news, chaos mana isn't giving me ominous whispers. All of mana is. Ain't that something? I take a nap and suddenly magic starts speaking. You know what? Maybe I rush things a bit too much. Maybe I don't need to immediately learn all there is to learn about magic. Maybe I should just take a nap and fix my gods be damned mind, because if I remember correctly, this is starting to feel like early onset schizophrenia, and I doubt psychologists and psychiatrists exist in this world. Not even 5 minutes of peace. I hear powerful thunder in the distance, like a massive storm is approaching. I raise my head and I hear an unnerving whisper, 18.22 degrees Celsius, followed immediately by 19.1 degrees Celsius. It was getting warmer. But why? My answer came in the form of a plane-sized thing, covered in flames and followed by a storm of red lightning, which began descending straight towards where Mother's Lake was. Did I sleep long enough for the end of the world to start? Chapter 23. I need to make it, so the world is ending. Pretty cool. Been around for a few months, and I already get to see the apocalypse. Ain't that fun? Jokes aside, I can only blankly stare at the smoldering comet passing above my head. Bright red lightning flashes ominously. Powerful thunder shakes my body to the point where I can feel it in my soft tissues. It's even worse than the impromptu concert from earlier. Moments later, I am hit by a sudden shower and instinctively spread out my wings. Cool, burb instincts, exactly what I needed on top of my already cluttered mind. After observing the light show once more, I have to assert, that's gotta be magic. Red lightning happens naturally, but not here, not so low. Unless physics work in a very different manner, which they really don't as far as I've noticed in my short life. Well, then again, the fire literally cannot be natural in the first place, unless this is a meteor, which it probably isn't, or we'd all be dead. I shake my head and look around. If this thing was shooting straight for Mother, then there's no way she'll have time to come after me. I can feel my stomach burning, however, and that's problematic. The way my stomach works, at least as far as I can guess, is by turning anything I eat into energy that my body uses directly. I guessed it would be mana, which sounds like the peak of magical bioengineering, but if I had been right, then I would not need to eat ever, at least while my magic capacity was lesser than the ambient mana. However, reality is different. I am hungry. My body is packed tightly with every mana type possible, yet it's not enough for my body. Something in my metabolism demands flesh, and I cannot defy it. There's a powerful storm, an explosion in the distance, yet I cannot think. I feel my mind being grasped and pulled back. The future doesn't matter. The past doesn't matter. Study? Understanding? None of that matters. Higher functions are secondary to the primary directive of all living beings: consume. The entirety of nature is a chain of consumption, and I am at the very top. A greedy beast that needs to absorb organic matter and mana in order to survive another day. My eyes shoot up. High above the treetops, I see birds flying chaotically, some even hitting one another and falling into branches. My ears, despite tingling from the many thunders they have endured, notice trampling and growling, screams of many different beasts, even those I have yet to see. It's a stampede. Mother has been flying over this forest often, but she is soft. Even when landing, she doesn't shake the ground as badly as she could. This thing is different. It might also be a dragon. I can scarcely imagine anything else coming down like a cataclysm. This one isn't soft, however. It isn't mindful of this place, maybe because it doesn't own the place. Instincts tell me to not mess with another's property. Does this mean that the flaming dragon is an attacker? It might not care about messing with Mother's domain if its goal is to hurt her in the first place. That might be bad. What if my siblings are around for the fight? What if they don't understand that they must run? I have half a mind to satiate my hunger with some grass and leaves, and then try to run home, but that wouldn't work. I don't know how dragon fights work, but in nature most battles are swift. It'd take me hours to get back on foot. I flap my wings, but the answer is still no. I either have yet to fully grasp the biomechanics of flying as a dragon, I need to grow my wings even larger, or the flight magic Mother uses is a requirement to fly in the first place. Whatever might be the cause, I wouldn't be able to get home in a timely manner. Unless, can't think. My stomach doesn't growl, but it does burn, causing me to follow the sounds of stampede. I genuinely cannot focus while the engine demands food, and I won't be playing a cow in the middle of an apocalyptic storm. I lower my body closer to the ground, which makes me at least a bit smaller than the average bush in abnormal grass. So I stalk forward like I learnt while hearing two mighty roars in the distance. Yep, dragon on dragon violence. Not what I wanted after napping half a month. It takes me about 2 minutes to see the first living creature around, and 2 seconds to see it get trampled by an absurdly fast knot deer. I felt a mental slap as I watched the bipedal deer stomp the bright blue squirrel into a red paste. To add insult to injury, the corpse isn't even edible because the blood started bubbling and turned into flaming acid. Alright, I'm close to the source of absurdity. The plants are weird by whatever animal made it this close or worse. Nice. I continue on, past the flaming acid, this time much more focused. I might need to stop something as it flees, after all. And that's exactly what I'll be doing it seems. I hear footsteps, quiet enough to not be hooves, coming towards me. Hunkering down, I prepare to jump at the throat of whatever might attack me, but I realize that it's not just one thing. A giant dark furred thing jumps over me before I can even register it. It's so fast that I can't even see it, but I know that it is running from something. I focus on what might something larger than myself and so swift be afraid of, and I am confused for half a second. Skidding to a stop is a rat. Sort of a rat. It has the body plan. It is also round yet had decent speed, and it is just a bit shorter than myself. It also has a metallic gray coat that shines like actual metal, and its head is upside down for some strange reason. Its eyes are still on the upper part though, making it look like they're embedded straight in the upper jaw. It opens its mouth and deformed, oversized flat teeth are spread all over. It growls at me like a damn wolf, then swings its tail around. A tail that has sparse, large metallic spikes grown on it. Metallic porcupine rat. Great. Also those teeth look sharp. Damn. No wonder the big-ass thing ran away. Defensive offense. Not great for anyone. Before I can decide on a course of action, the beast makes the choice for me by jumping into a roll and hitting down with its tail. I push myself back, but the spikes on its tail suddenly spread outwards, gaining enough length to scrape my head, leaving an open gash. Why? How? I should be able to block that. Was I too focused on evading to repel it? I see it follow up with another tail attack, aiming at my side, and I respond by putting my mana into repelling. It doesn't work. Or rather it works. The explosion pushes it away with enough force to make it back off for a moment. But I am bleeding. It didn't puncture deeply, but it punctured. How does that make sense? Goring attacks from charging boars did not make it through, and that was when we were much younger. But this thing can just hurt me despite by defense? Hungary. Is that it? No. Why? Why am I asking? Because I might get surprised like this in the future. But I am fighting now. I need to win this before it punctures deeper, before I take a lethal wound. But how? I can't bite this thing. It runs at me, ready to do another spin attack. It's metallic. It might be a conductive metal. I try to harness a lightning attack, but it fails. I need to scoop the lightning out of the mix, but while that is an easy task out in the open and while peacefully training, I am not exactly in a situation close to that. I need to pull lightning from the mix in my lungs without having it bind right back into the chaos, and then I also need to make it into a rune. I don't have time for that. I do, however, need to do something, so I pull on something I did before. I, without any sort of glamour, spit out the contents of my stomach coupled with most of the mana in my lung, resulting in a cone of droplets, each one looking like sunlight reflected on gasoline, an off-rainbow of cold tints. The creature continues barreling towards me for a moment longer, but its tail doesn't strike. It falls off. The monster screeches in abject pain as the steel that once protected it melts away, letting its vulnerable skin feel the chemical burn. I know I don't have a lot of time. I start eating it alive. Whatever made its metal armor so dangerous was nullified. The mana in the beast growing so chaotic it is doing all of nothing right now. It falls to my teeth without problem and I half eat, half slurp the pile of mushy rat. Disgusting. It actually tastes bad. Must be the acid. It doesn't seem to hurt me, but it is foul. Still I can feel my hunger going away and a trickle of metallic mana flowing around in my body. Its core was thankfully intact and I was able to learn what the deal was. This whole rat's identity was piercing. It maxed out the offense of its spiky armor, making even the mightiest beast around vulnerable to its sting, even if only to a lesser degree. No predator wants to get hurt, especially if healing might just misshape you badly. So I understand how it survived this long and this far into the forest. Regardless of all that, I lived and can think, but I am still bleeding. Not good. I don't know how to manipulate meat or blood yet, so I lick my wounds as best as I can, then blow softly on them. Once more, praised be the lips. It takes a bit, but the bleeding stops and I start moving. It might open again, but my body is hardy enough to handle it so long as I am not heavily hurt. Problem is, what can be my next move? I run back to the pillar, the only safe-ish spot in the chaos, and draw as much air mana from it as I can, then climb up the tallest tree around. I like this tree. It's a very funny tree. While every other plant around looks like the typical temperate European forest, without any sort of conifers, this singular tree is both a fir and an upside-down one at that. It is a permanently green reverse cone, with the thinnest part of it at the base and the widest at the tip. I am not even talking about just the branches. Its trunk is also thinner down low. It exists solely despite reality, and I love it for that. Where was I? Right? Roars in the distance. Mother's still fighting. I climb my way up, with ease and without swaying the tree somehow, and once up on the platform of branches, I look in the distance. They took to the sky. There's a giant fire around where her lake should be. There's a whole-ass ashen scar probably from when the thing touched down, and I have no idea what to do from here. I see the beast, the monster. I see the dragon. What the hell is that thing? Alright, I understood. Mother got some extra appendages to support her weight and to be more dexterous. But what the fuck did that thing do to turn out like that? My eyes shouldn't be able to properly see that far, but the damn thing is so big I can't not see what makes it so unique. Firstly, only a pair of wings, but they're double mother's in length. The dragon is also many times longer than her, and at least at the upper part it is wider too. It looks like a hooded-up cobra. No, a flatworm with a ringworm tail? I see it open its mouth and oh my fucking god, the thing has arms for lips. Those are straight-up large, muscular arms, but not the left/right kind of hand, but a sort of between. Has about 12 of those, and each one has 6 fingers. Yes, they're big enough that I can see the number of fingers. Why is something like that allowed to exist? The flat part seems to be its head, and maybe most of its body actually. Its mouth is as wide as it is, and opens like a whale shark's. I think I see its horns. Weird that it has them. They're spirals pointed backwards, so not used for thrusting either. About 8 of those. Can't see its number of eyes, but I do not expect a normal count. I see the golden yellows mix with bright reds and vivid oranges, patterns of flames and lightning running down its scales. Mother spews out a column of water which is flash-boiled into steam by a massive cone of golden flames, accompanied by flashes of red lightning. Yeah, that thing is a monster that can only be called a dragon because my instincts demand me to call it as such. I see lightning gathering above, while a clawed hand rises from below. The serpentine tail is grasped and dragged down low while lightning hits Mother directly, causing her to flash like a third sun for a moment before revealing her untouched form. Flames rise on the body of the titanic worm dragon, starting to scorch the wood away. But words that shake the forest cause the raindrops to stop a moment, then shoot straight for the flaming serpent the next. Its flames die down, and it seems to struggle with boiling the prison. But it is being reduced. I need to fly home. I can only hope Mother was able to take my siblings back home, where they'd be safe from the battle of the titans. I need to make sure they're safe. The humans too. I doubt they'd survive if bits and pieces of debris fell into the cave and started to burn away all the plants. I spread my wings and feel the winds of the dragon's clash pushing against the organic sails. It feels freeing in a way. Free like a bird. Free to fly somewhere else, away from this danger. But I am not a bird. I am a dragon. And I need to fly into danger for the sake of protecting that which I claimed as mine. Those are my siblings, and my humans. They might all be mothers in truth, but they are mine to care for and to care for. I focus and let out the wind mana that I gathered, weaving first the rune of air, then adding in control. It must obey me, because I don't need strong air, or a widespread control of air. I need dexterity, and even though I may be in a dangerous, chaotic situation, I need utmost focus for this one goal. My wings are spread out. I beat them down. I feel my legs pushing against the branches and I fly. I am used to this part. I've been gliding for a couple weeks before the nap, so I know how to control myself in the air, but the second I try another beat of the wings I fall. So I don't beat them again. I use the air rune to do most of the work. I need more pressure under my wing than I need above it. I need the force of the air to push me upwards to balance out my fall, so I focus on doing just that. My limbs are pressed tightly against my body. My tails are spread out straight, swaying every so often to steer one way or another. A sort of innate gyroscope keeping me in control despite this being my first flight. I breathe continuously and use the air in bursts. If I continuously keep it up, I won't make it home. I won't make it home. I didn't make it home. I died without making it home. But even if I made it home, it was an empty thing. I like my home, my new home. It is warm and cozy. It is lively and fun, despite lacking all those fun little things that made my past self waste time. This place feels more like home than that place ever did, despite being here for so little time. I don't want to lose it. My eyes drift to Mother and I see her biting one of the dragon's arms, pulling down and making both of them crash into the forest below. Please win. I spoke, poorly, to no one in particular. Once again I didn't make it home. I ended up crash landing into some leafless trees, breaking off many branches and getting a couple new bruises, but I am close enough to home. Turns out flying magically is absurdly fast. Sure, it took me like 10 times the amount of time it took Mother, and I ended up not only using up all the mana in my lungs, but also a decent chunk of the mana in my wings to beat them faster than I normally should be able to. Still, it was damn worth it. I am close. Problem: Mother and her enemy have been slowly approaching the nest in their tussle. At first they were going randomly, fighting on the ground and in the air, pulling each other low and using elements to eviscerate the beautiful forest. Hell, getting closer I was able to see that the flaming dragon is creating lava from dirt, so that's going to absolutely wreck the ecosystem. No matter, we'll survive. Right now I just need to make it home and I am damn close. I know where I am. I know where I need to go. I know how fast I need to run, but damn if they're not just a bit faster. I burn mana, my limbs lighting up from its rapid use, rainbow, heatless flames and sparks being left in my wake. I need to make it. The forest is dry and dying as it is autumn, so the fire is fast. I need to make it. The two keep dragging each other to the ground, but they're gaining distance. I need to make it. The heat has reached me. A few fires are starting ahead of me from smoldering debris. I need to make it. The serpent. An explosion pushing Mother backwards. I see her large head through the burning branches. I see it fall just a bit away. I see the serpent dragon, 100 times more gruesome and terrifying up close than it was from a distance, as it slithers forward, its glowing form making visible the way it used those massive arms to pull itself forward. I need to make it. It reaches the entrance and raises its body. It opens its mouth. I need to make it. It roars like thunder. I made it. Interlude 4.1. There were humans in this story. The early days were the worst, understandably. After just barely surviving because of the whims of a hatchling, wolf-sized as he might be, every single second, every moment was a new torturous flavor for the young woman that was torn from her family. It was like she had died, yet it was taking her body a while longer to properly accept it. It was like when her hand was scorched to the bone after she overused her magic. Ah, that day. Such a stupid day. She wished it could have been a good story of protecting the town from some runaway monster of the woods. But no. She was young and angry. She did not take her mother's teachings of finesse, understanding and politeness, did not listen to her when she said that a good girl should be kind and obedient, and got angry from being teased by the chief's girl, Tanya. My skin just started to darken, and she said I would be charcoal before long. She was right, in a way, yet I still hated her. But then she said what really set me off. That maybe my mother did it with a southerner, and I was just starting to show my true colors. That's when I got mad and the fire in me lit up. She had just wanted to scare her. After all, the one thing she had over the others, despite her useless element, was that she could use simple magic without words. In truth, all she could do at the time was to create bursts of sparks. And yet, despite that, she knew that she could scare her if she threw all her core's worth of sparks at her. She did not know how dangerous it was to use her whole core without giving proper shape to the spell. Nobody else did anything like that, and as such no one knew what could happen. For half a second she laughed, hearing the high-pitched scream Tanya let out, but then her own shout joined in. The mana was shaped just by the vague idea of scaring the girl, and magic did as magic does. It terrified. All the mana that didn't get to reach the end of her fingertips and become outward sparks, instead sparked within. Her flesh bursted and bubbled and, Edith, girl, your hand, control yourself. It was spoken with urgency by a raspy voice she became all too familiar with. She was suddenly in the present, hit by an improvised switch which will certainly leave a mark later on her good arm. She yelped from the pain and went to hold her other hand over the reddening line, only to notice her clawed hand was on fire. That stopped her for a good few seconds before she pulled in the mana, letting the fire smother itself. Her hand was fine. There was nothing left to burn after all. She turned to the old woman who was holding a fresh, thin branch she had just hit the young girl with. Sorry, Miss Yvonne. I was remembering bad things. Edith spoke quietly, shame evident in her expression. Maybe if the cards were stacked differently she would have been a talented sorceress, with how easily flames answered to her mere emotions. But she wasn't a sorceress. She was just a witch with a bad temper and little control over her own mana. No, not even that. She was merely a child's pet. Yet that situation helped her grow her core so much faster than it ever would have back in her town. A weird situation all around. None of that Miss stuff. I told you to call me Grandma Yvie already. You're a little older than my nephew. And I told you to leave your woes behind. You cannot bud if you keep airing out embers of that which burnt you before. Some may tell you to harness your anger. I say you do better to smother it and build a strong hearth before you start setting sparks again, so the fire won't burn what's left of you. She spoke all too seriously, but her voice held no anger or sting. She was trying to help and teach, but they are vastly different, and there's only so much one's experience can help another. She simply nodded, apologizing quietly once more, then went back to peeling and cutting the strange orange fruit that only the mistress could grow. It had become the base of their meals. Well, the fruit, the vines, and the leaves that grew all over the place. The latter were only mildly edible, but they were greens and boiled in a stew they weren't too bad. There's only so much sweet someone can eat. And to everyone's despair it's been almost 2 weeks since their last serving of meat, and more than 2 weeks since they last saw their young savior. And isn't that weird? She asked herself as she chopped up the fruits, thinking of that strange dragon child as a savior. But there's really nothing else I can describe him as. We were going to be eaten, and he saved us from that. When we started wondering about food and water, he came with a solution. After spending many days eating only fruits, he brought meat for us. I was worried he'd only bring bugs, but he brought actual meat. He even broke open the carcass for us and brought us a sword and firewood. The fact that the 2 chained women broke out thanks to that very sword the kid brought so we could cut a bone boar was a whole different thing. She laughed a bit, thinking of that time. She had thought the beast woman and the noble scary, but they both turned out to be a lot more kind than she'd expected. The beast woman, barbarian in act as she may be, brought a lot of food from her hunts with the dragon and handled all the butchering herself to great efficiency, leaving the rest of us to only cook the meal. As for Lady Meredith Glesher, she was an odd but respectful woman. She had been a sorceress before being imprisoned, learning proper spellwork from a book her father, apparently a merchant of great renown, had given her. It was sad that their elements did not have much in common. The woman could make shadows dance and poison things with a touch, nothing like her flames. Despite it all, she had learnt from both her and Granny Yvonne how to better use her magic. An old witch and a noble sorceress, more chances she wouldn't have had without the dragon taking her. Aside from the fact that she will probably not leave this place alive, this whole situation was quite good for her. Now if only that hatchling would come back. For a week now she has noticed the siblings of the witty one looking at them differently, more like food. Maybe because he wasn't around they'll try their luck. Looking around she knew that the 3 dragons would devour them, even if they gave it their all to fight back. Months ago they were fighting mana-afflicted wolves like one would kill rats with a broom. Maybe Meredith would be able to run away with her darkness. Maybe that barbarian woman would be able to escape with her beastly speed, but a fight they'd lose. Her eyes turned to the boy, Alec, youngest of them all, and who just barely survived a horrible sickness, also with the help of the dragon, right before he vanished. She just hopes they'll manage to hold on until that kind dragon comes back. Thunder echoes through the cave, startling her into cutting her palm. Since when were storms this bad so early into the cold season? Ever since taking on the role of sacrifice, the world has gone mad. She understood it, in a way. Dragons were gods among men and beasts. Even the Emperor of Legends, if it somehow was as is described, would be little more than an annoyance to a grown dragon. Magic was the plaything of these monsters. The world was their property, and the accomplishment and dedication of an entire lineage of witches is a toy for a dragon child. Even more so for the child that saved them. She was not as naive as the girl or boy, both so impressed by that animal. But she had to admit it behaved strangely human-like at times. The way it used tools, the way it studied them so closely, the way it apparently started learning the barbarian's tongue and used magic to speak back. She knew that despite all that, despite all it did, that beast was still a dragon in the truest sense. It learned magic by copying them, learned how to hunt, learned music, learned so many things that it would have probably needed years to properly observe from afar, just by keeping them close. She remembers when the thing, after bribing them all with mana crystals fit for each and every one of them, learned to fill itself with mana. She remembers the sight of it when she bore the eye of mana. It looked like a star, compared to its siblings, a terrifying thing that grew grander by the day, and whether they wanted to or not, they would end up helping it become a menace down the line much worse than the mistress ever was. She sighs, after calming down the girl. Her days are numbered. Every moment she feels herself withering, and the pressure of protecting and teaching the kids, while living under the claw of beasts, is starting to stomp out whatever good the mana of this place did to her. Bah, I did come here because I was dying either way. What use is lamenting that my death is slow and stressful? Indeed, there was no point, so she pushed the thought aside and focused on her work. She had to do her best with this soup, fearing what might happen if that monstrous woman gets any hungrier. She saw how she craved flesh, how she looked at the others every so often, with that crazed, yellow eye. A shiver ran down her barky back, and she stirred the brew ever so slightly faster. She hated being so dependent on a child, and she hated how others started believing a monster of chaos to be benevolent, but she had to admit his presence kept them safe, and it could do things nobody else could, like heal the boy. What happens if the kid dies? Will the mistress just stomp them all down in anger? Maybe. Or maybe they'll go back to being food. Regardless, she had to do what she could with the time she had. Otherwise, thunder. Thunder was never quite so loud before. She noticed everyone getting scared, especially the boy who started tearing up. She sighs, far too on edge from all this uncertainty, then goes right back to cooking. Storm or no storm, it had nothing to do with them. Or at least it didn't until two powerful roars echoed and shook the earth. A dragon. A second dragon. And it was fighting the mistress. Pain. More often than not, her days have been pain. Taken from her clan, beaten down into obedience, chained with wicked iron that sickened and banished her guardian spirit, leaving her gifts to rot despite a still living body. She cried until she had no more tears, then worked until they could beat her no longer. She survived, eating rotten bread and leftovers, often even having to steal from livestock or to catch whatever bug or tiny animal came too close. Yet she survived. She worked the fields until her fur was soaked and her skin was burnt. She obeyed and pretended to be afraid of the disgustingly weak men, so taken by grandeur because they wear cloth and steel and have a bit of mana running through their cold veins. A swipe of her claws would crumple all their armor and pride, but not when her gifts are bound so tight. And that was the truth, for from the moment she was taken to the moment she reached this cursed den, she was not able to take a single life. Yet here things became different. She had no reason to protect the wicked slavers, yet women and children were the only things behind her, so she fought. Especially after seeing a godling of flesh protecting them. The mother said as such in the end, using her divine power to speak even her very own tongue with ease. The elder boy, the grandest of his clutch, decided their life was spent better than his food. So now they were his. He had the might, true might, that afforded him that right. And so she lived, prisoner still, but now to someone noble, someone rightful, someone she could understand being entrapped by. And this one was kind. Child as he may be, He was godling and his innate wisdom showed, bringing food, including a graced bug that might have been troublesome to kill with how thick that shell was. He brought water so that our thirst may be quenched, and while she did not wholly understand the language of the slavers, she understood that he used his divine power to move that water. So young, yet already able to mold the world to his will. A true godling, yet also something else. The mother godling was the perfect example of what one normally is. The power in her voice, stronger than her chiefs, deeper in wisdom than the shamans. So much grace and might in a beast she will never comprehend. A beast so distant and grand. Yet her child was closer to a mortal than one might expect, especially for one so young and naive to the world at large. He left with her, at night when others rested, and spent a moment just gazing at the starlit sky. O Harisar, with your glorious, cold glow, mirror of the world, I beg that my kin is safe, and they too watch your beauty from the freedom of the fields and hills, away from the slavers and their tainted touch. She cried. It had been too long, and she was not one to dwell underground. The mere sight of the sky, of the great moon they all watched with love and awe. She missed home, but she remembered that the godling was with her, and if she showed how weak she truly was, it might decide she's not worth feeding. So she calms her expression, back to her strong self, to the one that survived captivity. And then he sang. It was amusing in a way. It was bad. The boy's voice is made for roars and squeaks, but he hummed to the best of his ability. And while the sound was not that great, the tone, rhythm, the melody, everything else was great. It was a song of power, of glory, a song of closeness, of bonds. And so they sang together. It took a bit to learn, but she did, and she enjoyed it. Then when things quieted down, it was her turn. She sang the song of the hunt, the song of survival, the one that her clan sang before going out looking for a worthy feast, the one they only finished after everyone returned and before they got to butchering. It was the song that pumped their blood and that mourned their losses, the song of their life. And then she heard a drum, godling magic, the shapes that ruled the world, the seemingly simple things that mortals never could quite imitate. And it was a drum made of treated deerskin wrapped around a wide tube of hardwood, something the slavers don't make. And she continued the song. More drums joined in, carved horns of great beasts, even voices. No, not any voices, her family. Her fathers and mothers, her siblings, her children. She could hear the drunk chieftain, slurring his words. She could hear them all, like they were there. And then the song ended, with a happy morning, and she looked at the collapsed, laughing form of a godling, a divine being wearing flesh, a friend, a new, young, beloved friend that would hear her crying, truly crying. After that time passed, but eventually, as she was in pain from hunger, her friend returned with a bounty greater than she'd expect. A boar with the essence of bones, a tough beast, too tough for even herself. Yet he broke it open for her. How she feasted. And then he brought a dangerous artifact of the slavers. After he left, no doubt thinking that his sword would be used by them to cut open the carcass, she watched the woman with the foul scent of poisons reach for it and slam down her bindings into it, slicing them cleanly as well as their evil curse that restrains any blessing one may have. She saw that dangerous glint in her eyes and knew she'd try to run, now freed from the bindings. But a godling would not take kindly to their mercy being trampled, and it might reflect poorly on her friend, so she roared as she freed herself, then grasped the blade and pointed it at the highborn slaver. She looked terrified and did not move. So Ira got to cutting the boar. She did not know what her godling friend was thinking or what he was doing, but he brought the sword after seeing her struggle to bite into the animal, just like he brought the meat after seeing her starve, so she used it for what he most likely wanted her to use it for. And when he returned with wood for a fire, it was clear that he knew the others would not be able to handle raw meat, slavers having a notoriously weak stomach. Wise indeed, little godling. He was a wise one indeed. Her actions were also proven wise when the mother godling returned, threatening torturous death if any of them even think about escaping her domain. She did, however, affirm that her friend could take them wherever he wanted, whenever he wanted, and only then would we be allowed to move from this room. She made sure to show her reverence. I will not betray him. Yet now he is nowhere to be found. After their many hunts and the time she spent teaching him words, after she begged him and he saved the boy that reminded her too much of her youngest brother, she now sits in pain from hunger, not having seen her friend at least pass by the hall. She was worried. It had been more than 2 weeks, and she had yet to see him return from his last leave. His siblings came and went, explored and smelled of more power each day, yet he never returned. But she was still alive, as were the slavers, so he must have been alive still. He was the wisest of his siblings, strongest too. There was no reason to believe he would fall to something they would not. So she held out hope. As the storm began, she held out hope. As the roars echoed deep in their cave, she held out hope. As the young godlings ran past their room, she held out hope. And as everyone abandoned the stew and followed them, she held out hope. O Muir, dearest guardian spirit, I beg you to help me hold out hope. Interlude 4.2. Casual trauma and calm disagreements. The fall to rock bottom. That is truly the best way to describe Meredith Glesher's life. She had started out as the firstborn daughter of the man who owned commerce within the mistress of Tranquil Waters lands. Her family dates back to the early days of the Draconic conquest. Somehow her ancestor gained enough favor that the beast allowed him and him alone to leave and return as needed, taking only a small tithe in exchange. Then later his kin received the same blessing, as did any who worked under the now rich man. From a simple farmer with a scrapped-together carriage to a titleless noble with enough influence to be on par with town lords. And then she was married off. It was expected. She could not properly inherit the business. That was for her younger brother. But that is the point where things started going wrong. At first it all seemed fine. Her husband was the firstborn son of a baron, and not just any baron, but Lord Fastolfer Seinberg, ruler of the only fortified town around these parts, save for Tranquil River. While only a small part of the dragon's magical water reached this town, it was an outskirts fortress before she came in, and it maintained a relatively high military prowess since they never dared attack the conqueror. The town remained as a relatively rich one, using the military infrastructure to focus on hunting the witch beasts created by the influx of mana, thus getting rare goods on a daily basis and becoming good trade partners with the Gleshers. Her husband was the leader of one of the hunting groups, a decently strong sorcerer, as is any noble worth their name, and he was at least charming and respectful enough to not have her dread his company. It was a pity he could not keep up in terms of wit, but a smart, charming, and powerful man is rarer than a flower made of solid gold, or so her mother used to say. And then the poor sod got trampled by a bear, or a very large wolf. Accounts are inconsistent. This sadly happened 2 years after she became Meredith Seinberg, and many lays into their marriage. So she suddenly became a used widow that had little value to bring for a second husband. Law dictates that the unwed man closest in blood to her deceased husband would be the one to take her, and the only unwed one from that family was a somewhat distant cousin, without title. Her husband's cousin, the Lord's brother's bastard son. He was not only a bastard, but a failure too, one who knew not how to hunt, work a trade, or even wield magic comparable to a peasant witch. He was also an alcoholic gambler that only survived because his father was too weak to cut him loose. She did all she could to live in this new situation, still receiving some gifts from her father whenever he came by, but both she and her father knew that her future was bleak. Alcohol made her second husband angry, and anger made him violent. She could not even read with him around, for if he saw a book he would take it, sell it for cheap booze, and then beat her for daring to think she's too smart for him. All she treasured was hidden under their bed, where he never looked since he left the cleaning of the house to her. At least until he did look. And he took everything, even things that were priceless. Meredith shudders, looking at the strangely apt flame which as she accidentally sets herself aflame. It was a weird thing, being surrounded by all these wretched people. Then again, she was a wretched thing too. Now, where was she? That night, yes, that night. She got angry. Admittedly, not her best moment. She threw an empty bottle at his head, screaming about the necklace he took, her mother's heirloom. But he did not like that and did not care for her wails. He was inept, but he was still of noble blood. So the bottle did little more than shatter on the thin barrier of stone he had made above his head. Then he gave her her worst beating yet. So there she lay, broken, bloodied, splayed out on the floor while feeling nothing but pain. And that vile man went back to his bottle, mumbling words she did not care for. He was drinking some aged spirit of some kind. He was drinking poison, just not strong enough of a poison. So she made it strong enough. She did not even need to say a spell, just willed forward the idea that he wasn't drinking some backwater brandy, but rather pure alcohol. She could see it, the way the bottle bubbled, the way the stink got so sharp it started hurting her open wounds, But the drunkard did not notice, too lost in the drink. And then he dropped. Only in the morning did someone come to find his body and her bloodied self. She was healed and then asked about who did this. She tried to frame it as the fool drinking himself into the grave after beating her, and it might have worked if not for the priest. Witty bastard. Knew the drink was touched by mana, and noticed that she had changed. She frowns as the storm becomes stronger and louder. It draws her back, and she looks down at her reflection in the stew, piercing green eyes staring back at her. She hated seeing that glow they held, the telltale sign of losing a piece of herself. The sign of. She was branded a witch by that priest. The guards stripped off any standing she might have kept despite it all, and threw her in a cold prison, chained with nullifying cuffs and prepared to be executed for murder, only for the damned dragon to come in, demanding tribute, and for her to be thrown in its cage. She tried. Damned be all. She tried. She did all she could to escape, but it led nowhere. She realizes now that she did not even try to escape with the goal of actually escaping. She had just hoped that the dragon would kill her swiftly instead of whatever torture it had prepared. And torture it would have been. Eaten alive by the dragon's spawn. Not a fate any would envy. But she wasn't eaten. She was turned into a pet. A pet for a winged lizard. Barely a few months old if the legends are true of how fast these things grow. Worse yet, she became dependent on its wit. Food, water, tools, commodities. That hatchling brought them all. And if he did not think of something, they would suffer the lack of it. They lived over a month on one set of clothes after all because of that. It was a strange being. Sometimes it would come multiple times in a day. Sometimes it would forget about them for days on end. They may do. And wasn't that even more humiliating? She had to work together with witches, slaves, and half a child in order to survive. This, she thought, was her lowest point. She thought things couldn't get any worse than this. And for a time she was right, since things got slightly better. She freed herself with that enchanted sword. But then that Eastern slave stopped her from escaping. No, she was right. The dragon knew the second they got rid of the bindings. She would have followed and trampled her if she tried running. And even so, things still got better as they could now leave their jail every so often. The food also became better and better since the beast went out to hunt with the young dragon. And then the boy, the child, that weak little thing that had just barely enough mana to be even considered a witch, he got sick. And that hag couldn't do anything. She knows, of course, of diseases that could resist healing magic. She also knew that they were more often than not deadly. She tried as much as she could to help, having gotten too used to being surrounded by people that would normally be lesser than her. But she could just watch the poor boy wither, until the dragon came and used her own element to fix him. The months-old dragon knew her own art better than she did. She's been thinking about it ever since, about that cloud, about the intricate way the poison acted, about the fact that it somehow enabled healing magic to cure the boy. That dragon showed her that her decades of training, of following that one old book to the letter, even when things got harsh, were worthless. An animalic infant was better than herself, and one who didn't even seem to have a particular inclination to poisons. He just did that because he could. That was her actual lowest point. Seeing that a child that knew nothing more than a cave and a forest knew more about her own inborn talent than she ever did. It stung even worse when that bright-eyed girl tried to learn from her, only to be unable to guide her properly. She barely understood her own powers despite wasting so much time on them. How could she help someone so different? The roaring became deafening, pulling Meredith out of her own head once more. She looked as people started leaving the room, following the sounds of destruction. A deep fear grasped her heart. A child was more skillful than herself, more powerful too. Then what would two adult dragons truly be like? It seemed, as they got to the exit of the tunnel, that they would all see the power of these beasts. Alec was bored. He was happy to be just bored. It was better than being bored, hungry, and sick, but he was still bored. He didn't get to do much here. There were too many adults and they were too busy to play most of the time. It wasn't all bad, though. Granny would tell him stories at night. The scary cat lady helped him with eating. Lady Edith sometimes made shadow puppets to go along with Granny's stories. And Big Sis Edith kept him company when everyone else was busy and he really needed it. But he could still not do much of anything here. He couldn't help with food. He was just too clumsy with only one arm. He couldn't play since there was nothing to play with. And even if there was nobody else he could play with most of the time. At least he still had the gift from that nice dragon. A few large shiny crystals, the most beautiful things he had ever seen, and something that helped him make his parents proud. After all, after the accident, they told him that he gets to learn magic and that he has to work hard to be the best witch around. He was worried when the big dragon came in and took him. He thought he would die, and the dragon saying he was supposed to didn't help his fear, but he's been living better than he did back home. He does miss his brother. He was the only one that always played with him after all. Maybe when the nice dragon comes back he will ask him. It has been a while. Is the nice dragon all right? He would love to ask that, but nobody here knew. He knows that the cat lady liked the nice dragon a lot, and she's been very tense, so maybe she is worried too? A cold pain stabs his chest. It has been a while since it did that. He wonders, then, did the nice dragon get hurt because he saved him? He was weak and slow when he left. Did the dragon get hurt because of him, like his brother did so often? He can feel tears coming, but he manages to stop them from flowing. Mommy doesn't like crybabies. He thinks to himself, the cold spreading a bit further. He needed to be strong, or else his parents would be mad. So he couldn't cry even if he was terrified that someone else got hurt because he is so useless. That is why he holds the first crystal the nice dragon gave him, doing as Edith told him, pulling in the cold so that he'd be a strong witch and no longer having people hurting because of him. Then he loses focus and drops the stone. A rough storm started a while ago, but now it's scary how much the thunder roars. Roars. Looking at the women that have been taking care of him for over a month now, his eyes widen. They're scared. This isn't a normal storm. Adults are never scared of them no matter how scary they are. So when they got up, he reached for the cat lady, and with her help he made it all the way to the exit of the cave. And it was dragons. Fire and lightning, torrents of water and plants. Everything crashed in the skies and thunder boomed with each clash. And then they fell to the ground. A huge snake dragon fighting the big scary dragon that took him. They were fighting and the snake was winning, and it won, and it got to them. And in that moment he thought, for who knows how many times now, that he died. I have returned, screamed the heavens as a living cataclysm fell upon the earth. The mistress of tranquil waters raised her head, eyes focusing on the flaming arrow as it hit her side, pulling her out of her lake and dragging her all the way to the treeline. The clearing ignited as scorching heat emanated from her mate. She could see his prideful smile and the way he was expecting her affection. He maybe even expected for her to swoon over him and ask about his exploits in the past moons, about all the riches he found and what sort of treasure he hides in his false stomach at this moment. Instead, he received a flurry of tails over the face, throwing him off, leveling trees into ash. The outstretched, thunderous, scorching hand looked baffled at the welcome, narrowed the many small eyes dotting its mouth, and even spread open the eyes in the palms of his many hands, trying to see if something ailed his beloved. She answered in a rough, cold tone that made him realize she was serious. You are late. Very, very late. His smile faded, turning to worry. He tried to think back to his last visit and slowly realized that he was, in fact, quite late. He shifted his long body, curling into himself, his heat lessening as he tried to find the words. He spoke in a more quiet voice, putting only intent and no power into his speech. I may have lost track of the days. I wanted to find a nice present for when the children hatch. It took a while to find a nice crystal for them, but I did. A big pillar of stone mana crystal, the heart of a developing elemental. It should help them toughen out when they arrive. He seemed hopeful that his reasoning was sufficient to calm down his mate. He even spat out the large crystal, hoping it would be valuable enough for her to consider forgiveness. Yet all he saw was a building rage as she roared out, water being ripped from the plants and the air and turned into torrent aimed squarely at the serpentine dragon. A flash of light dispersed the attack, pushing it back and destroying the spellwork. As he shook his head and looked over at her, a chill stopped him from speaking out. When they arrive, 4 moons have come and gone since they hatched. Now that was a slap that actually hurt. He blinked and became mortified. He was late. However, a different feeling dispelled the cold fear, a burning desire to meet the younglings. His children, however many may have survived to the end, were now alive and have been living well for entire moons. How big could they be? The excitement was clear in his tone. The children are here? Where are they? How many? Do they hunt yet? Are they nice and big? I must see them. Seeing the male turn to fly up into the sky only angered the mistress more, causing her to grab her mate by the tail, biting hard on it and wrapping her tendrils around it for better grip. Then she pulled hard and brought him down. She roared and he roared back, now more concerned with seeing his offspring than with solving this dispute. "Oh no, you will not," screamed the mistress as the outstretched hand lit up his body and slipped away from the grasp, taking to the air. She gathered water and shot forth a crystal-clear pillar of water, slowing down her partner. "You do not get to crash into my forest after missing their birth only to rush off and see them, especially while setting everything aflame. They are still young, and you will burn them," he protested, but not in words. Instead, he let loose flames and lightning. He would not delay meeting his children any more than he already did, or at least that was the plan. However, no matter what he tried, his mate was insistent on stopping him. He narrowed his many eyes at her as they both flew in the sky. There was something she wasn't telling him. "I know how to control my aura. I will cool off my flame, but I want to see them now," he shouted as he saw her reaching for the forest below. "You impatient little," and so the fight devolved. Tooth and claw, flame and water, lightning and nature. A chaotic clash that killed countless creatures and destroyed entire habitats. "It'll take me weeks to fix this forest," roared the mistress as she sent him crashing down into a desolate ashland. "Why are you hiding them from me?" roared the outstretched hand as he grasped her body and threw her to the side. The battle raged, leading so high into the sky it may have been seen by the nearby towns and villages, then so deep into the ground that a new lake may soon form. It was an even fight, one that devolved into simple shouts and combat. When words failed, a stronger claw prevailed. It took close to an hour for a change to be made. The mistress was tiring, for while she has been resting well in her nest, the outstretched hand was cheating, holding a good chunk of his hoard within himself. Finally, at a crucial moment, after rolling through the now muddy ashland, he managed to throw her farther away than normal, and he knew where to go. He went to the nest his mate no doubt made by herself after he last left. "No," the mistress shouted as she was getting back up, but she faltered, feeling her scales dry after the onslaught. "Do not harm them." The outstretched, thunderous, scorching hand was confused by that, for why would he ever harm his own offspring? He thought that they may have been slow in growth, so he made sure to extinguish his flames. His aura alone should not be enough to hurt even infants. However, he came to learn what she had meant quite quickly. "Back to your old habits? Keeping pests as pets?" He spat out the words, sending all his loathing for the tiny things that should be nothing but food for his children. Yet there they were. A hideous group of mismatched, misshapen humans, collapsed, terrified, sitting right next to three beautiful hatchlings. One was the spitting image of his mate. One reminded him of his youth, and the other was simply different. A little bit of him, a little bit of her, a little bit of common dragon traits. They seemed to just be starting to develop in their own unique ways and shapes. Maybe they will soon be forming their first affinity. Still, anger bubbled, seeing his children having to live so close to food without being able to eat. He was just about to scorch the damnable things when a powerful dragon roar stopped him. It came not from his mate, but rather from a fourth child that came from somewhere else. His rows of eyes focused on his form, and he was confused to know that this one was also his offspring. Larger, stronger, with wings that might just be enough for flight, and a roar of possession that tickled his instincts ever so slightly from the might behind it. He opened arms and mouth, revealing many more hidden eyes of all kinds, using them to study this one in as much detail as possible. This was his child, same age as the others yet much more grown. He was tired, spent. The hand could see just how much mana this boy held recently, yet his body was now mostly empty. He wasn't in the nest. He rushed home from somewhere else. Most importantly, however, it was not his mate who kept the pets. It was his son, that he might need to rectify. Chapter 24. Guilt is scarcely logical. Oh shit, oh fuck, could fist this thing? My mind is running at full speed while my body is frozen into the scared cat pose. Arched back, tails wrapped around me, one wing slapping at the ground in front of me while I can only let out low growls and roars that claim ownership of these people, my eyes trailing upwards at the imposing figure. No, not a figure. This is pure nightmare fuel. There's quite a difference between seeing a giant flaming snake from almost an hour's flight away and seeing it towering over you. Time is moving painfully slowly, probably from me overdosing on fear, so I can see each and every grotesque detail of this being. It looks like its head and torso are one singular piece, a pretty wide and long but flat oval, with those wings and many arms, but up close it was worse. For one, it had a lot of eyes. I lost count when it came to how many small, beady, black eyes dotted around its mouth, almost like a circle of sensory organs. As it stretches out its clawed hands, I see a slit opening in each palm and eyes pop out, each one different in shape, color, and even in size, though they are all bigger than the beady ones, and there is a rough symmetry to their placement. It opens its mouth, suddenly seeming to be 3 times larger from just how much that thing can move. The teeth are strange, like an anglerfish's with no serrated or flat ones, so maybe this one is more specialized in what it eats, or maybe it is so strong it doesn't care. It does, however, have less rows than Mother, only 2, but with the rows being so much longer, it might still have more overall teeth. Oh, joy! I can see the meaty bits inside shifting. Why? That's an eye. An eye. Why? Why would you need an eye in the middle of your mouth? No, it's not in the middle. It moved into the middle, but it came from somewhere above. It is large and the pupil is shaped like an 8-pointed star. It tightens and every single eye this thing has is suddenly focused only on me. From every angle it has. It moved swiftly. Even for my slowed perception it moved so quick I couldn't see it. It blinks with its entire mouth, then goes back to observing me. Are we trading looks? I guess we are. No, wait. It's looking at me, but it's also looking at my mana. My ability to perceive mana has improved with time and with my growth. If logic tracks, this thing should be able to perceive it much better than I do. Maybe even see every single cell in my body by what and how much mana it holds. Speaking of mana, a storm. It is a vicious, unending storm which aims to grab hold of all that it sees. I can see landscapes of all kinds. I see villages. I see the dark clouds reaching down from the sky and flooding them with flames and lightning. I see migratory destruction with an unending appetite. If I was still a human, this would be the moment when I'd be puking. At least if the sounds behind me are any indication. However, I am not wholly human. Just a terrified human in a draconic body. The thing in front of me is a terror. A true mythological dragon that destroys and plunders anything it so desires. This thing is also my father. I knew from the second I could feel the sin of his mana, from the moment I looked into those eyes up close, but I am still terrified. Mother, for all her attempts to murder us, has always been restrained and calm. Even when dealing with the humans, she embodied the picture her mana paints. Tranquility, a serene scenery that doesn't care about what animals might pass through, for it will remain as it always was. The living storm in front of me is not like that. The mana doesn't cling to his body. He actively pushes it away, as if to showcase the might he possesses. The air itself is hot, despite there being no flame nearby. It takes me a painfully long second to look back, and what I see is terrifying. Ira is standing over the kid, guarding him from the heat, but I can see her fur letting out smoke. The old woman also looks like she'll be set on fire in a couple seconds, with the poison woman holding onto her so she doesn't collapse entirely. The scorched girl is the only one still able to stand, but she's frozen in fear. My siblings, on the other hand, seem to be oblivious to the standoff between me and my apparent gene donor. They grew a bit since I last saw them, and it seems they noticed I grew a lot. They're jumping from me to him and back, sniffing, booping. But Satan's tapeworm continues to be fixated on me, and I am doing my best to not move from under his scrutiny, until he shifts one hand towards the humans, and a wave of mana pushes outwards. Animals were evading the highest concentration. My body rapidly mutated from being close to dense mana. This monster. He's trying to kill them with mana. Mother, this would be a good time to show up. No, of course she won't. What can I even do? I try to wield the absurd amount of fire mana around us. I try pushing it away. I try forming it into a ball. I even try to just make it shiver, but it fails. It fails entirely, and I do not know what to do about it. This is fire mana, but not really. It's electric mana, but not really. This is his mana, and it won't listen to someone that's not him. I wish I had time to study the understanding and concepts floating in the air, the ideas this old dragon formed, but I need to keep him from torching the people. But what can I do? A huge dragon that literally flooded the tunnel with his mana, to the point where even the plants started combusting against me. I am tired. I am exhausted. My mana's at the level where I can just barely function. I don't know if I even got one breath attack left in me. What am I supposed to do? How? How can I make him stop? What could make him focus on something else? A stupid idea just barely materializes in my brain, and I have no choice but to execute it. I feel for the mana throughout my body. I make sure I have enough to pull this off, then I jump into action. Literally. I go from scaredy cat to jumping and flapping my wings like my life depends on it. My flight, without active use of air mana, is shit. I start stalling out quickly, but I do not actually want to fly. I just wanted to reach the eye that was so fixated on the humans. This dragon did not care for the rule of horde. I claimed them as mine with my roars, yet he wanted to kill them regardless. In cases like this, instinct demands that I take a violent stand, even against an overwhelming enemy. So I do just that. The eye that before looked down at the humans had a fraction of a second to focus on me. Then, seeing my claw wind up, it closed. Scales, the ultimate defense. Not because they are hard, but because of this innate magical ability all dragons have. The thing that made the hour-long fight between father and mother result in father standing here without even a scratch or a bruise. Even the thin scaled eyelids would absolutely protect that eye from a strong attack. But I do not have a strong attack planned. I don't have the resources, size, age, understanding. I do not have anything that would add up to enough power. So I cheat. There is a reason I've gotten a taste for specialized mana cores, and it's not just the actual taste. The buck I ate held the understanding of using earth for steady footing, and to turn the mass of stone into an unstoppable force through charging. Basically the understanding of being blunt with earth mana. The rat from before, however, had a more tricky thing. It was related to metal, but not innately metal aligned. It was more of a general idea slapped on top of metal, because it was better at it than anything else that rat had access to. Defenses can be pierced by sharp, stabby things, squeaked the core that I devoured. And it did. It ignored my defense even while triggering it. I don't need it to do too much. I just need to make him bleed for harming that which is mine. So I swipe. My claws are sharper than the needles of that beast. They are empowered by esoteric mana I have no true understanding over. Yet despite it all, I grimace as I feel my strength draining yet see no mark on the enormous hand. I fall. I see the beast pointing his eyes at his palm. Then I see the activation of its defense for a moment. So weak. Even though I evaded the defense, I still couldn't harm him. Sorry. I open my eyes and I see that the nest got a renovation. I get up, stretch, look around at all the new shinies that I am certain weren't here before. Then I start sniffing the air. My siblings aren't here. Mother was here a while ago, as was father. Wait. I frantically run out of the nest room, following the path. My mana reserves are decent, though my cells aren't packed. Still, I am able to run faster than before, and I very swiftly find my way to the human room. I look inside. It's empty. I see the basin filled with green water, standing surrounded by ashes and charred wood, as well as some half-cut fruits that started oxidizing. I blink away tears and run out again. It takes a few minutes, but I get to the entrance, noticing that the plants around it are either mostly destroyed or just plain dry, turned a brittle yellow. There's no bodies. I sniff around. Blood. I look at a small splatter of blood. Human blood. It's not Ira's. It has traces of fire mana in it, and not father's flavor of flaming storm, but a more general fire. That girl's blood. My tears are gone already. I try to feel sad, but I can't feel any sadder. They likely died, then got eaten by my siblings. I try to cry more, but I can't. I try to shout, but I just let out a shaky hiss. I try to rage, and that I succeed. My new hands clench and I feel the stone around me cracking. He killed them. Innocent, kind. He killed them regardless. I feel something in me vibrating, something that resonates with my wrath. I feel the trace amounts of chaos mana still left in my body, migrating towards my center, towards my heart. I feel it pumping stronger. I rush out of the cave, trying to hold on to that feeling, but instead I freeze. Right, the fire. The forest is well, not gone, not fully, but it certainly looks worse. It is autumn, fully autumn by now. No greenery in sight, just slowly drying trees, which made the job of the fire much easier. Now, in front of me, there's a forest of white ash and dark charcoal. I see the bare earth with no rusty leaves dotting it. I see no moss or lichen. It's all gone. And so is my rage. How can I be angry at something that shapes the world? How could my anger survive being pointed at a nuke? I just sigh, trying to gather my thoughts enough to form a spell. I don't have a lot of air mana, but I should be able to take a short flight. So I take to the air and look down at the desolation. I cannot quantify the destruction. My mind fails to recognize just how much was lost because of this battle between my parents. It will probably take a few decades of active restoration, or even more, for the forest to go back to how it was. Or who knows, Mother might just fix it with a snap. She does that sometimes. Speaking of, I think I see her, but not where I expected to. She's not at her lake, but rather upstream. I try to focus my vision, empowering it ever so slightly with mana, and I notice smaller figures below her. Many smaller figures. Or at least more than 3, which was Manny. Did somebody survive? Are they planning on eating them regardless and just hiding the fact that they survived? Anger ignites once more and I rush there. Or at least I start doing so as Mother's head points towards me. She then takes flight and comes over my way, outspeeding me by a lot and plucking me out of the air with her tentacles. I struggle, of course, clawing at her, throwing a tantrum while hoping she'll release me so I can go to the others. But instead she takes me there. As she finally lets go, I look around and see a sight that is both horrifying and the best thing I could hope for. They're alive. All of them. They are also bearing scars on the level of the fire girls. Pure charcoal skin, tight to the bone. They all lack clothes and instead seem to be bathing in the water to wash away the pain. If their expressions are any indication. I look at the boy and I can literally see the place where his old shirt melted together with the left side of his chest. His eye doesn't raise from the water. I see Ira, furless, having her arm somehow even more hideously malformed than before, but she's still stoic. She glances at me, nods, then goes back to carefully washing her painfully raw-looking arm. The poison lady has half her face completely disfigured, her one good eye looking at me with a sort of hatred that I cannot help but accept. The old woman actually fared better than I expected, noticeably missing some branches, but lacking any real burn mark. And I remember the poison woman protecting her and the fire girl standing in front. She looks like she cried a lot. Speaking of the flame girl, she's bad. Not only did the scorch grow all the way to her face, burning away the right side of her lips permanently, but it seems to have developed all the way from her sternum to her arm. Despite looking like Two-Face, I can only see sadness in her eyes. They're surviving. I also see that my siblings are as clueless as always. They're around too, playing, throwing little balls of fire and water at one another, which harmlessly deflect away when they hit. Are they recreating Mother's battle? Maybe. Speaking of, I wonder where Father is. And what happened? He seemed intent on watching them slowly die. Yet the humans are still alive, Mother and my siblings are right here. And there's no enormous worm snake thing to be seen. I throw one last look at the humans and I feel pain, shame and sorrow welling up in my chest. This is the result of weakness on my part. There must have been a way to stop him before they got hurt. Maybe if I wouldn't have crippled myself into a coma, I would have been here from the beginning, able to hide them somewhere so they would be safe. Errare humanum est, but I am a dragon and lives are in my hand. I need to find a way to fix this, and to be prepared in case Father returns. I can't fail them again. Chapter 25, Dream. It did not take long to see Father again. A week after the whole chaos, a storm formed as he flew through the skies, but it was subdued compared to before and he did not fall like a meteor. Rather, he landed with a certain grace then slithered up and around Mother. Some weird act of affection if I were to, I guess. Thankfully, the humans are all inside now, and we are at Mother's Lake, which was somehow unaffected by the destruction and by autumn, instead seeming like an oasis in the middle of a recent forest fire, which it actually was. Look, I used to write code, not novels. Regardless of my poor vocabulary, I found this scene sickeningly normal. That giant, terrifying thing was currently hugging his mate while giving pretty gentle rubs and pokes to my siblings with his absurdly large hands. As he tried to do the same with me, I simply smacked his hand away with my tails, and I roared in anger. I don't know if he understood, but I pushed the rough idea of, "You broke my things and I hate you for it," into my tone, hoping the bit of mana that left my lungs would give the beast enough insight, despite my lacking language skills. Man, imagine sucking at every language you know. That's rough, me. That's rough. Regardless of my bored inner monologue, I continue observing the situation. They are talking quite a lot in fact. Mother rarely talks, But I now realize that it is because she doesn't have who to talk to. She seems to be a bit of a chatterbox when someone can reply. Sadly, despite the liberal use of Draconic, I can't understand anything, and isn't that a weird fact of this language? It relies on mana to transmit information, but it also relies on association. I associate the word mother speaks to the mana in the rune that appears as she speaks, or to the effect of the modifier. That is how I learned the language so far. Once I realized Tur means earth and anything that has to do with earth, I was able to throw all those links together and form my own understanding. So now as she says Tur, I can see in my mind the particular rock type she means to convey. This means that if I don't individually figure out what something means, I cannot understand it, in spite of the mana at work. Simplified, I'd say that Draconic speech is a strong form of suggestion, and as such it is entirely worthless to sit here and try to guess what they're trying to say. Thankfully, body language is somehow more understandable. From the way they keep nodding our way, pointing up and down, sometimes getting just a bit snappy, literally, I think they're trying to figure out how to parent us. This is probably the time when they would be trying to pull us in different directions, so we'd emulate one or the other. Honestly, I doubt either of their lives really suits me. Mother just sits in her lake 90% of the time doing nothing, which while appealing compared to my old life of 18-hour shifts for pocket change, would become boring fast, and father is just a straight-up horrifying slaughterer. I don't really think I'll have good role models out here. With a sigh I step away, only to be tackled by both RT and Spots. Guess they decided to make up for my bigger size by doing a 2v1. I shake them off, then square up. I have to teach them that I am still the big guy around, even after being missing for a bit. It's good to be able and just play, you know? It makes thinking about bad things hard. Still, it is not a long-term solution. It seems father is content to leave the humans alone. Whether it was from attacking him or from some other cause, he is now completely ignoring them. And I am making sure they are not in his line of sight. However, I still have 4 injured women and a kid that just barely survived pneumonia a couple weeks ago, only to now have a good chunk of his torso burned. So I think it is time to learn what to do when wounds are involved. The old woman did her best to try and fix the burns, but all she managed to do was to push them into that bubbling stage early. Her method of healing will leave behind marks, and I need to somehow make up for my failings. My first thought was to use more mundane methods like plants. That same thought gets thrown out the window because the only plant life around is made up of grass and a few trees that don't seem to ever change unless mother molds them. And even so, I doubt I'd have something like aloe anywhere near even in spring. My next option would be magic, but I genuinely cannot figure out the spell mother used those few times we got hurt. It's complex, and aside from it being mostly nature attuned, I have no insight on it. How does that even work anyways? Nature seems to affect plants in particular, so how come that heals meaty beings? Regardless, with that being a bust, I can only go with option 3. Learn flesh magic somehow. This one is dangerous, but also the most likely to work. Flesh, bone, and blood, the 3 mana types that seem to be quite common in animals, and that are directly linked to the body. Theoretically, I could heal any wound and quite a few diseases if I just know how to tell the body to fix itself, while using the mana to speed up the process. The reason this is dangerous is that I would be literally manipulating the body of whatever I am targeting. One mistake and a mild wound becomes a severed nerve. What happens if I grow bone instead of flesh? What happens if I try to fix something and the humans in this world have their organs in a completely different configuration? I mean, most of the animals I ate seem to be pretty normal on the inside, with the exception of having cores crammed in there, but I still need to be careful. There's a reason doctors require 100 scans and tests before they decide to do a single surgery. So, bad either way. Healing is an absurdly hard thing to. Who would have guessed? A 4th option would be Granny's Way. Sure, it sucked at dealing with infections, and it can't seem to fix the marks, but she knew some kind of catch-all healing spell, and I already know that I can hold and mold more mana than her, making the spell more powerful. If magic is able to take the wheel once I give it enough non-specific instructions on how to do stuff, I might be able to use it to fix the scarring. Sadly, there are problems with this, like how risky letting magic do too much guesswork is. There is also the fact that human magic and dragon magic are entirely different things. Sure, all things point to dragon magic being superior, but the fact that I can tweak the effect of a spell by millimetrically shifting the shape of a rune means that dragon magic is reliant on knowledge, even more so than the human one. Say mother is 100 or 200 years old. That means she's already much older than the granny. She also only really needs a bit of food and some mana to live. She doesn't need to care about shelter or paying taxes or working the fields from morning to dawn so she'd be able to survive winter. So what is left to do with all her time? She can practice magic and learn how to use it with such precision and power that she can reshape the land to her whims or heal her month-old children perfectly after they got beaten up by rabbits. Basically, I might be fucked if I need to practice centuries to understand how to handle magic well enough for my needs. I am exhausted. Spots is biting and pulling on my left tail while RT is struggling under me, but the weight of things hits me too hard for me to be able and pretend that things are fine. I am not fine. I've been struggling with my mind being a lot more callous than my old one would be, mostly from the strong instincts telling me that humans are not equals I should care about. I cowardly accepted some of those thoughts, put distance between me and them. The humans, I say, as if I already accepted that I am something different. I have criticized their magic, their frailty, their many needs. I put myself above them because it's easier to not feel their loss like that. It's easier to accept their treatment if I squash my empathy. But that wall was as thin as paper, because this is not me and never was. I had accepted loss, yet a single teary-eyed look was enough to move me, to remind me just how wrong I am and how much I hate this type of thinking. This acceptance of cruelty is part of life. I never wanted to become something like this. So here I sit, looking down at my reflection in the lake, ignoring the nudges from my siblings, and I try to understand who I am. I am a dragon. My body, my aptitudes, my instincts, everything points to me being a dragon. I look at the hands I grew just by imagining them while sleeping. I look at the sheen of my scales. I look at what I am, and my only answer is dragon. I look at what I was. A guy, living above the poverty line, but not by much, trying so hard to find passion in living while seeing worse and worse things happen every day. I try to look a bit deeper, but I am met with a door, a rotten, hideous thing that bars my way. Memories I did not want to remember, stuck here, away from all the useful things. I look at what I want to do. Ever since I realized my situation and the possibilities of my future, I started thinking of things I want to do. I wanted music, something I loved but sucked at in my past, and I got it in a way. I wanted to protect the people that showed up, despite all my dragon parts telling me to eat them. So I grew stronger, I learnt faster. I did all I could to become mother's favorite so that their treatment would remain fair. I wanted to enjoy this world and explore it, understand the mechanisms of this alien place, so I stretched my wings and figured flight on my own. I also improved my eyes for this very reason. And finally, I wanted to be something better than what I was. I lay my head on my front legs, unintentionally letting out a sad squeak as I looked at my reflection, the surface of the water being disturbed as Mother sank in and came close to me, her large head offering shade. Yet I don't look up. Instead, I focus on my thoughts. Despite my entire life's worth of memories being here, accessible at the speed of thought, there is a very clear line between the past and the present. There is a sort of filter keeping all these memories in my library. So unless I am specifically looking for a memory from my human life, I will not be getting them while thinking of things. Or at least, most of the time that is true. There have been cases so far. Strong emotions, stressful situations, and even when something happening was just far too familiar to the past, a memory would pierce that wall and slap itself straight into my brain. Thankfully, I have been able to manage it, and I didn't let my past poison my present. But maybe I need a little bit of the poison. I need to remember who I once was so that I will be able and think straight for once. No more doing stupid shit like throwing myself into a mana-filled lake to try and get a real-life power boost. No more attempting to force stronger spells into existence without me having any idea of the result. No more using chaos or some other half-baked whim just because I don't have another easy solution at hand. So I open that rotting door, raise up a dusty, old newspaper, and I start reading. 12-year-old girl found Heddle dash. I am hit by pain, but not really. I am simply experiencing the memory. I am experiencing the way my chest tightened as I saw that news in gory detail. I turn the page and I feel the disgust and the fear my 9-year-old self felt after seeing a video that had no business being on the internet. This is what I should be feeling. A death is a tragedy. I do not know what sort of lives these people lived. Maybe some of the women were criminals. Maybe they were living saints. I cannot judge. Yet the one thing I can do is say that their death would be a tragedy. Admittedly a silent one, for I would be the sole witness, but it would still be a tragedy. I remember videos, documentaries, crimes committed by the powerful, later glorified for the good, They did by exploiting others to raise their own station and feed their own greed. I remember the good humanity can do, thousands of people working to protect endangered species, people inventing all sorts of marvels just to improve life. I remember my reaction to each and everything. This is how I was. This is what I should be. Yet my new self has changed drastically. Something pops in my mind, not from this horrible room, but from the library. A simple thing, from an amusing place of origin. Not of what you are, but what you want to be, says a memory that makes me nod. Indeed, I am a dragon, but I do not want to be what is more than likely expected of me. Mother, father, they are both conquerors. Sure, one took over while the other just scorched anything that he wanted to scorch, but the idea remains. They are the kind to take without care, living by the law of strength. I want to be a better me. I want to live following my own dreams and desires, but not in a way that disregards anyone else. I want to be a me that actually makes a difference. A me that doesn't have to be stuck there, watching things unfold, slowly rotting away until I am out of tears to cry. I want to be someone that suffers no impotence in the face of tragedy. So I go back to reality and make a silent promise to myself. It might be naive, it might be an unachievable dream, but I need a target that I can focus on, a tangible goal to keep in mind so I don't lose myself into the life of learning and playing expected of a child. I will take them home. I will have to find out where home is, but I will take them all to their respective homes, or leave them somewhere safe at least. Now that I think about it, they were given to a dragon as sacrifice, so maybe their homes would not be the safest place. Regardless, I have a goal that triumphs over my old fantasies and stupid daydreams. This is people's lives, and I will help them get as far as possible from monsters like mother and father. Fleshcrafting it is. I get up and I run away. My parents, although clearly looking at me departing, seem to take the hint and leave me be. Time to do some nonverbal communication. I return, an hour later, with what I have been looking for. Flight has helped me greatly with finding prey. Since I already had bird eyes prepared, all I needed was the bird's eye view to become a true hawk. I found one of the animals that Mother has been using as prey for us in the early days. Just a normal rabbit with a tinge of every body type mana. I trotted up to Mother, dropped the animal, and as she turned to look at me inquisitively, I started moving 3 strands of mana. Bone, blood, flesh, making pretty ribbons of slightly colored mist. To Mother's eyes, however, it was clear what sort of mana I was moving, but she didn't seem happy. She raised her foot and trampled it, leaving behind only a paste. All right, that's not what I expected. I frown and look up, but she turned her head away. Well shit. Either she has no idea what the rune for any of these mana types is, or flesh magic is somehow taboo. Or, using flesh magic might be absolutely deadly for a dumb baby dragon. I remember my attempt at a bone breath attack, which rattled my teeth and gave me that awful feeling of being to a dentist. This is a bust. I should have realized this is one of those mana types Mother doesn't teach since it could be harmful, like death magic. There's a reason she went from showing off those elements to me to showing off modifiers, and then nothing else. I pace around for a bit, then decide to make her understand my goal. I lift my leg and I bite. It doesn't go through at first, but I know exactly why. Your body is supposed to stop you from harming yourself, but it is not an absolute thing. I take a deep breath and I bite hard. I have enough experience to not be stopped by something as weak as self-preservation. I start bleeding, as I forcibly stopped my repelling protection from activating. Suddenly all heads around turn to me. Right, fine nose, the one sense I had that was absurdly overdeveloped even as a kid. My siblings are confused and seem to look around for what might have caused this, while Mother just looks at me, frozen. Father seems to come in and looks at me with all his eyes. Shit, that guy is always going to be creepy. Regardless, Mother activates her rune and I focus on it. It has nature at its base. Wait, no, it doesn't. Or does it? It's weird. There's a different mana type. That's how she's been healing everything. Nature seems to be a subset of a different mana type, and that one is taking center stage while nature is used to actually mold the effect and empower the modifiers. And boy, are those a lot of modifiers. She heals me quickly and seems to keep investigating me. I need to get at least a few more looks to be sure. I may have studied and recorded a bunch of her spells, but this one I have seen rarely. Once we got the hang of it, we stopped getting hurt. So it has been a while since she last used this spell. I managed to remember a bit, but I can't figure out the mana type without her showing it off once more. So I bite my arm as she looks at me, and I point it towards her. She She snaps at the air in front of me, but I don't move. Come on, you lizard elephant thing. You could have healed them 600,000 seconds ago and you didn't. So show me how I can heal them instead. She activates it, and I sniff as best as I can while focusing on the rune in the middle of the formation, the one thing colored differently. I feel it, and I remember this scent. Life. The very concept of something which lives, a mana type that presumably encompasses anything organic, and maybe things that live without being natural. And, while failing to memorize all the runes, I managed to catch the most important one. I breathe in, but I do not have the mana type around, not in good amount. So I study my surroundings and start gathering any random strand of life that I find. Mana around here has been a bit more chaotic, probably as a result of someone spitting out fire and lighting and destruction, or probably from the fight. Yet regardless of it all, it helps me out. More mana from the things in the lake made it out, and more mana types are available. It takes me another hour, and it looks like everyone is preparing to go back home, yet I stop them. I make the life rune. In its simplest form, with barely enough mana to power it for moments, yet the results are clear. I have the very concept of life in my palm. Mother roars, which surprises me and causes me to shift the shape of the rune slightly. The grass within 4 meters of the rune turns to dust, while my body lights up like a Christmas tree. The rune vanishes and I look around me, eyes wide. I think I just moved the life of everything close to the rune a bit to the side. And I think my innate protection is the only thing that kept me from dying right there. So much for no more dumb moves.